to the front so that we have quorum. We gather today under the theme Enhancing Responsible Digital Influence, at a time when digital platforms and artificial intelligence is reshaping how influence is built, how information is spread, and how reputations are formed. These conversations are both necessary and timely. Today brings together content creators, journalists, regulators, legal experts, and many others. And this is not to silence creativity, but to strengthen it through clarity, responsibility, and informed engagement. My name is Susan Nava, and I will be supporting the process flow today alongside my co-host, the phenomenal Mr. Wycliffe Wishlawazi.
Thank you, Susan. I'm not really sure about the phenomenon, but I'll take it. I'd like to welcome you all to this event. I'd like to recognize our partners from Uganda Communications Commission. We thank you for making this day possible. I'd like to recognize the managing partner of H&G Advocates, which is a corporate advisory firm, the oldest in the land, and we are happy to bring the symposium to you as we head into the politically heated time that we're heading into, in a time where rumors can travel faster from Gulu to Kampala than your internet sometimes. So that's why we felt it right to have this conversation. And to kick us off, I would like to joining us as well is the Honorable Justice Musa Sekana. We thank you for your presence. I would like to invite the managing partner of H&G Advocates to kick off this symposium.
Good morning, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, panelists, members of Uganda Communications Commission, colleagues, friends, those present here and online. It is a profound honor to welcome you all to this crucial symposium, proudly hosted by H&G Advocates. Today, we gather under the theme that could not be more relevant to the current digital environment, enhancing responsible digital influence, the ethical, legal dimensions of digital media and artificial intelligence. Before we delve into the core of our discussions, I must extend our deepest gratitude to our sponsor, Uganda Communications Commission. Uganda Communications' commitment to fostering a responsible, safe, and innovative digital landscape is not just commendable, it is essential. Your partnership in making this symposium a reality underscores a shared vision for a digitally empowered and ethically guided digital environment. Thank you for your leadership and support. I also wish to thank our dedicated team at H&G Advocates for their tireless effort in organizing this event. We stand at an unprecedented juncture in human history. The digital revolution has not only changed how we communicate, but has fundamentally impacted our actions. According to Uganda Communications Commission Social Media Usage Report of 2024, 9.2 million, that is 31% of Ugandans are subscribed to TikTok. 9.3 million, that is 31%, subscribed to WhatsApp. 6.4 million, that is 22% of Ugandans are subscribed to YouTube. 2 million, that is 7% of Ugandans are subscribed to Snapchat. 1.3 million, that is 4% of Ugandans are subscribed to X, formerly Twitter. 1.6 million, that is 5%, to Instagram. And about 200,000, that is 1%, subscribed to Netflix. These platforms are a critical source of information in Uganda today. With regard to content creation, whether it is breaking news report, a viral video or post, or an AI-generated image is now a currency for influence. Needless to say, this drives markets, performance, shapes public opinion, perceptions, and indeed influences democracy. But with this immense digital power also comes corresponding responsibility. The challenge of moderation and regulation. From the statistics of social media usage above, the sheer volume of digital content is staggering. Be that as it may, we need to remind ourselves that for every voice of truth and enlightenment, whether knowingly or unknowingly, there is a dose of misinformation, a shout of hate speech, or a piece of copyright infringement, posting of personal data without consent, and so forth. This necessitates an examination of the legal frameworks concerning content moderation in Uganda. We should question how might misinformation, hate speech, and incitement of violence affect peace, and in particular, the electoral process. This is where the concept of moderation becomes our critical anchor. How do we protect our cherished freedom of expression while preventing digital harm? Ethically, how do content creators, platforms, and legal practitioners ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability? These are complex questions that inform our agenda today. The symposium will address core issues such as freedom of expression, data protection and privacy, public interest, defamation, limitations of rights, AI ethics, law enforcement, misinformation, computer misuse, monetization, content moderation, and intermediaries, and crossing the line. What has been the role of H&G Advocates? As a firm, H&G Advocates is committed to being at the forefront of this legal and ethical frontier. This demands not only the interpretation of the current laws, but also actively participate in shaping the regulatory frameworks for tomorrow. This symposium is our humble contribution to that effort, a platform for necessary, perhaps sometimes uncomfortable, but always fruitful dialogue between policymakers, legal experts, tech innovators, and the creators themselves. A call to action. Over the course of today, we have provided a lineup of exceptional speakers and panelists who will dissect the ethical imperative and the legal necessity of responsible digital influence. We are privileged to have speakers who adjudicate disputes, are thought leaders, legislators, and policymakers. We have Honorable Justice Musa Sekana, a Justice of the Court of Appeal of Uganda, the Minister of Security, the Minister of Information. I also have here Honorable Nyombi Tembo, the Executive Director of Uganda Communications Commission, the National Director of Personal Data Protection Office, Mr. Baker Virkuja, and our Head of Technology and Media Telecommunications, Mr. Joel Basoga. We have several content creators, cybersecurity experts, journalists, and policy experts participating in this event. This symposium will constitute two panel discussions. First, a law enforcement panel where UCC, The Personal Data Protection Office and Uganda Police will discuss the implementation of the applicable laws in Uganda. The second panel shall focus on how content moderators can navigate monetization and digital responsibility for their online content. This panel shall include sector players, leading broadcasting media, social media influencers, and the head of litigation from Uganda Communications Commission. I urge everyone to engage deeply, to challenge preconceptions, and to leave here with practical, actionable insights. Let us commit today to moving beyond simply reacting to digital threats and instead to proactively building a responsible digital ecosystem, one where innovation thrives under the protective umbrella of the law and ethics. Once again, thank you for your presence, and we look forward to a fruitful day of discussions and collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanyemiwa. Another round of applause for the managing partner of H&J Advocates. Thank you. We appreciate the leadership of H&J in convening this conversation in partnership with the Uganda Communications Commission. Our first keynote speaker this morning is a leader who sits at the intersection of Uganda's digital and communications ecosystem. Honorable George William Nyombi Tembo provides strategic leadership on regulation, innovation, and the growth of Uganda's communications sector. Under his stewardship, the Commission continues to balance technological advancement with public interest, ethical standards, and responsible digital engagement. A round of applause as we welcome the Executive Director of the Uganda Communications Commission, Honorable George William Nyombi Tembo.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. I'm used to a touch screen. I don't know. You can come and assist me. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, the Justice of the Court of Appeal, Justice Sekana, the managing partner of HG Advocates, friends across the ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen. I'll begin by saying that I think most of us in this room, you've heard that content is the new currency. Have you heard about that phrase? Content is the new currency. And I think we agree that indeed content is the new currency. For us, when you are the end user, and we say we are influencers, we are content creators, we use content for various reasons, we may not know behind that content, behind those big platforms which we use, the algorithms are built to do a lot of things. That's why technological companies are earning millions and billions of money every year. And their cash cow is data, which is captured behind the content. For you can say you are an influencer, but you don't know behind the influencing, a lot of data, people who see you, people who click on your content, a lot of data is being collected, and that's what these people are using. Now, if we agree that content is the new currency, and we know how important currency is, and how currency can be used for good and for bad, can use currency to procure murder. Can't you? But at the same time, we use currency to pay our teeth in church or in the mosque or whatever. So if content is the new currency, then you will agree with me that content moderation, content regulation really needs a very, very unblinking eye, 24/7, for the public good. So I'm honored to address you today at this Content Moderation Symposium 2025. I wish to sincerely thank our partners, HG and advocates, for convening and organizing this timely engagement, and all participants for joining us to deliberate on this important subject. The theme you have selected, enhancing responsible digital influence, the ethical and legal dimensions of digital media and artificial intelligence, speaks directly to one of the defining challenges of our times: how societies can harness the power of digital media, digital innovations, and artificial intelligence while safeguarding public interest, human dignity, ethics, and social cohesion. Uganda's communications and digital ecosystem has undergone a profound transformation in the past decade. Digital platforms, social media, streaming services, and AI-enabled tools have transformed how content is created, distributed, and consumed. Digital platforms now shape how we access information, how we express opinions, how we conduct business, how we participate in governance, and increasingly how public opinion is formed. Artificial intelligence has further amplified this influence through algorithms that curate content, automate decisions, generate media, and determine visibility and reach. These technologies have created immense opportunities for creativity and innovation, economic empowerment, education and inclusion, and citizenship participation. Yet, they have also introduced new ethical, legal, and regulatory complexities. We are observing several emerging risks and issues in this landscape, such as my touch screen bag again has come. Such as, one, the algorithmic amplification of content, where visibility and influence are increasingly determined by automated systems rather than editorial judgment. The rise of generative artificial intelligence, enabling the creation of text, images, audio, and video that are often indistinguishable from human-produced content. The spread of misinformation and disinformation, particularly during public health crises like we saw during COVID and the current campaign and election season. Increased the incidence of online harassment, hate speech, impersonation, and exploitation. Growing concerns around data privacy, surveillance, and digital profiling. These developments present both promise and risk. They demand new approaches to content moderation that are ethical, lawful, of course, and technologically informed. Responsible digital influence is not solely a regulatory concern. It is a shared societal responsibility. In today's digital environment, influence carries unprecedented reach and impact. Content creators and influencers are no longer just entertainers or commentators. They are opinion shapers, economic actors, cultural ambassadors, and in many cases, sources of information that most Ugandans are beginning to trust. However, with this influence comes responsibility. Responsible digital influence requires accuracy and honesty in content creation, respect for human dignity and diversity, avoidance of harmful, misleading, or exploitative material, and awareness of the real-world consequences of online expression. Actually, in Netherlands now, and Europe, in Netherlands to be more specific, an influencer now with, I think, more than 2,000 followers is categorized as a broadcaster. So you can see how serious it's becoming. You are categorized as a broadcaster. And when you are categorized as a broadcaster, you'll now be regulated as such. So ethical conduct online is not a constraint on creativity. It is the foundation for sustainable trust, credibility, and growth in the digital content economy. The challenge before us is therefore not whether to regulate digital influence, but how to guide it responsibly, proportionately, and lawfully. Uganda's approach to digital content regulation is firmly anchored in the law. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda guarantees freedom of expression and access to information, while also recognizing and allowing lawful limitations in the interest of public order, morality, national security, and the protection of the rights of others. In order to improve the quality of the media industry in Uganda, government has passed a number of laws, notably the Press and Journalists Act, 1995, the Uganda Communications Act, 2013, and the regulations made thereunder, the Computer Misuse Act, 2011, as amended in 2022. By the way, for the influencers, I'll ask you kindly to pick a lot of interest in this law. Please, 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 please. Don't touch your screen. Don't touch your screen before you have read that law. I'll really ask you kindly, read that law, page by page. If possible, just internalize it like I've internalized this Our Lord's Prayer. You see, I've been reciting this twice a day for 61 years. You can imagine, even if you woke me up at 2 a.m. and you tell me to start it from the middle, I'll do it. Because it's a very, very important prayer in my faith. So this Computer Misuse Act, as amended in 2022, I really kindly ask you, before you touch your screen, before you make any click, read it and understand it. Read and understand it. Because that law is very, very comprehensive in what you are going to do. Just to tell you, your phone, because I was talking with some other young people, say, but me, I'm using a phone. What do I have to do with a computer? A computer was defined to include. A computer is defined to include a phone. So the computer misuse, whatever applies that, please read that law, especially as amended, and see. That will give you, moderate the way you engage. Kindly, please, please, please. The Access to Information Act 2005, the Penal Code Act 120, and Data Protection and Privacy Act 2019. All these laws are intended to moderate our enjoyment of rights in the interest of the wider public good. The Uganda Communication Act 2013 mandates the Uganda Communication Commission to regulate communication services, promote ethical standards in media and communication, and protect consumers, and ensure that communications serve the public interest. Please note that the Computer Misuse Act 2011, amended in 2022, provide for many offenses, include misuse of social media, sharing malicious information, hate speech, cyber harassment. And cyber harassment is very, very interesting. What you call quarreling, you see, in our social ecosystem, we quarrel. When you quarrel in the physical space, you see people quarreling. I think that one, maybe if the police got you, they can charge you to be idle and disorderly. They have a lot of charges when they fall into quarreling in a public space. But when you transform the public quarrel and take it online, it becomes harassment, cyber harassment. Even what you may think is a simple quarrel, it can easily be interpreted as cyber harassment. So you have to be very careful. Cyber stalking, child pornography, unauthorized sharing of information about children, sharing of information, unauthorized sharing of information. I see what is taking, I pick a lot of interest in the WhatsApp groups. They're becoming bigger and bigger, more influential, and you have to do something about groups and the administrators. So we're an administrator of a WhatsApp group. These big groups, we have something for you coming. We are consulting, because these are very big entities. These are very good constructs, very big and very influential. And you know, public policy is driven by impact. Whatever makes impact in the public space, the big brother called public policy will look at it and will start saying, what do we do with this thing, this very good thing that is making a lot of impact, positive and negative, and we make sure that how do we moderate it. So these WhatsApp groups with the 500,000 members, you are the administrator, people are sharing information, including private information. So one of these days when I invite you for some literacy, media literacy campaigns, so that you understand your responsibility. What I'm saying, a regulation is coming for those. We are bringing a regulation on those, so that somebody is responsible for what is taking place on a group. If somebody is breaking law on your group, must be removed. Must be removed. And this regulation will be very, very clear, transparent. And I think the public is behind us. We are going to consult and see. But the regulation is coming because it's impactful. It's something we are living with. Public policy can't live it without some guidelines. All these offenses carry punishments ranging from fines of up to Uganda shillings 10 million to imprisonment of up to 5 or 7 years upon conviction. And let me tell you the good news. The experience I have about these digital offenses, they are very, very wonderful offenses. Because what disturbs courts is evidence. Isn't that the problem of courts? And with lawyers, that's their biggest problem. How do we collect evidence? And when you go to court sessions, at one time when I was still an actor, so many years back, I had a role to act as a lawyer. So my producer had to tell me to be in courts for about months and months, attending court sessions to understand how. I didn't need to go to LDC, but my producer told me you have to go and attend court. So what I found out that really lawyers spend 80% of their time trying to see evidence to convince the judge. Now the good news with digital offenses, evidence is there. Everything you do in the digital space leaves a permanent digital trail. So we don't have a shortage of evidence. So conviction will be fast and very, very easy to get. So we don't need to, when you say things that are treasonable and you started denying, yeah, there are labs which are all over the world which are accredited, international labs. In Singapore, in Uganda, we shall also get some of these. In the US, we just go there and the lab gives us a certificate that this voice is Nyombi Tembo's voice. And then a judge won't refuse to agree with that lab because internationally it has been used for so many cases. So you can't deny this is not my voice. So whatever I do in the digital space leaves a permanent digital trail, which sometimes when you cross the line, that trail can be evidence to be taken to court. I'm sure you have heard of several bloggers and YouTubers that have been charged with various offenses under Computer Misuse Act. I therefore urge all of us, especially those operating in the content creation and dissemination space, to operate responsibly, but also to be aware of the law and other standards. This framework seeks to strike a balance between freedom and responsibility, innovation and protection, access and accountability. Content moderation lies at the intersection. Your computer is freezing, my friend. Sorry for that. I'm used to the touch screen, but content moderation lies at the intersection of ethical judgment, legal obligation, and technological capability. Ethical content is not merely about compliance. It's about responsibility and understanding that digital influence has real-world consequences. Online harm can translate into offline harm, and unchecked digital spaces can undermine social cohesion. Let me go traditional, the same way. At the same time, we must strive to ensure that content moderation must avoid overreach, selective enforcement, or suppression of legitimate expression. This balance is delicate, but achievable through clear guidelines, consistent enforcement, stakeholder engagement, and respect for fundamental rights. Effective moderation must have clear and understandable standards, must be proportionate to avoid excessive or arbitrary enforcement, transparent with predictable processes and remedies, safeguarding legitimate expression. Artificial intelligence has introduced a new layer to content moderation. AI systems now recommend that we flag what is removed, generate content indistinguishable from human-created media. Whereas AI can improve efficiency and scale, it also raises serious concerns around bias and discrimination, lack of explainability, automation of harmful decisions, and diminished human oversight. As regulators, we must ensure that AI serves society, not the other way around. This requires human-in-the-loop approaches, transparency in algorithmic decision-making, accountability for outcomes, and alignment with the national laws and values. At the UCC, we are cognizant that artificial intelligence increasingly plays a role in moderation, but in Uganda's case, it cannot replace human judgment entirely, and everywhere that's the approach now. We still require human oversight, explainability of decisions, mitigation of bias, and accountability for outcome. The digital content economy offers immense opportunities for Uganda. These include job creation and youth entrepreneurship, growth of creative industries, including film, music, animation, and digital storytelling, expansion of local content to regional and global audiences, innovation in education, advertising, and e-commerce. Responsible regulation can enable these opportunities by providing certainty, protecting creators and consumers, and fostering a fair and competitive digital environment. At the same time, all stakeholders must work together and confront the following key challenges: limited awareness of legal obligations among creators and users, rapid technological change outspacing regulatory frameworks, cross-border platforms operating beyond national jurisdictions, enforcement complexities in digital and AI-driven environments, tension between commercial incentives and ethical responsibility. Addressing these challenges require collaboration, capacity building, and adaptive regulation. Enhancing responsible digital influence cannot be achieved by regulators alone. Creators and influencers must commit to ethical standards and local contexts. Civil society and academia must contribute to research, oversight, and digital literacy. Government and the regulators, then, we shall provide clear guidance, fair, and underline fair enforcement, and continuous engagement. Actually, on this point, I want to thank H&G. When they approached us to come in as one of the partners in this, we didn't even blink. We just said, yes, we are coming in. And I want to assure you, the managing partner of this law firm, that I think we should make this one an annual event. And this shouldn't only be a local thing. We'll market it to our East African friends under our organization called IACO, East African Communication Organization. Then we shall market it through the African Telecommunication Union, ATU. We make it an annual event and want it to grow to be a regional and later to be a global event for Uganda, where influencers and whatever will be congregating here. We share experiences, we benchmark on best practices, we see what is happening, so that our people know what's happening. So as UCC, we are going to be in this for keeps. For keeps. We are not temporary in this. So we'll continue engaging. At the Uganda Communication Commission, we remain committed to dialogue, educate, and partner alongside our regulatory mandate. Allow me to conclude by emphasizing that responsible digital influence is essential for safe, inclusive, and sustainable digital future. Artificial intelligence and digital media will continue to reshape our society. Our task is to ensure that this transformation is guided by ethics, law, and shared values. The Uganda Communication Commission stands ready to work with all the stakeholders to ensure that Ugandan digital space remains innovative, responsible, and respectful of the rights and dignity of all. Before that, maybe I should use this opportunity. We get indications, again from the social media. You see, social media is very good. We no longer need to go to listen to people's whatever conversations, sending a covert operator to listen to what people are saying. You just go on the social platform, then you see what is happening. We are getting indications. I don't want you to break the law without knowing. We are getting some indications that there are people who have imported some dishes that can connect you to the internet directly. UCC is in the process. We are processing licenses for quite a number of operators, and we have not yet issued a license to any satellite operator. We have not issued any license to any satellite operator in Uganda. We are processing licenses. A number of them, about 2, are in the process. We haven't issued any operator a license. So, and we have not type approved. We have not type approved any equipment for that use. And you know, you cannot use a type approved device on the network. You cannot use services that are not licensed in Uganda. It's illegal. So don't lose your money. If somebody comes to you that is selling satellite dishes that are going to connect you to internet, he's going to fleece you. Because what's going to happen to you? We shall come for that dish and take it away and charge you and prosecute you. Please don't lose your money. Be patient. Before we license an operator, we do a public hearing. You'll see us publicizing in newspapers, in media, whoever we shall be licensing to offer satellite services in Uganda. It will be at that point that you'll buy a satellite dish, you'll buy any connected satellite device without any problem. But now, you dare spend your money, you buy a dish, we'll come for it. You will not use it, and we'll prosecute you because it's illegal. Hope I'm understood. Hope I'm understood. Please, please, we see those indications, and we are taking this matter very, very, very seriously. We are taking this matter very, very seriously. And you know, we don't lack the capacity to know where any such a device will be installed. We will know. I've always told you that technology is good. It empowers people, but as it empowers people, it also empowers the regulators. It also empowers government. If you think technology is empowering you, just imagine how much it is empowering government. Are we 46 million people in Uganda? If you think technology is empowering you, it's empowering government 46 million times. Because government has to have capacity to oversee what is happening within our jurisdiction, to oversee what's happening within our population of 46 million people. That's the way you can have stability. Otherwise, if you have a government that cannot oversee the whole country and the population, then that will be a failed state. So I hear some of our young people hiding themselves in technology, that now we are powerful, technology is powerful, yes. But the government also uses technology. So it empowers you, and also it empowers government. It empowers the regulators. So please, don't lose your money by getting connected to unlicensed operators in Uganda. Be patient. We know satellite telecommunication has come. Nobody can stop it, but we have to license it in a framework that will help every Ugandan. So please, please, don't say I didn't tell you. With those few remarks, I want to thank you. I want to thank H&G Advocates for organizing this. I want to thank all people who have attended. I think to me this is a very good beginning, and I'm sure next year it will be a blast. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Honorable Executive Director of the Uganda Communications Commission. Can I get another loud hand clap for our Mugaga of the day? I think we have learned a lot from his communication, and I hope we have all taken away a lot of things from it. Personally, what I've taken away is we grew up being told that with great power comes great responsibility. And as a WhatsApp group admin, there are people that are already catching the dust for gossiping on WhatsApp groups, things like that. We already, I would like to request that we join the online conversation via our hashtags. That is hashtag the Content Symposium of 2025 and hashtag digital responsibility. Of course, in line with our theme, it's your digital responsibility to join this conversation and spread it wide and far. Speaking of group admins, our next speaker is one of the group admins of the judiciary. He's Justice of the Court of Appeal, having been elevated in 2025, February, after serving with distinction as the head of the Civil Division. He has over 20 years of experience as a legal practitioner, both as a judge and an advocate. He is widely regarded as an authority on civil and criminal procedure, constitutional and administrative law, commercial litigation, revenue law, election petitions, judicial review, and legislative drafting. He is a member of the Uganda Law Society, the East African Law Society, and the Magistrates and Legal Practitioners Commonwealth Association. He received an award of recognition in 2021 from the Uganda Law Society as a winner of excellence from the bench. He has made significant contribution to Uganda law reform and legal education, having lectured at the dreaded Law Development Center, Uganda Christian University, and the Islamic University of Uganda. He has authored several legal texts. I think you will forgive me because as a lawyer, when we are speaking to the Court of Appeal, we tend to say a lot of things, hence this long monologue. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is the Honorable Justice Musa Sekana, the first judicial officer I ever appeared before, but today I'm glad to introduce him at a platform where I won't say, "Counsel, is that the law?"
Thank you, Mr. MC, for that flowery introduction. I will stand on the protocol. ED, Uganda Communications Commission, Mr. Kanyemebwa, Managing Partner, Dennis Wamala, my classmate and colleague, and distinguished members. For the rest, excuse me if I don't know your title. I was requested to talk about the role of the judiciary in content moderation. Maybe for starters, I think I wasn't picked by H&G. I was picked by the judiciary. I think they wrote to the judiciary, and then the chief registrar asked me whether I'll be available to represent the judiciary at this symposium. So that's how I've ended up here. I had a tight schedule, but I managed to make it. I think the ED of UCC has actually said it all. Now, my simple task is just to take the tail end. Of course, after he has done all that side, and when you are in conflict with the law, you have to run to us, inevitably. Now, when you run to us, that's when we begin our legal gymnastics through interpretations. Because he set out the elaborate laws which regulate this space. And indeed, whenever you come to court, as the MC has stated, the starting point is that the law? Because I always believe we all went to the same law schools. We all studied the same law. That when you come and begin interpreting it in a skewed manner, like, is it my misunderstanding or your misunderstanding? Not forgetting the fact that at the end of the day, I have to make a decision between the two parties that have come before us. So really that law is extremely important, and as for the legal professionals, you must be conversant with the law. With all the attendant amendments, there's that tendency of lawyers reading the parent act and then not knowing that there was even ever an amendment. And some of these basic things we all ought to know is, but how could council miss this? But because out of excitement, someone just speaks and then he thinks, by the time he's told that actually I think you are offside, then it's already too late, or he's already lost it in court. The judiciary plays this role in defining the boundaries, and ensuring that platforms respect rights while addressing harmful or illegal content. That is purely the role of the court. At the end of the day, after all that has happened, when you appear before us, because you may be disputing what the regulator has said. Now, we need to get into that balancing act. Have they exceeded the boundaries? Have they done whatever they have done within the law? Now, the regulator is given laws by Parliament. Parliament enacts the laws. Now, once these laws have not been challenged, or the courts have not made a pronouncement on any illegality, it remains the law. Whether unfair, whether in your view it's arbitrary, it's the courts to pronounce themselves on it. I know there's a tendency of, no, we don't agree with that law. It's against the rights. If you don't agree with the law, the avenue is the court. Come and challenge that provision which you think is unconstitutional. Unfortunately now, everyone or every blogger thinks is a rights defender. So, no, this is unconstitutional, this is not acceptable. But the starting point is within our boundary as the country. Is this regulated? Are there laws governing it? First adhere to it or comply with the law before you talk of challenging it afterwards. Don't be a test or a guinea pig for a provision which you think is unconstitutional before it has been quashed by the court or before the court has made a pronouncement on it. Because at the end of the day, we'll see you in as you try to contest the legality of the provisions of the law. I know lawyers are aware that there is a tendency of people filing constitutional matters when they're on the wrong side of the law. Once they are arrested, then the smart lawyer will straighten, no, let's file a constitutional petition. It's unconstitutional, and of course all this is intended to secure your freedom, so that as the court is yet to interpret, we can, but the precedents are there. We have said the courts will not interfere with the criminal process. Specifically, the Constitutional Court will not stay any criminal prosecution because the law is that law which you breached until when we have pronounced. Even if you have served, you will serve. If we pronounce after 5 years, it will be too bad, but that was the law. So the law remains the law until when it is declared unconstitutional. So don't breach the law with a view of thinking that you will get it declared unconstitutional thereafter. So the boundaries, the courts play that balancing act when we are weighing these decisions, the regulations which have been made against you, or the charges that have been brought against you. We are weighing and start the balancing act the courts are. Because as courts, sometimes we are misunderstood, but you need to appreciate we are not activists. We have to remain neutral in all this. Even what may appear to all of you to be as obvious, it will not be to the courts. Because when we are sitting there, we are not as obvious as you are. You know, we have been doing this. Yes, doing it doesn't make it right. No, you see, most of the laws tend to be redundant because they've not arrested you or they've not charged you. But the day they decide to charge you, say, oh, you mean all along there have been this law? Yes. How come others have been doing it? It didn't make it right. That's what you have to bear in mind. I think when Honorable Nyombi emphasizes, please read the law, there are several charges, there are several offenses there. They may appear redundant. No one has been charged. The day you are charged, that's when you will begin rereading it. But how come they have never? Yes, they had never, now they have. So bear in mind, and as courts, when we are this side, that can't be your plea. That can't be your defense. That actually, all along people have been sending these things. We used to have live streaming. And this election, I've not seen it so far. But last election, remember, were being updated from all corners of the country. But now the legislator says, no, this has to be within the confines of the law. I said, no, but how come last time we're doing it? It didn't make it right. So whenever the regulator steps in, we have that balancing act to ensure that is within the parameters of our constitutional principles. Definitely, we have to also bear in mind as the courts or judiciary that the landscape, the legal landscape is changing. Many things are coming on board. And that's why we must also be up our game to and alive to the changing circumstances, especially in the legal landscape. Bearing in mind parameters, our social values, as our constitution envisages. I know there is technological advancement. There is a tendency of trying to transplant or pick views and ideas from America and elsewhere, and then you say, but in America yes, we can benchmark from America, but can you first see whether it is permissible within our jurisdiction, our country? If it is not, you cannot persuade us that in America they allow it. America is America, Uganda is Uganda. So sometimes when we are copying the applicability of some of these principles, we need to be mindful of the parameters and the extent to which we can apply certain principles within our jurisdiction. Definitely content moderation, as the ED has stated, of course, borders purely on freedom of speech and expression, and to some extent privacy, because these rights are getting intertwined to some extent. When you're reading, you'll see freedom of speech and expression now getting into right to privacy and things like that. Of course, as they have all stated here, every content maker or producer becomes an influencer, is at liberty to say whatever they want. But on the tail end of the law or the judiciary, as you do that, also ask yourself, if I'm dragged to court, will I be able to have a defense for what I did? Because you will run to a lawyer, they'll say, no, I know it's unconstitutional. I know we are so good at beginning from that point. No, this is illegal, this is unconstitutional. But meanwhile, you, the blogger, you, the person who has been on the wrong side, you are facing the wrath alone. If it's about arrest, you are in the cells as the lawyer is combing the books to see how to wriggle out or to get you out of the mess you put yourself in. Now, freedom of speech, as we all know it in our constitution, you will have that discussion. Mwenda Obo and Mwenda versus AG, to what extent would you call it freedom of expression? The exceptions to what you call freedom of expression, which we have abused and extended beyond. Now, as the courts, we have our constitution to give us the parameters. Freedom of speech, as Honorable has stated, comes with responsibility. Don't just come here and begin uttering every rubbish and then after I say, no, I'm free to say whatever I want because it's freedom of speech. It comes with responsibility. Because if you came here and started shouting fire and we all try to run out thinking there is actually fire and in the process people die or people get injured, they say, no, I was actually joking and he will be charged. You must be responsible with your statements. You must be responsible with your statements that you make that may end up affecting the rights of others. So, free speech has limitations. You cannot propagate those hate speeches, the fake news. Someone comes up with a story which he knows is very fake, or you end up editing people's speeches. Trump has dragged BBC to court. They edited his speech and then it became distorted. The message became distorted. You know the impact. Everyone was looking at the man as, so how can the president of the US, man says you edited my speech and he has dragged the entire, you can imagine if BBC, which is almost a national broadcaster, can do that. Now, how about someone who has his phone in his bedroom? You can easily edit a few things and say, this one the man says. Because, and all this sometimes even aggravated by AI. AI will do it so smartly and is this real? Did it really happen? And these are the challenges that we are encountering. Now, as the courts are the tail end, this one we shall call for the evidence. We need that evidence. But I think as the ED has said, the evidence is out there. Once produced, you have no shortcut. Once produced, you have no shortcut. So the antisocial views which may cause problems to a country, all these have to be regulated. Now, the regulation, to what extent that regulation infringes on rights, will be determined by court, not yourself. If you think once they have said this was illegal, this is wrong, this is beyond the boundaries or the limits, then the courts will step in to give guidance. Of course, the content regulation is moving away from privacy to data protection, which is becoming broader and broader, including several things. Within the courts, we have known torts which we have studied in law school. Defamation. It's what everyone will automatically run to. But under the new legal era, we have to accept many torts are now arising out of what originally was defamation. There are so many, but we haven't yet experienced them in Uganda, but I know they are coming. Because if you made false statements against the company, maybe hypothetically against MTN or a bank, And once you do it against a bank, it has the effect of affecting the bank's business. Just imagine posting that this bank is going to close by the end of this week. That bank may collapse. That bank may, that stampede. Everyone will run to the bank to pick their money. Now, just a simple statement, the way it may appear, you've caused that bank economic loss. It may never recover from such a reckless statement. That's the responsibility we are talking about. The free speech you have, yes, you can, but look at that statement you have made. And you've seen other bloggers or influencers saying, we are going to go viral. Every day he tries to post something about this company. He's trying to change the attitude. Now, any business-minded person would know the consequences of what they are doing. You've seen, one time we had someone who said he took a smoothie from Cafe Java's and there was a rat or something like that. Do you know the damage control they had to? Because you're posting, and every day you post, it's impacting. It's impacting. So private society or the private community has causes of action in defamation. Now, these ones can include several other things: intentional harassment, invasion of privacy, or right to seclusion. Then the torts of harassment and unlawful stalking, which the ED talked about. Misuse of private information. Been talking about social media, WhatsApp group. If I posted something on WhatsApp, for a group, we are 20. Should you get it out of this group and then post it? Isn't that misuse? Did I share it for purposes of being shared out? All these are challenges which are going to come to court when they are taking you on. Breach of confidence, right to personality, control the use of someone's names, and a person may decide to make you the newsmaker for him without him mentioning you. That friend of mine, whom you all know, whenever, of course I don't follow him, but people tell me, this man, whenever he concludes his statement, he ends with second. For some reason, he thinks by mentioning second, and maybe, I don't know whether it makes him get a following or it makes the news, but he has decided to just ensure that he mentions my name. Hopefully he may begin using even the photo. Hopefully not. But can't he be regulated or limited? The extent to which? These are the new types of causes of actions, which are someone is just after killing your reputation in the public. So defamation is not just about these simple things we all look at and stop there. But if it's a business person, you are disrupting their business. Whenever the customers read about these things, then they say, no, I think there's a problem with this company. And there's this problem in Uganda. Whenever something is talked about frequently, they tend to begin believing it. That's why sometimes silence, that let me just ignore, it will fade away, or the storm will settle, may not help. If you are in business and the person is, for 1 week consistently, and especially if he has that big following, you know how people are using this social media by hiring these guys. Because sometimes I try to find, but what is the reason behind some of these things? Why is someone making someone a subject of a discussion? These are people for hire. Someone goes, pays him 3 million, 1 million, even as low as 500. He runs a story about you, and disseminates the whole thing to the whole country. Others are political opponents or other opponents they know you are about to be appointed to this position. All of a sudden, stories about you are all over the place. Like, no one knew about this person. How come now, how you have so many girlfriends, how you stole money, how you did this, how, it's not by coincidence. It is someone is fighting for a position. You all sat interviews, you are four. Then all of a sudden, your private life is in the media. So they are trying to influence the appointing authority or the board or the people who interviewed you to dissuade them from. So they are not as innocent. And that's why as the courts, we have to be mindful and alive to some of these things. Because you have to justify why you are doing it. You know, some people are already in prison. I think they were denied bail. So, but what is the person, what is the motivation for this? That's the bottom line. I always ask myself that. I don't just sit like a robot in court to think that information is punched into me. I must find out what is behind this. I've always tried to do that. I don't just decide because the law says this and this says this. Because influencers are trying to take the space and they're trying to do all manner of things. Because sometimes they show you the residence of a blogger and you can't believe. That time when I was in the storm, I said, but who is this person? I could not believe where the person stays. But the power is in his phone. Once he buys his data of 2K or whatever, he can destroy anyone. Eh? But has nothing against their name. Try to find out when you have someone stalking, or someone after you. But what is, because you have those well-wishers, but second, what is happening? Let's find out from this guy. What does he want? And the reason was, why are they saying that he's hardworking? So, really, could that be a reason? Is that a factor? And who has even said it? You know, you realize something is behind, something is boiling. So, private persons, you have causes of action in defamation, and you can always include anything within that. And these are the new causes of actions which are coming up, which are arising out of misuse of information. You can have any causes of action, and indeed the courts will have to look at them. Now, for the courts, we have some degree of protection or regulation to that extent by having these principles of sub judice and contempt. So if a matter is in court, please don't comment about it. But people have continued. You're trying to dissuade. You're trying to, but we are not in a contest. We are not in a beauty contest. People end up pouring out all their stuff on social media. At the end of the day, we want the evidence in court. So you may tell your lies there, and the public will believe them. How the land belonged to your father. Now, when we come to court, it's okay, you say the land belongs to your father. When did he acquire it? Where's the agreement? Where's the title? Now, these are questions which were never asked in the social media. Everyone bought your story, the man is a grabber, he has stolen your land. Now, when you come to court and you can't answer those questions, you will lose. But because you try to influence, the courts are corrupt. You see, remember the story I told you? Your story was subjected to, we tested the evidence through cross-examination, and your story was unsustainable, it was unbelievable. So, the rules of court require that once the matter is in court, can we desist from talking about it? Leave the court decide the case without any influences. that's intended. We have had cases where lawyers have actually raised it. We are not saying you can't report about the case. We are saying you can report about the case, but don't talk about the merits of the case. When it is raised, don't discuss it. But today they appeared in court and so led evidence and stated that's very okay. It's not sub judice. But the sub judice element comes in when you begin making conclusions on the likely outcome. In my view, and you're being sub judice, leave the court work without this pressure. Then we have contempt, of course, where you decide to begin making the court a subject of ridicule. We at least cushioned, because this is even derived from the Constitution. Leave the courts to operate without pressure. Basically, that's the principle. You don't have that liberty or freedom to go around and say, you judge, we are waiting to see what is going to happen. This is testing for you. We are not going to be allowing such things to happen in future. And we are human beings. You are basically trying to intimidate the court. You are trying to influence the decision of the court. Leave the court operate without that pressure. Now, the principles of contempt are all set out. At least we have applied them. At least I, for one, I have. Colleagues have. Some of them are timid. Some think we are in a contest or a beauty contest. I tell them I'm not in a beauty contest. You do weird things, we must put you to order. We must put you to order. Because the regulator is here. That standard has to be there. This country is for all of us. Don't allow people to do weird things, but just leave him. So what's that? Just leave him. But he has done something wrong. And that's how people get emboldened to do more weird things. When I decided to crack the whip, so one of those victims of mine told people he did not believe I could do that. Said he had done it to so many big people in offices, and nothing had ever happened to him. So who is Sekana? That was his question. What do I think I am? But can we go back to the principles? Are you complying with the law or not? So contempt is there when you're making comments about matters which are in court. Please be extremely cautious and mindful, because they are bordering on those principles, which are both criminal in nature, even sub judice. They are all both criminal in nature. Then we nowadays have a lot of cyberbullying of judicial officers. Judicial officers are really bullied a lot. But depending on the nature and how it is handled. It's not like if you are not put order, you cannot say. Another time the argument was that there is a right to abuse. I think that it was coined that time, that there is a right to abuse. I said, but where is that right? That you have a right to abuse anyone? You cannot. You tell me which constitution says you have a right to abuse. But people think that once you are in a public office, I'm not in the public office to be abused. Now, for us as judicial officers, we have some protection. That's why we evoke these. Now, those in other public offices who have no protection actually begin fighting around with defamation. There's sometimes criminal defamation, but rarely we have not seen so much of it. So people end up suing and saying, I'm going to ask for 1 billion from you as a way of scaring the other party. But some of the things are unnecessary. We need to caution people. Let people know and be responsible for their actions. You make these statements against poor. It is bad. You get my poor mother who is in a village. Now you're getting out on social media. What? Working for government doesn't mean that my mother is. You have a family. Your family is thrown there. And these are people who don't care about. So by the time you get in all this, be mindful. And the courts will definitely come in handy to protect people who are actually affected. There are cases who have given gag orders. We can stop you from continuing to say anything, especially if it's a business. I think we saw something on KRU. I think KRU, they got an injunction, but it's more of a gag order. Can you stop posting things about the person is trying to protect his business. The more you continue to do this, and maybe will not get more students, or many things are going to affect. It's an institution which could be employing over 2,000 or maybe 10,000 employees. Now, if you pull it down by recklessly posting things, the courts will come in handy to protect and ensure that this person is not. I know we have cases of access to information, which sometimes is also abused. And it's abused nowadays so much in most institutions. People think you can go to any public body and you get information. And when they get the information, they begin misusing it. That friend of mine is one of them, and every matter he begins with access to information. I want the following. I want the following. Yeah? His school, his wife, his names, that information is private. I give my information to the IGG for purposes of assessing whether I have amassed wealth through corruption or through undisclosed means. Now, some private person says, I want to see Sekana's declaration. If you think I did not declare something, give them. But for you to know my wealth, that's a security threat. You discover that I have 1 billion, I declared 1 billion. And I may have justified it, because if the regulator, IGG, has not complained why I have 1 billion, I say maybe I inherited 1 billion from my father. Now you get the information and say, the man is loaded, he has over 1 billion in his account. I can be killed. Those of you are aware, we had a time when people were being killed. Just someone knowing how much you have on the account. And okay, there were foreigners who were being killed. They were targeted. The guys in the bank would disclose, this account has 1 billion. After a few days, the guy is dead. Those are following the story of some Eritreans who were killed around that time. Someone just disclosing what you have on, could even be a spousal threat. Your wife gets to know that you have 1 billion and says, I think I can be a billionaire. I didn't know that the man is. No, that information just leaking to wrong hands. So we need that, the responsibility we have. The information we give it to the public or the public bodies, not to just be divulged to any Tom, Dick, and Harry. They should use it to investigate me and establish whether, but not to be given to a busybody. I will mention one who is not here, at least who is not uncontroversial, but it's called Mukisa something. Mukisa has sued several bodies, all contracts. He comes, I want the bidding documents for this road, and so I told him, but for what purpose? No, I need the information first. So basically, you're looking for a cause of action. So you want the courts to help you get a cause of action against that person. If you had wanted that information, it's out there, go and get it. But don't begin getting the information from persons who have been given the power to keep that information. Of course, the extent of the information that is available to the public is extremely limited and should be regulated to that extent. The courts should not freely release information even in unjustified circumstances. The courts have the task of determining whether offensive, shocking, or disturbing information is protected under free speech. As we stated earlier, we are the gatekeepers of what is free speech or freedom of expression or right to privacy. That's the extent. We need to understand that. There's a recent decision, I think, by the Constitutional Court on free speech, or free access to information, sorry. You should interest yourselves, and I think Obudra something was suing and wanted to know why he wasn't appointed a judge. Wanted to know the scores and what influenced the decision not to be appointed, and when he was denied that information, he went to the Constitutional Court, and they said, no, that information is not for the public. There are several factors why someone is appointed and is not. For example, if the reason is that you are polygamous, that influence their decision, so you want them to tell you that, so that you go and chase them, or... But there are other factors, really. So the decision makers should be allowed to that extent. And those are the limitations we have in the law, the limitations we have in the Constitution. And no right, including fundamental human rights, is afforded absolute protection in any society. That one we must be alive to. There's no right that is absolute. There are those exceptions. Public policy, security, public morals, all those are exceptions to such. So the limitations regulating national security, public order, public health, public morals, democratic values, incitement to cause harm. The ED talked about pornographic material. That could actually be, you don't just begin posting people's nudities. And I think recently when the police started arresting fellows who have been people in their private life, private space, then you record yourselves, and then even if I've shared them with you, I didn't share them with you for purposes of you transmitting them. When relationships go wrong and people decide to go native, let me show her nudities. It is wrong. But yes, the person did it with you for that purpose, really, not to be shared out. I believe, or the judiciary believes, that the regulator, UCC, should always come in handy to check the excesses of these persons, the bloggers, the information influencers, and things like that. At the end of the day, we are the determinants of what was it justifiable within? They don't have the latitude of saying, let's first wait and see whether it will have any harm. They must act cautiously and preventively. I've heard people say, no, but it wasn't going to do anything. We don't know whether it was not going to do anything. They have to act cautiously, first stop, regulate, and then if someone feels it's exceeding the mandate, then you can run to courts. As the gatekeepers, we shall be able to give an appropriate interpretation or to see whether it exceeds or it doesn't exceed. Sometimes even when the things come to court, because as courts we are also human beings, or we are part of society. Sometimes it depends whether a colleague is an activist. We have some activists. We are judges, but you may be an activist. You say, this is our man. We have had people saying, I found it in a constitutional court. I don't want that panel. You know what that means? He has a friendly panel where he thinks, they even mention names. If we can have 3, we have 2, these ones can, even when you read our decisions, you see whether this one is an activist or it's just excitement or is passionate about it. Because we all have backgrounds we came from, that's true. Even these other qualifications we've had. We have judges who have studied in University of Pretoria. You know it. It has a human rights program. And it's so intense on issues, including LGBTQ. So if you got someone who went there, when I happened to escort someone one time and I'm like, oh, okay. So for them, this university is for that activism. And they are ensuring how do we influence, that's their one of their objectives. How do they influence? So that's why they give out scholarships to all those who want to go and pursue, they call it human rights and democratization, something in Africa, something like that. That's the whole intention. So if you found an alumni, you don't blame them. He has a background, or they have a background. We had a colleague who is a strong proponent of LGBTQ. And he's a product of that institution. So, but she said, do you believe in these things? See, I don't, but when we're at the university, let's leave them. Let's leave them. You see, he doesn't want to appear to be a bad alumni. When they are discharged to the public, they are told to go back and propagate. So I disseminate this whole thing and you all become part of it. But that notwithstanding, at the end of the day, we need to be alive to our law. What does the law tell us to do? We must regulate depending on the circumstances in our country. Whatever we are deciding must be in accordance with our law, which is the constitution and the grand norm of the country. I thank you so much for listening.
Another round of applause for Justice Sekana. Thank you for your thoughtful reflections. What we've heard this morning from both keynote speakers is a clear reminder that free speech is not absolute in practice. It is protected, yes, but it also comes with responsibility, judgment, and an awareness of impact, whether you identify as a radical or not. I'd like to invite the room to the front for a photo moment with our keynote speakers. This will be followed by a brief tea break of about 15 minutes. Perhaps the ushers could assist me with organizing the photo moment at the front. As we take this short break, I invite you to reflect on the keynote addresses and to ask yourself a central question for the day. The central question being, where is the boundary? Because if there's anything that history teaches us, it's this. Speech that most needs protection is often uncomfortable speech. Politeness has never been the target of restriction. Immediately after the break, we will begin our first masterclass session titled Free Speech versus Digital Responsibility. I encourage you to stay and please be ready to continue. After the photo moment, please feel free to pick up your tea and return to the hall as we will be resuming promptly. Thank you. Could members of the audience please join the front for this photo moment? Please feel free to pick up your tea. The exit is towards the right side of the room, and return so that we can resume and begin with a masterclass.
Slight communication from the house. The tea break is a working tea, so we encourage people to just pick the tea, then return to your desk so that we can continue safely with the program. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. We now move into our first masterclass. It is a session designed to ground today's conversations. Our facilitator is Mr. Joel Wasoga, a lawyer with H&G Advocates and part of the fantastic team that organized this wonderful symposium. Joel works closely on technology, media, and digital regulation matters. Joel engages daily with the realities behind the law, how digital platforms operate, how content is created and shared, and how legal frameworks apply in real situations, not just in theory. Please welcome me in joining Mr. Joel Basoga.
All right, good morning. I'm very excited to be here. My name is Joel Basoga. I work with H&G Advocates, one of the partners that is bringing to you this event. The Uganda Communications Commission. I'll go in more detail. The oldest premier law firm in Uganda. When Uganda wasn't technically colonized, I've studied a lot of Pan-African literature. We were a protectorate. When we were even still a protectorate, it was founded in 1903 in Entebbe. And the firm has been there. It has an incredible team. You already met the managing partner who is the team leader, and we have incredible team members who are first-class lawyers educated at leading institutions across the world. But also, our excellence is only rivaled by the keen client-centeredness that we provide to our clients. We've been involved in some of the most important cases before the Supreme Court. For instance, some of lawyers who are here, you've heard of Sharon Demanche versus Makere. We've been the lawyers representing some of the most established institutions in key litigations. But we also approach legal assistance holistically with 14 departments that focus on different areas. But most importantly, it's the technology department, which I head at the firm, which has organized this event, where we focus on data protection issues. We do a lot of compliance-related work with the Data Protection Office, competition law, but also we advise a number of emerging tech companies. And you've seen some of our clients who have been marketing this event, some of the leading musicians in town. It is an extreme honor for me to be a part of an incredible and dynamic team that brings to you this event. It's a little bit odd to talk about myself, so I won't talk about myself. But what I would say is that, my practice over the last 10 years has focused on data protection. I also work with the International Bar Association. I've been part of the team that's generating how the legal profession should respond to artificial intelligence in terms of arbitration with the International Bar Association and several other events. In today's masterclass, which will last for the next 25 minutes, we'll really be exploring what free speech is. The ED mentioned and emphasized, that, there's free speech. But what is free speech? Does it have its limit? Is there even such a thing as free speech, or is it the freedom of expression? What are its limits? What have the courts said? And how has that limitation been exercised through different laws? And the ED mentioned a number of laws. We'll speak a little bit more in detail. As you will realize, it's a very ambitious presentation to cover the scope of all the laws that cover content moderation. And I want to just make a caveat that this presentation will be made available to all of you that have attended, so you don't have to try and take too many notes, just get the key points. The presentation will focus firstly on, what is content, the right to freedom of expression. We'll cover a little bit of the legal frameworks, starting from the Ugandan legal framework, and then we'll discuss a little bit of the international legal framework, which according to the Supreme Court, also influences the way our judges interpret rights under the Constitution. And then we'll discuss, we're going into an election period, which is very sensitive. Some of you are wondering, can you declare, do you have the capacity, because you have over 5,000 followers, to declare someone the winner of an election in a constituency? And, because there are implications for you assuming that authority and whether or not you have that authority. But also what happens, what's the legal process that happens? For instance, let us assume you shall be charged for committing an offense. How easy it is to get bail. Some of those considerations, because sometimes they may help you appreciate the logical limitations, but also the risks that you face if you don't think a little bit more about the content that you will release. There are a number of statistics which were already quoted by the managing partner and the ED of the Uganda Communications Commission. And, Uganda has several social media users. But the real issue is, what's the impact of what you post? Today, unlike before, it is easier for you to move content. If you share one message in one group, for instance, I had a wedding 2 weeks ago where I married the love of my life. And the people who recorded the event recorded me dancing. And they shared the clip on TikTok. Before I know it, over 70,000 people have seen a video of me dancing. Now, I'm a lawyer. People tend to assume I wear suits all the time. I teach at the university. And I'm not the usual person you want to see dancing. But the video has hit over 100,000 views. And I guess I can say I'm a performing artist. That illustrates the power of the internet. One, I even asked the videographer, did I give you consent? It was nice content. My wife is telling me it's amazing content. Why are you complicating issues? But don't I have a right, if my image is being shared on your platform, don't I have a commercial interest? And we have court decisions from the High Court that have deliberated on that. So there is, but much more than me being aggrieved because my wedding video is viral on TikTok, there are larger consequences. There is hate speech that can be spread against specific groups, labeling people as those are the ones who are enjoying, or someone discloses your national identification number or passport number, or as Justice Musa Sekana mentioned, someone discloses how much money you have on the account, and so you're a target for both robbers, but also even cyber attacks, people who know that, okay, let's try and attack their mobile money account. And some of you have received estranged calls asking for your PIN codes. So there are real risks that may follow. So, anyone who shares content, whether audio, visual, text, video, you're a content creator. I think I may even say that all of us here are content creators. And if you have an X account, I don't have many followers, only 2,600. I feel extremely proud of myself. On LinkedIn is where I feel like I have a strong base. I have close to 9,000 followers there. but I don't match up to Susan Nava and some of the people that are here, Raymond Bujuni, who are over 80,000 people. But even when that is the case, I have an audience, and the ED mentioned that in some countries, if you have more than 2,000 subscribers, you are now a broadcaster. And I think that is the same essence of why we are here today. So content moderation is really assessing, can I post it? And at the end, the last slide that I'll present today will give you a small checklist which should perhaps influence your thinking. Before I post this, is it true? Is it personally identifiable information that is protected under the Personal Data Protection Act? Is it hate speech? Could it be viewed as cyber stalking? All these are valid questions that I believe you must ask yourselves. So there is a necessity because of the rampancy of misinformation. For instance, someone can post a picture and claim this is happening at, someone could post a picture and say there's been a fire at 4 Points, and then it just kills the entire reputation for this event. So there are real risks that are presented when we think about content moderation. And, most online platforms, some of them, the popular ones are controlled by companies incorporated in Delaware, in the United States. But the consequences can be interpreted by our enforcement authorities here locally, including the UCC, the Data Protection Office, and police, and the courts, who may be presented with the evidence to determine whether what you have done is lawful. So what are the laws that govern this legal framework? One, obviously the Constitution is the starting point, and the Luganda translation is Semateka, which translated means the supreme law of the land, which in law we refer to as sui generis, which is a Latin term to mean in a class of its own. And I'm sure you know the significance of a constitutional provision. We start from the Constitution, which gives the framework for other laws that include the Uganda Communications Act and subsequent regulations, some of which will be discussed by experts from UCC, who will introduce the panel that one of our esteemed journalists, Mr. Mujuni, will moderate. But we also have electoral laws, because there are electoral offenses that overlap with this regime, and one of the most significant laws being the Computer Misuse Act and the Data Protection and Privacy Act. As you can tell from this slide, this could be a master's or doctoral thesis, so please extend to me some grace as I try to conclude all these laws within 15 minutes. So we start with the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land. As I said, for our content creators, you should learn a new word, at least sui generis, which is a law that is in a class of its own. And so you can, at least quote that to say at least you learned something at the event. But Article 29 provides for the liberty or the freedom of expression, which in some other countries has been interpreted to mean free speech, or what sometimes you have regarded as, it is my right, okay? It is your right to express yourself. But is that right? Absolute. Certainly not. Under Article 43, 2 of the Constitution, there are rights which are non-derogable. That means that there are some rights which cannot be taken away. Some of them include torture, and the right to a fair hearing. But one of the rights which can be taken away, and I know you may not be happy to hear this, but I cannot lie to you. I cannot come here and say the right cannot be taken away. First of all, I would be committing an ethical breach as a lawyer, because there is a law that says, and even a case from the Supreme Court that says that this right can, in fact, be limited. And we have a Supreme Court decision from one of the most eminent media practitioners in Uganda, who challenged sedition law, Section 50 of the Penal Code Act. Andrew Mwenda and Charles Onyango Obo litigated a matter that went till the Supreme Court. And Justice Mulenga, in one of those opinions that is held in high regard, mentioned that rights can in fact be limited, but the limitation must be demonstrably justifiable in a free, fair, and democratic society. And there are a number of tests. There's proportionality. What interest are you trying to achieve by limiting this right? And is there a law that limits this right? So I think it's important for you, as you think about this, to remember that this right is not absolute, because Article 43 of the Constitution says that it can be limited, but we also have a Supreme Court decision which has an effect of establishing a law for the land, saying that this right can be limited under certain circumstances. Okay? For instance, if you're contravening another person's right, you're publishing personally identifiable information on the internet that now someone can access and create a harm to another person. Or, you're spreading false information. We've seen in some of the elections, people can begin to malign other candidates, and, they post information and say, this person is suffering from this disease, because the audience will say, oh, that person is sick, so we cannot vote for him. And sometimes it is not true. But even if it is true, do you want your medical information leaked to the public when you go and visit your doctor? Don't you want the assurance of confidentiality when you tell the doctor the pain that you've been facing in your body? Do you want that information traded in the public? So that's what Justice Mulenga says in Charles Onyango Bo, that, there's this right. You can only limit it if there is a demonstrably democratic, justifiable basis for limiting it. And that should be the basis for the discussion that will continue. Obviously, we have this freedom of expression guaranteed even in an international text that Uganda has ratified, the Article 19.2 of the ICCPR and the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, but also the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And these all apply because, again, we have a Supreme Court decision that says international law shall be applied in interpreting the provisions of the Constitution. And so it's important for you to keep this in mind. But really, this is where we get to the good stuff. Why we're here. One of our partners is UCC, and they have a very unique regulatory mandate of supervising, licensing, and controlling communication services. That includes both online broadcasting, which is, I think, where most of the audience falls, but also even the traditional, for instance, telecommunication service providers. They have the mandate to license, but also even as you think about that, you have the Computer Misuse Act, which now has express provisions that prohibit what one can do. Content is defined under the regulations, the UCC regulations, content regulations, to mean any sound, text, audio, or video. And I think I mentioned this when we began the presentation. And there is actually an express prohibition that you shall not broadcast any content that glorifies violence, that creates public insecurity, that portrays sexual matters in an explicit manner. Okay, now we may debate as to what this means, but if it can likely be interpreted that your post violates any of these provisions, then that's a legal risk for the person that's posting. But also, when you present information, there's an obligation to prevent distortion. In a bid to campaign for this event, I appeared before one of the popular bloggers in town, Mr. Kasuku. I watched his videos. I loved one of the videos where he hosted Martin Semper. But one of the things I learned is the media, or as a content creator, you have an obligation to present both sides of one view. You can't host one person who's going to malign and say one thing without giving the opportunity to another. And while I struggled to articulate myself in the Kabaka's language, Luganda, I think that there was a lot to learn from that experience because you have to give a fair and balanced presentation. So, but also you're required to get a license if you are both online broadcasting, which I think entails several people who have access to platforms where they reach out to different people. But one of the specific laws that I think is important is the Computer Misuse Act. And obviously, as we speak, this is important because we've had a number of people. One of the popular bloggers in town, Shalom, was arraigned before the court and charged for spreading false statements against a person with the alias of the name Full Figure. But also, we've had Edison Semugeni, who was sentenced to 6 months in prison for making statements that offended certain officers within the armed forces Okay, so there are certainly real consequences as you think about what you post. But we'll speak about some of them. One of them is hate speech. What is hate speech? Is content that ridicules, degrades, or promotes hostility against persons of a certain tribe, religion, ethnicity, or gender. And again, these words are quite broad, and there's been criticism levied at this law. We may debate the legitimacy of the law, but we cannot debate the fact that this is an existent law unless the Constitutional Court or the Supreme Court have deliberated otherwise. And so, I understand some reservations that we may have, or that you may have personally, or that I may have personally, but the subject of this conversation is to understand the scope of the text of the statutes, which can be used to bring a charge against any of us in this room. But also there is criminalization of the spread of malicious information that relates to another person. There is cyber stalking, which has become a recent trend even in this part of the world, and criminalizing of unlawfully disclosing personally identifiable information. We have a representative from the Personal Data Protection Office, Mr. Jordan Magala, who will be on the panelist. And the Personal Data Protection Office is there to protect personally identifiable information. You cannot post someone's identifiable information without their consent. We have decisions from the court that have held people accountable for up to the tune of 5 million Ugandan shillings in the case of Naluvega Shadia versus Tabek. So there are, in fact, real consequences for what you post. And I just ask that you can take screenshots of the slides, but also we'll share the slides with you so you can maybe think about this before you make any content posted. And that indeed takes us to privacy, which I have just mentioned. There is an expectation of privacy. Even if someone is running for a political office, you cannot then begin to attack their children, their spouse, for whatever reason, husband or wife, and then you bring them into this mess. But also, what the Data Protection and Privacy Act seeks to protect is the autonomy of an individual. When you go to bed, you're not hiding anything when you switch off the curtains. You expect to have autonomy over your body and how you feel. And if some of your views that you reasonably expect to be private are published publicly, there can be real dangers there. So we see that there are laws overlapping. The Computer Misuse Act criminalizes publishing personally identifiable information, but also we see the Data Protection and Privacy Act also creates similar obligations. And again, because privacy is so important, and that's where we began from, the Constitution, our supreme law, and as we say, the sui generis law also has a provision on privacy. And that privacy provision has been expounded in the Data Protection and Privacy Act of Uganda, which provides for a number of things. One of them is a data subject is a natural living person whose information may be deemed to be personally identifiable information. And then any person who collects, so by virtue of your work, you interview someone, you receive certain information, that information is protected information. I'm not so sure, for instance, I began with the anecdote of, the production team at my wedding that recorded me dancing. Do I have an expectation of privacy when I am at a wedding? Can they publish my video without my consent? I sent them a message to say, either you should pay me for the views you're getting, or you need to ask for my consent. And that's how privacy operates, really. If there is personally identifiable information, you cannot share it with a third party. When you post it on a WhatsApp group that 200 people can access, when you post it on your X page, on your LinkedIn, on your Snapchat, maybe you're posting a reel, and you think, it's only going to a few people. But if it has personal information, there could be interpretations that are levied against you. And we have the Personal Data Protection Office, which is also one of the agencies of government that enforces this law. And as you'll hear from them on the next panel, they have a statutory mandate to even initiate prosecution for violations of this law. And they've been very active. NITA, issued a decision against Safe Border when they shared personal data information. I have a Safe Border account then, and they shared information with a third party, which was interpreted by the National Information Technology Authority that the consent was not clear. You need to be express when you're publishing information that relates to personal identifiable information. You must be clear there must be an express affirmation of the assent to the sharing of that personal information. But also we've had a recent decision from the Data Protection Office against Google, where 4 Ugandans brought a matter, and they were contending that the failure of Google to register in Uganda is a threat to the privacy rights of the Ugandan citizens. And indeed, the Data Protection Office found that Google ought to register. And there was buzz around town that they were going to pursue an appeal, but it is our understanding that again, I guess they reserve the right, but that will not be the case. So some of the implications there is that you must obtain consent if you're going to share personal data, which is information that can be used to identify an individual. And you must demonstrate other considerations, especially for companies. I know some of the internet service providers are here. Before you share information to other jurisdictions, you must make sure that there are equivalent laws that protect them. Why does this matter? As a content creator, you are publishing information, you're hosting people, and I see some of the, I'm a big fan of Fiona Kemi, who is here, and I've watched some of the podcasts that she has hosted on her YouTube channel, and I always wonder after the discussion, because you can disclose so much. When I've been interviewed, sometimes I always second guess, like when we appeared before Kasuku, I was like, did I say too much? Can I ask Mr. Kasuku to delete that? He posted the entire 1 hour and 8 minute interview. So do we have the consent of the recordings that we are making? So there's an obligation for you to respect the privacy, although you have the freedom to publish this information. But also we spoke about defamation, and because Justice Musa Sekana went in detail, defamation is both criminal because the state has an interest, but also it can be civil through tort law. And I think this was explored in great detail. But we have a decision from the High Court, where there was an allegation that was made that one of the queen mothers in Uganda had been arrested in the United States. And that was found to be defamatory, and the publication entity was found to have violated a criminal provision. So we think we have to think deliberately about that. And there's so many situations that in practice, right now as we speak, Shalom Kawesi is detained for statements that they have made against Jennifer Nankumbi, referring to them as allegedly a prostitute. Our current president for the Uganda Law Society is on self-imposed exile. That could be interpreted to have arisen from some comments that some people or other people may not regard to have been appropriate. And all of these, there are laws that have been used. Now again, I'm not justifying any arrests, and I need to be clear for the record, but we have to think more articulately. If people are being arrested and detained, then we have to think critically, okay? Let us assume you've posted something controversial that is false information. A charge sheet can be preferred, by a police officer or a magistrate. When it is preferred, they may, again, firstly, sometimes you may be arrested before the charge sheet has been preferred. You could be, the Constitution says you may only be detained for not more than 48 hours before you're charged. But, we've seen several people being detained for close to 3 weeks without a charge being presented. So, there may be arguments that it is unconstitutional, but if you are being incarcerated for 4 weeks, you have a family, or you have other obligations, you have businesses that you're marketing, there are real consequences there. Let us then assume that, I have been charged, I want to apply for bail. The Constitution does allow me to apply for bail. However, it's not guaranteed that I will get bail. And as you have seen, even from the prominent social media figure, they applied for bail and the bail was not granted. And then they will adjourn the matter. Now they are adjourning matters up to the second week of January. So you're going to spend Christmas in prison. So why am I saying this? Obviously, this is not a scare tactic. They are, because when the law is interpreted, which law has not yet been declared unconstitutional, there are ramifications that may follow. And so I think it's important for you to think about that. And now we are in the advent of artificial intelligence. Videos are being doctored. but we need to remember that, before you use an AI, but you run information before an AI, do you have the proprietary rights to run that information into an AI model? But also, are you running personally identifiable information through these systems? But also you have to think about, do you have the intellectual property protections to run this information through these AI models? That's something that you have to think about, and one of my colleagues will give some practical tips on, how you can spot, some fake videos. I know we have a lot of cybersecurity consultants, and I was speaking to one of my colleagues, and he mentioned, you really can't tell between an AI-generated content. It's really difficult. But we'll try and split some hair and maybe share some thoughts on how we envisage that to happen. So there are real challenges, as you have seen. One may argue that maybe the laws are too ambiguous, and that's a contention that I would respect. However, the laws are still on the books, and once the laws are on the books, that means they could be interpreted against you to affect your rights. There may be contextual ambiguity. Someone may say, I'm sarcastic, I'm just being humorous. I guess then you have to submit that question to the judge. Is the judge likely to find your comment humorous or offensive? And I think that's the kind of conversation that you should be having at the back of your mind with your production team or, with your editors. What we're posting, is a reasonable man or woman likely to conceive this to be sarcasm? Is it false information? Is it truth? Is it a fair comment? And these are some of the things that I think we should be thinking about. But lastly, as we go into this electoral season, it's important because there's an electoral mandate, and actually the several electoral laws, I listed a number of them in the earlier slide, but I'll focus on just one of them, which, for instance, prohibits publication of false statements as to illness. Okay, claiming, that, in this part of the world, some people frown upon others not being able to conceive, so you publish that claim because you know that it is going to influence people to think one way about the other person, or publishing information, yet you're not the declaration officer for the Electoral Commission. So I think, what I think is clear is that we have to think about these statements that we publish, the recordings that we make, because there's been elections where several falsehoods have been made, and that has been a basis for overturning an election result. So I think that there ought to be diligence that is exercised, and online traction and social media greatly affects the perception of the transparency in the election. So amplified online speech, as we have mentioned, you have so much access. I think that we are the most empowered generation existing in the world today. Everyone is powerful. You have a WhatsApp contact, you have a Signal contact, and that means you can reach more than 100 people at a go. I think that's too much power. I sometimes speak to my mom, and when I speak to her, she says, to speak to my father when she was being courted, they had to schedule calls. The man had to travel to the city to get a phone call, to call once every 3 weeks. Now, you can text someone in the split second you have a thought. I think that's a lot of power, which is an excellent thing, but also it comes with certain responsibilities. So, incitement of violence and tribal tensions, we're a heterogeneous nation, and at some point we have to stop blaming the British, the protectors of this country, that, Uganda can never work. We have to exercise some diligence. Okay, if you are referring to people not by who they are, but, by how they look, where they come from, you're not giving them a chance to speak, that's a little bit dangerous. And there are a number of laws that we have that deliberate on that. So I think that even as we go into this election period, it's something for us to think about. And really, I'm not sure how much I've done on time, but I think I feel really good. I think I'm doing well on time. We just have 2 more minutes to wind up. Really, there are multiple laws. We've emphasized a number of them, and some of our key regulators here will speak to break them down. These multiple, but the Computer Misuse Act, the Uganda Communications Act, our constitution as a supreme law are really, really important. We must think more than once about what we post, how it will affect other people. Is it truthful? Will it lower the estimation of those individuals in the eyes of others? And, the internet is a public space. It's like convening a meeting, like assembly at a Ugandan school. In the morning at 8 a.m., you have convened an entire school to speak. That's what you have in the back of your pocket, in your blazer, or in your blouse. You can convene an assembly by the pressing of a button. So it's a modern public space, and which allows us to express our constitutional right under Article 29 to have this freedom of expression. But we have learned that the Supreme Court and the Constitution itself says that you must think about the rights of others. You must think about, public morality. You must think about public decency. And these terms obviously are ambiguous. I think we have to be more careful as we think about them. So this is a small checklist that I promised. Familiarize yourself with the laws that govern content moderation. As a starting point, these slides will be made available so you can always open them. But the slides are not a substitute for the significance of legal advice. There are over 1,000 licensed law firms, and there are a number of lawyers who will help you understand this. It doesn't hurt for you to ask, I want to post this. I'm not so sure. I think from the Content Moderation Symposium, I heard that this may be false information, but I think it's a fair comment. Can you advise me? I think that if we normalize that, you shouldn't approach a lawyer when you have been arrested. You should approach a lawyer before you undertake anything. You approach a lawyer to register for your license from UCC as an online broadcaster. Don't approach the lawyer after they've arrested me. They're doing a fine. The data protection office the person has sued me for defamation. They want 1 billion. At that time, a lot of damage has been done, and there is a digital footprint that can be accessed from these companies that will respond to state correspondences if requested. So avoid sharing personal data. Personal data is defined under that will include any information that can be used to identify an individual. So that includes a number of things, images or videos without consent. Please try as much as possible to verify information before you post it, because there is an actual offense for publishing false information. So I guess the test can be, what diligence have you taken to ascertain that this information is correct? If you've taken diligent steps, that could be a valid defense if you are presented before a court of law. Avoid posting intentionally inflammatory and hyperbolic content. I understand some of you are extremely gifted, you're humorous, you're sarcastic, but some of us don't understand your humor. Maybe we are from a different social context, and does the judge understand the social context of your statements? So trying to allow for the possibility that you might be wrong is a good way to start. And then keep mindful of the legal consequences. We had a slide that just tried to break down, a criminal procedure class that law students study for a year or so between LDC and their undergraduate school. So I understand it's not sufficient, but knowing that there are legal consequences, someone's rights could be affected and violated is important. Thank you very much for your time. My colleague will continue this presentation to give a more practical aspect of this. And so I'd like to, I'm not sure, I guess I'll invite the MCs to initiate and invite my colleague to wind up this discussion, and we'll be advised on what will happen next. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joel. I tried not to bring up the video from your wedding of you dancing. Those are some impressive moves. Did I mention that Joel is a member of the International Bar Association Task Force on Artificial Intelligence? We've benefited today from his insights. These insights are shaped by Joel's global training, and this training includes advanced legal training at the University of Oxford as a Fulbright Scholar, further studies at the University of Michigan, and studies at Uganda Christian University, where he's now a lecturer. So a round of applause for Joel Basoga. As Ugandan netizens often say, Wycliffe, apart from yourself, are there any other HNG advocates that are going to wow us today?
Yes, apart from myself, and following on my very able senior colleague who went to the University of Michigan and Oxford, me of Makerere, I would like to invite a fellow Makerere alumni by the names of Mr. Rushongoza Begumia Nkabafunzachi, very, very long name, but he prefers to go by Rusho. I'd invite him to come and say some words, but what I expect from him, in an age where a deleted post moves faster than what you've actually left on your timeline, I think it's very important to take some practical insights from my able colleague on how to navigate the current digital space. Rushongoza Begumia.
Good morning. I think I've done enough speaking to last a week, or last a lifetime. Thank you, Susan. Don't be deceived by the accent. Susan comes from Masaka. I don't know where the accent comes from, but. And Wycliffe, the greatest Munyoro since Kabalega. And my senior colleague Joel, who in the farm we like to call 50 Cent. You can see the resemblance. My name is Rushongoza Begumia. It's a bit of a mouthful, so everyone calls me Rusho. I'm a Ugandan lawyer and content creator of late. And my presentation will be a brief one. We will discuss the risks around digital media misuse and some practical tips to assist you navigate the landscape. I think it's very important to note that the purpose of this symposium is not in any way to limit the right to free speech, nor to inhibit content creators, because we are customers of content creators. We enjoy the material you make. I have some of my favorite content creators in this building. But it's important to have an awareness of what the red line is and how to protect yourself. So I will try to do a little bit of that. I don't know, is my format glitching? Oh yeah. So that's me. I don't know if I can say much more than that, except to say that that was a really nice suit. I will not talk about where I got it. So we will talk about digital media misuse. And to start us off, I'm going to ask for your help. I'm going to need Susan here. Susan, could you come and help me? Just a little bit. I promise I'll give you back. Susan, you're just going to say any 3 sentences that come to your mind into the microphone.
Ntidde, Rushongoza chagenda okunkola. Pray for me.
That's good. I'll take that. Thanks. Production, I think you have something for me. Can you run that?
Hi, my name is Susan Nava. I am a loan shark who disguises myself as an event host. I approve of predatory lending, never filing a resignation, just vanish, drawing cartoons on currency notes, scandalous voice notes, even ripping the production guys off. Why would you pay them? It's just technology. I rely on H&G advocates to help me get away with all of this. As the more perceptive of you notice, it is working so far. Except I did not say all of this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the problem.
How good did we do? So in case you haven't judged, we got Susan's voice from an interview and just cloned it. So we used it to say something she did not say. And I think we did a good job, didn't we? Except that we didn't do anything, the AI did it. So, and that's exactly what we are talking about. We are talking about what we mean by misuse is deliberate or negligent manipulation of digital content and platforms. Now, the idea is that when for it to be misused, there has to be an element of nefariousness or negligence. So you're either ill-intentioned or careless. And everything outside of that is not what we're dealing with. So when we talk about digital media misuse, we talk about digital media misuse both on communications platforms, but also other digital media interfaces, whether it is AI platforms, web-to-text platforms, and all of these other spaces. And as my colleague has talked about, or has mentioned, there are various ethical issues that arise from misuse or use of digital media, including, among other things, misattribution. Misattribution is where you get something from somewhere else and you claim it's from another place. You've seen photos that are of a different place being attributed to another place. You have distortions, or for example, what I did with Susan's voice, but also visual distortions, whether it's in videos, whether it's in photographs and stuff like that. So essentially the categories are about four. You have what you call misinformation, spreading false information, often with an ulterior motive. I think you've seen one where a public individual has been rumored to be virtually on the verge of death, and we came to find out that was not correct. But you also have disinformation, which is the alter ego of misinformation. Then you have what we call synthetic media deepfakes, or deepfake content, which is content that is fake but is designed to look accurate. I think you've seen the deepfake video of Trump using a stroller of some sort, and then misattributions and so on. So that's largely the category of misuse. And a study by the Pew Association found that there was a 64% digital media misuse proportion of digital media use. So of all posts that they sampled, about 64% could be deemed misuse. I don't know, the system is glitching, so you'll have to please bear with me. Oh yeah. So when we talk about AI-driven misinformation, we fall into largely two categories. So you have use of synthetic media at scale, but you also have bot amplifications. I think people who work, especially on X, have seen bot and bot accounts, troll and troll accounts, which may not in and of themselves, so usually the purpose is to amplify the spread. So you find 5,000, 6,000 accounts retweeting information that may not be accurate. So the thrust of our presentation is to have you people note that there is both legal and ethical concerns, and the two don't often intersect. So you have legal concerns, which my colleague Joel has gone through about what the laws are, but there are also ethical issues that may not exactly be criminalized. For example, if you were to Photoshop a photo of a Muslim cleric eating certain prohibited meals, that may create a set of ethical issues. So we also see, as I said, the upsurge of deepfake videos, which I've talked about. We see fake quote-unquote influencers. We see bot accounts, troll accounts, whose intention is to drive often misinformation even further, or to concentrate harassment. So you find 5,000, 6,000 bots all harassing one account. And then you have fabricated news stories, which are often not true. So I don't know if production can help me play this video. Production, is that in the realm of possibility? Because I've already talked about production not being paid, but it was a joke. So, yeah. Production, can you cue me? No? Okay. It puts us in a bit of a problem, but we'll move. So I had shown you the video, which I'm sure you people have seen, which talked about, suggested that a prominent international journalist was prevented from coming to Uganda to cover the election, right? Except that that's not, I can't seem to move. Production, can you help me? Except that that's not what the video said. In fact, the video was laid, the voice note was prompted and laid over another authentic video whose sound was muted. Production, can you please help me? I can't seem to move to my slides. Production didn't really like that joke, huh? It keeps getting worse. Production, if it helps, I didn't mean you guys. I just meant other production people. Okay, so we can't hear it. I was trying to use. I don't think we can hear it. So, you can hear me? I don't know if you can hear the mic though. So the computer mic. So let me just try that. And if it works, you guys are supposed to send me an intake.
Please tell people like.
I don't think you can hear it. I don't think you can hear it. So I'll keep it going. So the presentation is really a practical guide, and I'd hope to play a number of videos that would help us sort of detect misuse and take you through some of the tools we can use to detect, misuse. So I'm just going to move a little bit forward to that. So we've already talked about what misattribution is, and I had wanted to share with you a video, but it does appear that has been overtaken by events. So I'll just take you through what the leading tools are. So as far as photographic content is concerned, there are largely three frameworks we use. And that is what we call metadata analysis, which is you look at the metadata of a photograph and you're able to tell whether that photograph has been altered, right? And the other is what we call pixel level inspection. If you've looked at AI-generated photographs, sometimes the facial features or the features of the photograph are not as smooth. So once you scan the photograph, you're able to look at it pixel by pixel, and sometimes you're able to detect misuse. The other is AI-powered detection, which essentially means that you have a tool which runs a scan on a photograph or a video, and it lets you know whether that video is authentic or not. So the first tool we are going to go through, and I wanted to give you a practical use of it now, but production. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, we're going to try and find something for production. But the first tool that I wanted us to try out is a tool called factchecker.org, which is basically a website where you submit an entry for fact-checking. And between usually 6 to 24 hours, you get through, you get feedback on whether that tool, whether that is the video or whatever is authentic or not. So this, okay, so let's move. Sorry, it keeps looping, I don't know why, but I'll go off the top of my head. So the second tool that we can use is something called Media Labs. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's what I use to generate Susan's voice. And what it basically does is that you run a photo, and that system scans the photo or the video and tells you whether it's authentic or not. And it uses a number of tools. So you are able to see distortions. You're able to see what was tampered with and what was not. You're able to see where the video originated. You're able to see who, or photo, you're able to see who's edited it. You're able to see what platform it was edited in. You're able to see, usually, if it has not been scraped, timestamps. The other tools that we use, and there are a bunch of them, are audio detection tools. So you put an audio in a tool, and it will run a scan. And that scan will show whether the tool, whether the video or audio is authentic, first of all, whether that's an authentic audio. Two, whether it is consistent, that is, has it been patched, right? And three, you are able to usually see the attribution. The other tool that I would recommend is what we call a Google reverse search, which I wanted to do with you guys, but I think production is working on it. And what that does is that you get a photo. So for example, you're given a photo and told, this is what happened somewhere in Kayunga. If you do a Google reverse search,
Those international media sometimes are inciting, especially when African countries are having elections. Next year we will be having general elections here in Uganda. Please tell people like Rare Malo not to step their feet here. I saw what you did in Tanzania, but I don't want to see you here in Uganda. You will see fire. Stay away.
that sounds fairly realistic, no? The voice. Production, can you play the actual video?
Those international media sometimes are
Actual.
inciting.
The next one. Play.
Africa needs a center of gravity. We don't have a center of gravity now. This is part of the problem. In Europe, you have got some small countries
No connection whatsoever,
like
no?
Denmark, like
Production,
Belgium
we can
and
play
so
the
on.
next video.
Luxembourg. But the whole Western civilization, Africa needs.
Just keep moving until you see the next one. Yep, that's right there. So we're going to do, production, can you maximize it? You can maximize and play it, if that's within the realm of possibility. So we are going to try and do a Google reverse search and see whether that works. Can you maximize the production? Now you guys know why I'm against paying production. So basically, I know it's a little bit grainy, and we will make sure we give you the presentation. But there was a photo, I don't know if you guys had seen it. There was a photo of students in a classroom that was flooded. And the the idea had been that that was a Ugandan classroom. And so we did a reverse search and found that it was actually a Kenyan classroom. But that wasn't the more disturbing part. It was that the photo had been used in about 8 or 9 African countries. So the reverse search helps you by just getting a photo and putting it in the, when you open a Google browser, you'll see where there's a provision for a photo. Just put it there and it will show you all the hits that photo has on the internet. Production, you can move to the next one. That's the photo that we're talking about. You guys saw that? We can continue production? Yeah, so you can just go back one slide, production. You notice that in the first photo, it is being attributed as a Ugandan photo. In the second one, it's about the Nigerian election. And when you run a search, you will see that it has been used in Benin, it has been used in a number of African countries. So the Google reverse search just helps us pick out where the photo actually comes from. We can go to the next one, production. Next. So, I don't think I'm a very attractive young man. But sometimes you have an Instagram story to put out, correct? So you guys can see the original video. I don't look as attractive. You can see the second photo. I look much better. I look almost marryable. Production, let's go to the next slide. So we want to know, are these photos edited? So we put the photo into a number of tools. And the first tool is a very simple website called Image Edited. And Image Edited helps you know whether the photo was edited or not. Production, you can play that? So we've uploaded the image. The website is running a scan. And sometimes it takes a bit of a while, but it often gives you a result. Can speed it up a little bit, production? Yep. And there's your result. And it takes you through the pixel analysis of one of the things it detected is that the photo had been saved in a different platform, so that it had been saved in Photoshop. And that had shown up on the metadata of the photo. But another tool, which I will also share in the slides, picked out the most important areas of adjustment, which is where you see all those hits. We can go to the next one, production. As you can see, a lot of the work I wanted done was on my hands. My face tends to do the job. We'll go to the next one, production. Next until we see the next video. Yeah, you guys saw that one? The story about the Chinese taking over the airport, you saw that one? Production, run the next one. So we want to know, was it edited? Please play it, production. So this is a platform called InVid. It's simply a Chrome extension. You can just put it in your Chrome and pick it up when you need to verify something. So as you notice, I pick the photo up. There it is. And I run it through InVid just to see whether the photo is authentic. And as you can see, there are a lot of inconsistencies or distortions, as a little bit later in the video you will see. But you see that there's been a lot of shading around where the name of the airport is. You see that? The most significant areas of shading were where the name of the airport is, which tells you that someone just took the actual airport and then replaced it. We can go to the next one, production. But the tool runs a number of scans which helps you detect a number of things. We can move to the next one. We keep moving. Yeah, So, which brings me to effectively the end of my presentation. What best practices can content creators put in place to ensure that they are able to detect misinformation, digital misuse, AI-generated material, and protect their platforms from regulatory sanction, from lawsuits and stuff like that. And one is you have to assess the credibility of whatever you're going to post. And that includes both verifying a story, but also verifying whether it's a digital, whether it's a photograph, a video, an audio, and the tools that we've put in the presentation, which we'll share with all attendees, will help you. We've put a number of tools that help you detect. But two, you have to remember the ethical concerns that we talked about, right? Misattributions can cause, or misinformation or disinformation can cause a lot of ethical and social issues. Third is, to repeat the wise words of Joel, always have the law at the back of your mind. And it's extremely important to review the law and remember what you can and cannot do. Next, production. Yeah, so what we propose happens. One, we think that there's need for widespread legal awareness. And we have done, or we are doing that with this symposium, but it's something that partners and content creators can think about how we can do this much bigger and much more frequently. Number two, there's going to be need for collaboration in the ecosystem if the ecosystem is going to grow. We notice that a lot of content creators are often operating in silos, but there's a lot of value to be built by collaborating. Three, there's going to be need for collective action, and the parting shot for me is that content creators must organize themselves into bodies that are designed to advance their interests. There's no single economy sector that does not have a group that's actively lobbying and organizing for that sector. Fourth is that there's going to be a need for a lot of development support, whether it is in providing content creators the support they need to afford to get the tools they need to do their job, but also supporting people like us who work day and morning to ensure that we disseminate this information as broadly and as widely as possible. And against that background, I was very glad to hear that UCC intends to continue this partnership. But it's also a clarion call to other ecosystem players to come together and have us work together to do this most vital work. I think that will be the end of my presentation. I thank you and I wish you good luck.
Thank you very much, Rushongoza. I'd like to note that you've forgotten your pen here before you look for it from production. We thank you for your very insightful thoughts. I really hope we are all enjoying this very fruitful engagement. So next we're going to have a panel mostly on regulatory and law enforcement perspectives. But before we have that panel, I'd like to invite Dr. Abdul Waiswa Salam, who is the head of legal relations from our partner UCC, to give some insights, after which I'll return shortly and we open the discussion. However, I'd like to note that on your tables there are scan codes. One of them is to our Slido platform, so if you have any questions or remarks, you can post them there and we'll attend to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I think people have been seated for so long. Can everybody please get up a little bit? Say hello to your neighbor, please. Say hello to your neighbor. You might even begin asking for contacts. I didn't say ask, begin preparing. Lay the foundation. All right, I think that's enough. You've laid the foundation for discussions during lunchtime, not so? So, good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. The MC introduced me, my name in reverse order, and being an authentic African man from Mayuge, I prefer not making a mistake. My name is Abdul Salam Waiswa. About 3 years ago, I added the title doctor. I don't inject people with medicine. I inject people with legal knowledge. So I'm privileged to be here with you, ladies and gentlemen. I've had the opportunity to listen to the presentations from all the previous speakers. I had a presentation. I'm happy that whatever I'd almost prepared for has already been said, and actually said better. You know, some of these statements, when they're made by somebody not from the regulator, I think the public receives the information better. Not so. Because many times when we appear before you and we say we work for UCC, you look at us like we are these police people, these head monitors. I mean, we all used to hate head prefects, not so? We don't want to be equated to head prefects. We want to be regulators that live with you, regulators that share practical insights with you. And together we agree on how we can make the sector better for all. Because at the end of the day, as UCC, we are aware that the communication sector cannot go far without everybody playing a role. So you as content creators today, we are happy that you're here. I like the level of attention. I'm not hearing phone calls, ringtones. I've not had anything bad for the about 4 hours I've been here. That shows you the level of attention. My colleagues have already talked about content moderation and the laws. I just want to emphasize that whatever they have said is true. And as UCC, every day, we are implementing and enforcing these laws. Many times, content creators like you are lied to by people. That these laws are not even there. They don't apply. We are immune to legal processes. They can't trace for us. They're dumb. They're dinosaurs. They can't use computers. I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that these processes work. And if you cross the law to the red line, and there is interest in getting you, you can be got. So when we say you have freedom of expression, it's very good for you to remember very well that you have the freedom of expression. But like my colleagues have already noted, that freedom is not without limitations. I've seen many lawyers, some of them very respectable lawyers, they come at platforms like this and they tell you, you have freedom of expression, no one can stop you from saying whatever is on your mind. Some of them even misquote Justice Mulenga's decision in Charles Onyango Bo and tell you can abuse, you can insult, you can do anything, they can't do anything to you. Colleagues, that is not true. That's not the complete story. Like my colleagues have emphasized, freedoms come with responsibilities. Freedoms come with responsibilities. And as you read the case of Charles Onyango Bo and Andrew Mwenda, I want all of us to read another case of Joachim Buembo, Bernard Tavai and 2 others versus Attorney General. It's a constitutional court decision. Why am I referring to that case? And I know not all of you are lawyers, so you will ask yourself, why is he referring us to cases? These are Ugandan cases. They talk about situations and scenarios that apply to our work. So for you to read a judgment and understand it, you don't need to be a lawyer. For as long as you can read and understand English, you can read. And where you get stuck, you can reach out to us to break down the legal jargons contained therein. But at least you'll have drawn some insights. And for that decision, it's only about 20 pages. Only 20 pages. In that case, why it is important? It relates to constitutionality of criminal libel. In the Penal Code, before the 2023 amendment, there was section 179 and 180, which are now section 64 of the Penal Code as recently revised. there is a provision that criminalizes any publication of content using any platform if that information lowers the reputation or esteem of another person. There is a lot of debate as to whether it is constitutional or not constitutional. And some lawyers have seen, they say, in the case of Charles Onyango Bo, the courts, the Constitutional Court and the Supreme Court said you can abuse anybody because in that case it was about sedition. But sedition and criminal libel are different. Criminal libel is about protection of reputation. So many of these laws we've been talking about, computer misuse, hate speech, cyber stalking, publication of prohibited content under the Uganda Communications Law, most of them border on reputation, privacy, other people's private property and reputations. So why this decision of Joachim Buembo is important and instructive? The justice of the Court of Appeal ruled that freedom of expression is about enabling the public to receive information for social and political development. And I went on to say at page 18 that when you defame, when you publish something inaccurate about another person, that information does not add to the development and betterment of society. In fact, in their words, they say, it stifles and retards development. They emphasize the need for everybody to protect the reputations of others. Colleagues, we all come every day to work because at the end of the day, in addition to getting money, we are trying to build names. We are trying to build profiles. I want, as I talk, each one of you to put your name in Google. Put your name in Google and see what is written about you. Now, what will come may not necessarily be something that you authored yourself, but that is how the world knows you. Now, many times we are disheartened when an individual, just because they've been hired for a few coins, they write a lot of inaccurate information about other people without regard for their own personal brand and reputation. Now, in such a case, you cannot hide behind Article 29(1)(a), freedom of expression. The law will catch up with you. And as UCC, part of what we do every day is to ensure that whoever is communicating communicates meaningfully, lawfully, and with respect to the rights of others. So that's how regulation comes in. Most times when we talk about regulation, you confuse it with restriction, with stifling free speech. But regulation is about balancing your right to express yourself and the need to protect other people's reputations. So that regulation we do through many ways. But what I wanted to emphasize to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that in 2017, 2019, UCC, in accordance with its mandate, classified provision of online content as a licensable service in Uganda. So if you do a regular blog, if you publish newspapers online, if you have a YouTube channel where you churn out information regularly, you even play adverts, what you're providing falls into the broad category of either online data communication or content service provider. Under the UCC regulations, you are supposed to get a license or an authorization. And this is a cheap and very simple process. I want to call upon all of you, if you've not gotten that authorization, please get it. Why is it important? It is important because, one, it legitimizes your work. So it makes you professional as opposed to the other illegal people who are operating out there in the hood. Two, it makes you accountable because part of the terms and the conditions we give you before we give you the license is we tell you that, one, remember that you will be responsible and accountable for the content you churn out on your platform. But also we tell you that if there is a complaint against your content, you will respond and address it. As many of you are aware, under Section 51J of the Uganda Communications Act, one of the mandates of UCC is to receive, investigate, and arbitrate complaints regarding communication services. So many Ugandans, when you abuse them through your digital platforms, sometimes they don't know where to go. Some of them will go to a police station, but because of the fact that digital issues are not known by everybody, sometimes if you go to a police station in Katakwi, in Kaberamaido, the officer may not even know which offense or what action to take against that person. So under the law, in the wisdom of Parliament, part of what UCC does is that we receive complaints, we arbitrate them. So sometimes when you abuse people on your platforms, they will come to UCC and complain. What we do, we will write to you and require you to respond. Or sometimes meet with the complainant and agree on how you can moderate the content. What we've seen from our experience is that for the unlicensed people, most times when people complain about you, one, mostly you will ignore the complaint. Or some of you, they even know contacts about your platform, so they don't know where to complain from. So usually what we do as UCC, when we receive a complaint, if you are not one of the licensed providers in our database, we have many options. One of the options is to direct the operators to block your platform. We blocked many. But when we block your platform, we are denying you the right to do your business. So it inconveniences you. But if you are licensed by UCC and there is a complaint against you, the first thing we do is we write to you on the address you shared with us. We tell you, so and so has complained against you, can you please respond in 5 days? Then based on your response, if the issue has not been resolved, we invite both of you for a hearing. From the hearing, most times we manage the processes. At that point, people have been able to pull down the content, or they have been able to moderate the content and capture the complainant's version of the story, and then they continue in peace without any problem. We do that objectively. So I want to encourage you, please regularize your operations. And if anybody complains against you, please respond, appear before UCC so we can address that victim's concerns. Because if you don't do that, the other thing UCC does is that the legal department at UCC, we have police officers from CID. We investigate these matters, but doesn't stop at investigations. 8 of us, myself, MacGyver, Nazil, please get up so they can see you. I'm seeing some of my team members here. MacGyver, Nazil, myself, and other 5 colleagues at UCC. We are licensed every year by the DPP to prosecute communication-related offenses. We prosecuted many people. I don't want to see any of you being prosecuted. Why? Because you've breached these laws, because you've operated without a license. There is a very famous blogger that many of you know, of TV10. We are prosecuting a matter, so I don't want to go into the details. But we are not very happy that he's been in Luzira for the last 3 months. I've seen on social media some people saying, no, they're lying, he's not in Luzira. Please look for him from his home and see if he's there. Before this man was arrested, he was telling people on his blog, no one can arrest me. I'm above the law. UCC has no powers over me. And he had so many followers and supporters. Yes, they can't get you. You are above them, you are wiser than them. The day he was arrested, the courtroom was empty. There were about a few people following up. The next appearance, the numbers had gone down. The last time we appeared in court, there was no one. Even when he was applying for bail, he couldn't get any solid person to stand as a surety for him. He's been in Luzira for that time, from 2nd of October. Now, if you've never gone to Luzira or any prison barracks, you can look at it as a joke. But ladies and gentlemen, it's not an enjoyable place. So I want to tell all of us, as regulators, we are never proud to see anybody going to prison because of communication misuse. But we do it as a last resort, because most times they are victims of your actions. And as a regulator, we must be seen to act. If we don't act, we'll be abdicating our duty. So can you make our life easy by being professional, by being accountable? When you are called to order, can you respond? Do not feel to be above the law. As I finish up, not to eat into a lot of the time, I just want to remind you that during this election period, many of you are hired by candidates. Many of you are hired by different people to say a lot about others. Please be mindful about what you post. I was just reading Section 71 of the Presidential Elections Act. It has, the provision is so broad. It seeks to protect candidates, specifically in a presidential campaign, and says that any person who says anything about a presidential candidate before or during the elections, if that statement is reckless and intended to lower that person or attack their character, you can be arrested, you can be prosecuted, and upon conviction, you can be sentenced to up to 6 months in prison. Some of you will say, but only 6 months? That is too short. I don't know how many of you are willing to go to Luzira for even 2 months. How many of you are willing to do so? I don't think anybody is willing. And there are many such provisions. So I just want to warn and remind you, ladies and gentlemen, with humility, can we respect the rights of others? There are so many laws. My colleagues have already emphasized. There are many lawyers out here. Can you consult lawyers before you do your business? Because most times you come afterwards, and that becomes a problem. So as regulators, we are happy that we are having this conversation. I want to encourage you, if you want to regularize your business, come to UCC. The process for regularizing is very simple. We have an online platform, www.eservices.co.ug, eservices.ucc.co.ug. When you go on that interface, there is an online form which you can fill in. We are asking for basic information about you. Your company, where is it located? Who are the directors? And then we ask for the contact of the people behind this. The reason why we ask for the contact for the people behind the platform is for us to know who we can call. There were a few people who went to court in 2019 challenging our decision to ask for your contact. That when we tell you to register with UCC, we should not ask you who you are, where you operate from, and your name. They went to court saying that decision by UCC to require you to disclose who you are infringes on your right to be anonymous. They argued that as UCC, it's not our space to require you to tell us who you are to do your work. The judges said that for as long as you're providing a public good, you have a duty to be accountable, and the regulator has the right to ask you for information that the regulator considers necessary for you to be accountable and for them to do their work as mandated under the law. That case is Unwanted Witness and Uganda Human Rights Journalists for Network for Journalists versus Attorney General and the UCC. They lost the case. So no one should tell you that what UCC is doing is illegal. It has been tested, and I can tell you it's not just UCC doing it. All regulators across the world are working towards regularizing and guiding the digital ecosystem to be as formal and professional as the mainstream media. And don't fear regulation. The TVs, NBS, NTV, all other TVs and radios that we listen to have for years been subject to the same rules, and they continue to thrive. So what is scaring you from being regulated? Come forward, get your licenses, do business. We want to see you getting more views, getting more advertising revenue, and getting bigger and better every day. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Salam Waiswa. In the words of a famous man, production, can you help me? Next we're going to have an interactive session by the people that you need to think about as your followers when you're going to post some things. So the people you might sometimes want to exclude from your WhatsApp status. So this will be hosted by Mr. Raymond Mujuni. He is UCU and Oxford University alumni. He's a host of the Grab a Coffee podcast, known for facilitating very thoughtful and insightful, balanced conversation on public interest issues. He will be guiding us through the next panel discussion. The composition of the panel, if the may, as I call them out, will join him at the front. We are shortly, I'd earlier communicated that we have the Slido codes, but apparently they are not. So we are going to project them on both screens on the side so you can scan and ask questions so that you can join the discussion. So it's not just an interactive session for the people at the front, but for everyone involved. Mr. Raymond will be joined by Mr. Jordan Magala, who is the Complaints and Appeals Officer at the Office of Personal Data Protection. He is here on the behalf of the Director of the Personal Data Protection Office. They will also be joined by the Superintendent of Police, Mr. Onesmus Mwebaze, who also serves as the Head of Investigations at the Professional Standards Unit of the Uganda Police Force. Is he available? I think he will join us. Then they will also be joined by Dr. Abdusalam Waiswa from the Uganda Communications Commission. So the code I earlier spoke about is this one, but I'll have it moved to the side so that we can all participate in the conversation. Thank you.
Production, I don't know if you want another complaint after the ones you've received since morning. It's so glad to finally not hear from a lawyer moderating a session. So this session is really meant for us to be as interactive as possible, but also to have an understanding of the limits within the law in which we can operate as content moderators. But also, like I'd like to say,
my most sincere apologies, especially I forgot to invite His Worship Daniel Bwambale, which is very embarrassing on my part being a lawyer, but I think it's from hiding from judicial officers. Welcome, thank you.
Your Worship, if you will sit the other side. Yes. This is the only place you might take instructions. The point of this panel really is to try and find that place within which we can act and operate content moderators, content creators, and regulators. But because I'm also stubborn and I've dealt with UCC at close range for more than 10 years, this is also a panel to see how far can we stretch the limits with UCC and the freedom of expression. So I'm really glad, first of all, that we have this very exciting panel with me today. I don't need to reintroduce them, they've already been introduced. But Dr. Abdu, I wanted to carry out a short survey for you and show you where the problem might be. The problem may not be in your regulations. So put your hands up if you trust that the UCC will be judicious in executing their duty as content moderation. As you can see, only the paid lawyers in the room have put their hands up. So put your hands up if you do not trust that the UCC will be judicious in the execution of their role. All right. And if you don't know where you fall on this debate, put your hand up. Great. So throughout this panel, we'll try and understand that. The reason I started with this is Dr. Abdu is I previously headed current affairs at Nation Media, and of course I appeared before you almost on a daily. There was a huge trust breakdown between regulators and content creators at the time. But that trust breakdown is because of, one, lack of accountability, two, lack of a communication channel within which people can communicate with each other, but also three, which I found when I was in the newsroom, a complete illiteracy to the law. At least many of my journalists were illiterate about the laws within which they were operating in. And UCC telling them about those laws was very difficult. So maybe I'll start with you, Dr. Abdu. What are you going to do to build trust and confidence with content creators?
Thank you very much, Raymond, and also thank you for the survey. It is telling that people don't trust what we do. I don't know, I wish you had asked one or two of them to tell us why they don't. Maybe during lunchtime, if you are one of those that doubt that UCC can be judicious, I'll be very happy to have a side discussion with you so we can know. But also my brother Ibrahim Bosa is here, the head of PR. That is part of our work, to ensure that we restore trust. Because whatever we do, ladies and gentlemen, we don't do it for ourselves. We don't do it for ourselves. We do it on your behalf. And I can also confirm to you that all of us at UCC, we are about 210 people working at UCC. All of us are Ugandans. And our homes are in Uganda. So we have a stake in this country. So whatever we do is for the benefit of this country, not for our own benefit. So if you are one of those people that doubted that UCC is able to give fairness to your complaints and that will adjudicate whatever disputes that come our way fairly, I want to challenge you. Please try us. Many people have tried and have left our offices very happy. We've been able to moderate so many disputes. And unfortunately, most times the success stories are not shared because many times these disputes, the moderation sessions are held behind the scenes. Like Raymond will tell you how many sessions we would have with TVs regarding the content. The people who are involved, that if you are not happy with our decision, please appeal to court. And court can confirm whether we are right or wrong. I can confirm to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in the last maybe 10 years that we've been making these public decisions, we've received about 3 appeals in the court against our decisions, and all those appeals have been dismissed for lack of merit. Why? We try to be meticulous in our analysis and handling of your complaints. Many times people say we are working for one party against another. But unfortunately for us, unlike a court of law that will just sit and listen and then derive a decision, our mandate is arbitral. We try to guide the parties, and most times when we point out the mistake to you as a radio broadcaster or as a content creator, some people have been very open. They will apologize and say, no, we got this wrong. We didn't have the full picture. We didn't have the full story. Can we capture your content? And we moderate the publication. And that's what we need as a regulator. So I want to tell you, if tomorrow somebody defames you, before you run to court, or before you go to police to report them for criminal libel, come to UCC. We've been able to do that quickly, professionally, and with accountability. Please try us.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Abdu. The problem with trust in regulators is not a Uganda problem alone. It's a general global problem. Jordan, I wanted to come to you and maybe just help us understand, from the Personal Data Protection Office, what are some of those things that content creators in this room here need to be aware of as they apply their day-to-day jobs of content creation so that they don't fall into trouble with your office?
Okay, thank you, Raymond, for that question. Yes, like you mentioned, that as the Personal Data Protection Office, we are very cognizant of the fact that, data has now been moved to the digital space. Many content creators are in position to execute their mandates online. And as a result, there is need to protect the privacy of the individuals whose data is actually disseminated across these media platforms. And like the Honorable Justice Sekana mentioned earlier on, that there's a thin line between the right to, for you to have the freedom of expression vis-a-vis the right to privacy of the data that you disseminate. Because there's a number of things you need to be cognizant of. The first being the consent aspect. That before you dispose of or before you disclose any personal data of an individual through the different media platforms, you need to ensure you have their consent obtained, because that's the very first lawful basis you can rely on before you disseminate this information. But even beyond the consent, you need to ensure that the purpose for which you're disseminating this data is actually limited, the purpose limitation principle of data protection. So ensure that you do not disclose too much information that may ideally impose on the privacy of some of these individuals. We've seen a number of cases, especially, for example, Joel's case that he mentioned earlier on today regarding his wedding. I know that in Tanzania, a similar case has been handled where a particular person had, a function at a hotel, and before he knew it, videos of his, wedding dance were being used to market the hotel. And when he went to the commission there, of course, they agreed with him that indeed this was a breach of his privacy. Just because he was able to utilize their services does not mean that he has consented to, sharing of that information. So Joel, I'll encourage you, if you're interested, you can still lodge a complaint with the office. We are happy to take it on. But again, beyond consent, of course, for many of the different content creators, you probably have businesses you're running, you have companies that you're running. Ensure they are registered with the Personal Data Protection Office, because that's a requirement of the law that as long as you're collecting or processing personal data of Ugandans, then you must be registered with the office. Otherwise, we've seen a number of cases before where we have gone to court. For example, you've heard about the Google case, you've heard about the case of Uganda versus Bugulusi Ronald, that where some of these companies were held in violation of the law because they were not registered with the office, and yet they were collecting or processing personal data. So I'll encourage all digital content creators out there to ensure they actually register with the Personal Data Protection Office.
All right. Before I let you go, there is private data, but there's also private data of public officials. And I guess that's where I want the slice and dice conversation. If I come across my member of parliament at a hotel in a private moment, but I suspect that he's supposed to be in parliament at this moment in time, but he's not there, and I record him in his private moment, might be an ethical violation, but is that a violation of privacy, particularly for public officials?
Okay, again, I think I'll bring it in the angle. I'll give an example of myself. Recently, we had a complaint we're dealing with at the office, and because the person was happy about the services we provided to him, they wanted to take a photo with the team and be in position to upload us online and say, thank you for the work you did in resolving my complaints. But we said, no, you may not be in position to do that. But he said, but as a public official, by the time you take on a government office, you have given up your right to privacy, which is not really the case. So even as public officials, we do have our rights to privacy. So even if you found a member of parliament, out there, or your public official out there, it does not mean that by virtue of their office, they're giving up their right to privacy. Ideally, even if you took pictures of them, they can still, especially in their private moments, they can still take you on as a breach of their privacy.
Again, you've not answered my question, so I'm going to ask it again differently. Okay. For example, public officials like members of parliament have their numbers published by the parliament website. If I wake up one day and ask the public, please call this member of parliament to remind him that the road to Kira municipality is not fixed, would that be in breach and violation of a privacy concern? And as you answer this, please note that you might also be saying that parliament is in breach of private data.
Okay, again, we've still had these conversations, not only with parliament, but also, for example, the law council and the judiciary, because you find that there is a list of advocates online with their different phone numbers, email addresses, and all that. And there was a scenario where all these advocates were put in a particular WhatsApp group, and someone was sharing information and marketing all sorts of products. And why they got that information is because they got it from the different websites. And of course, we're able to guide the judiciary. We're in talks with them as well on some of the purpose as to why this information is actually out there, and if this can be limited to that particular purpose. If maybe we could have identifiers put instead of having, people's phone numbers out there, because, I mean, one's phone number is actually their personal data. Because if for example, if you got my phone number and you tried to maybe send money on it, you will know this phone number belongs to Jordan. And that can be used for a number of things, including, marketing products. These days we have issues with digital money lenders. It can actually be used as a guarantor to some of these, digital loans. So, yes, they know that the purpose for having some of these phone numbers, for example, of members of parliament online, is because they should be reachable. They should be, whenever you have a concern, you can always reach out to them. Then that is the purpose. But if you're going to use it for any other purpose besides that, then that ideally could amount to privacy violation. If it's not for accountability purposes, but rather for any other purpose that is not in line with that.
Okay, thank you so much. Your Worship, I want to come to you now. I also serve as the Chief of Staff to Your Worship, so I don't know how to refer to him in this panel. In terms of broadening the limits of the freedoms of expression, Joel made a very fantastic presentation here, and even highlighted the judicial decision of Justice Mulenga. Very important decision in the sense. But I often find that Justice Mulenga did not indicate what demonstrably justifiable is. So we don't know in whose demonstrably justifiable way should this matter be. He also didn't define what a free and fair society is. So those two things leave many things for interpretation. And I'll give you a live example. As the head of current affairs, I was superintending a live broadcast sometime. And I got a call from our friends at UCC. I think Ibrahim wasn't there yet, but the precursor to him called me and said, please pull down this live broadcast. It is offensive, one, to minimum broadcast standards, but if you read the Justice Mulenga decision, it's not demonstrably justifiable. And I've often found, as a judge sitting in a court, how do you interpret what is demonstrably justifiable?
Thank you for the question, Raymond. Certainly, part of the reason for Justice Mulenga's decision and not defining what would be termed demonstrably justifiable in a free and fair society is the nature of the court he sits in. The kind of decisions handed down by the Supremes or the appellates, depending on whether it's appealed against from the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, are such that they try to give room to judicial discretion. So demonstrably justifiable in a free and fair society, because again of the tenets and pillars of these are things which come from the liberal school of thought and democracy per se, as interpreted by the liberal West. So what is free and fair today could wildly swing within a generation to what may or may not be free and fair just 25 years from now. So it also, what is demonstrably justifiable, for instance, in a country that is on a war footing against another, could be different from what is demonstrably justifiable in a country that is on the rise. You have no war, you're at peace. That's why, for instance, Kalangala Action Plan could have carried a truck of canes and whipped people, and the same today elicits different or evokes different emotions among the public and at least reasonable members of the public if only one person is whipped. So the the test of demonstrably justifiable, depending on which right to depend on, especially in relation to freedom of speech, in my view, not in the considered view of the appellates or Supremes, I think is because Mulenga was looking out for the discretion, judicial discretion, but also the fact that law is not static. It must be, and it is in our constitution, we must look at it from the aspirations of the people. if you are to look at the decision of the Constitutional Court pertaining to that Anti-Homosexuality Act, perhaps the justices of the Constitutional Court may have different views on what the Anti-Homosexuality Act provides for, its provisions. But remember, it came from Parliament, and this was the second time of asking, and they have to interpret this constitution in line with the aspirations of the Ugandan people. So probably they swung that way, almost unanimously, because the aspirations of Ugandans are such that at this point in time, what is demonstrably justifiable in terms of sexuality does not stretch to the level envisaged by the liberal order.
I want to ask just a little bit deeper. Many of the people in this room were probably not yet born in 1995 when that constitution came. Or if they were born, they were not of sane mind. They have no capacity to contract in 1995, so there are very few. The fight that we're seeing now between the regulators and the content creators is just that fight in perspective. There are young people who feel, I'm entitled to tell a politician that they're a fool and an idiot. But there are also, on this hand, regulators who say the use of that kind of language could lead this country back into where it came from. So how do you balance the aspirations of young people with the very avid aspirations of our regulators?
Again, thank you. That's an interesting question. Lots of us, even I think up here, I was 7 years old in 1995, so I would relate more with the aspirations of the so-called young people rather than maybe the generation of the justice seekers onwards. However, the duty, again, of the judiciary, if I'm being put to task as a member of the judiciary, is that we interpret the law. So certainly, one, the younger people need to actually maybe force their leaders in parliament to legislate on what freedom of speech is and what to the nitty-gritty. I think that is an impossible task for any legislation, any legislative body in the world. That's why the interpreters, us, the judiciary, are left to interpret and play with what is possible and maybe desirable, and what is possible but not desirable at a particular time. So I see this in a lot of African countries that are lagging behind like converts. Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, we tend to think, or Nigeria for that matter, and Ghana, we tend to think that rights are absolute to the extreme. The law does not think that way. The interpreters of the law certainly have interpreted that it is not that way. However, you talked about legal illiteracy, and I think that's the biggest constraint. A lot of civic understanding of the responsibility of a citizen is not taught to a whole generation. Again, you can, if we went into the political economy of it or the economy of it, it's because our curricula, our posture, our attitudes towards education has been changing so rapidly that the responsibility of a citizen is not key or front and center to what a citizen can or should not do. So we're doing predatory capitalism on a scale unseen before, and then this creates room for deregulation at a scale also unseen before. Now we're asking Dr. Abdul Salam to regulate a country that is essentially or basically deregulated. His job becomes impossible because people think, no, I should do what I want. If a border can cross a garden path or an island with green, I can do what I want. If a leader in a convoy can use a pavement, I can do what I want. And so it is within that context that you start getting that strife between the generation of these young content creators who rightly believe there's nothing that should hold them back because of what obtains, and Abdul Salam, who is asked by the executive that does not carry out regulation in all other sectors to regulate only this space where, first of all, they're making an income because the executive may have failed to give them a job or create opportunities for jobs. And the best way to create an income is to be funny, to be hyperbolic or sarcastic, and maybe trend jack. And this therefore brings in a lot of problems for us, the judiciary. Now, for me, my work is to interpret the law. So if an MP from Burahia has said you pay 5 million for abusing the person of the president, I'll sympathize with you because you don't even have 5 million, but then I'll have to look for ways to show you that this is wrong.
All right. Dr. Abdu, I want to come to you and then we'll open it up to the public. A lot of your presentation sat more on the punitive part of the law and the punitive part of the regulator in the law. But I know that UCC is also very educative. I know this because we've been beneficiaries of your great education as media houses. So how much room is there for these content moderators to learn from UCC? Do you have maybe a portal where someone can send a video and say, I'm trying to put up this video, I'm just trying to see if it's within the law? And how many educative sessions can you have with content moderators before you revert to punishment?
Thank you. Indeed, most times you've even seen in my presentation, I tried to limit my discussion of the law. Is it on? Yes. Because we are accused quite often that we are so legalistic in our engagements with the public. So we are trying as much as possible to tone down citation of legal provisions, because we know we are dealing with mostly lay people, non-legal population. But unfortunately, sometimes laws are meant to shape human behavior. And sometimes human nature dictates that for people to change positively, they must be told about what they will encounter if they don't change. Most times, people will push back. They will ask you, what does even the law say? Do you even have a mandate to do and to say what you're saying? Many of them, I'm sure in their questions, are going to ask which provision of the law. So sometimes we have to be authoritative in our engagement, but that is not intended to scare anybody. And I want to tell you that, one, we have so many such engagements. And I think our UCC team, even this conversation, they're recording it, they will upload it on our website. On our social media handles, we publish a lot of information. We have presentations. Our laws are all published. I talked about decisions we've made against some people. For example, if you're a content creator and you want to understand what does the law say about a content creator or publisher that is going to write about people commenting about events happening in the country, what are the boundaries? This year we made a decision in the case of Alex Mukova's, Professor Katerega Dungu, and Postbank versus TV10 and Dean Lubawa server. It is available on the website. It talks about what you do. It's about 25 pages. If you read that decision, it applies to you. We summarized the law as is. We quoted decisions from courts in Uganda about the role, the mandate, but also what should you do as a content creator. If you want to write about Abdul Salam, a public official, but Abdul Salam has refused to, for example, give you an interview, what should you do? Because we know some of you want to give the other people a chance to contextualize whatever story you are developing or writing, but they will refuse to come. What should you do? We've guided in many of these decisions. So I want to encourage you, visit the UCC website. It has a lot of information. And we are even happy. For example, we are partnering now with H&G. We call upon other people in the room. If you organize a group of people and you want UCC to become part of it, we are happy to come. Even if it's not in Kampala, we will come for free. Don't pay us. Invite us and say, look, we've organized 50 content creators in Gulu, in Arua, in Kabale, in Kampala. We will come and talk to you for free. You won't pay, you won't even refund fuel. That offer is open to all of you. So from here, if you can organize yourselves and we have a one-on-one, heart-to-heart discussion
If you think here we've not given you enough information, invite us. We shall come, talk to you. Even if the talking has to happen at night. I'm told many of you content creators, you create your content at night. We'll come. If it's at 10 p.m., we shall come. And also try to be like you, to understand where you come from and why you do what you do. Because at the end of the day, as UCC, our pride is in not seeing many of you prosecuted or reprimanded for your actions, but rather seeing you grow. Many of you, I talked about the authorization we give. I can tell you, in 2017, when we were developing that authorization and the terms and conditions, we even invited some of your association leaders. There is an association called Online Digital Independent Online Publishers Association in Doja. There was another association, I'm forgetting the name. We invited them. We even gave them copies of the terms and conditions. We told them, you read them, share comments, and propose improvements. And we were able to moderate them. Why? We are dealing with a sector, like His Worship has noted. Many of you have for a long time known that I can do whatever I can do online without being regulated. So because we are trying to move into regulation, we take you, they used to say process by process. So let's move process by process up to when we shall get to that point. But unfortunately, it's important for all of us to take note of these laws, because many of you, and just riding on the question you asked about your right to criticize a member of parliament or a public official, the law will allow you to criticize. If you go to this MP private and tell them you're a fool, because you're supposed to be in the parliament, but you are now here drinking beer. As a voter, you have a civic right to do that. When you're talking to this MP, face to face, the offense of defamation, and many of the offenses in the Computer Misuse Act, cyber harassment, cyber bullying, hate speech, most of them, the offense is committed when you publish this information, your opinion about somebody, to the public. But if you find me in the corridor and tell me, Abdul Salam, you're a fool, in the corridor, not on X, most times I don't have a call for free communication. But we all remember that in 2021, about 8 months before the election, there were so many complaints about Facebook and many of these online platforms. UCC, among other government bodies, was engaged in communication between these digital platforms and the victims. We would communicate, for example, to Facebook. I'm aware I've seen and written some of these letters myself, where we've told Facebook that somebody has opened a fake account with the name of Raymond Mujuni, with his picture, and that Facebook account is being used to defraud the people in the name of Raymond Mujuni. We have so many such cases. You would write to Facebook and they don't respond. Sometimes they would respond in one paragraph saying, we don't find anything contrary to our community standards in your complaint. Sometimes they will just ignore. I don't know how many of you have ever lodged a complaint at Facebook. Most times they are not responsive. Now, as a country, there were so many complaints, not just from government, but even from average citizens. So there was a time when government said, okay, as regulators, if you can't call these people to order, then what can we do? At that time, before the elections, there were decisions made by people in charge of security in this country that actually people were using Facebook to incite violence. And remember, even under our constitutional dispensation, public safety and national security override your individual right to communicate. So government took a decision to suspend. I'm aware that after the suspension, there were a number of engagements between the government and Facebook. And government was asking Facebook to do basic things. Can you be accountable? Can you be responsive to our complaints? Facebook promised to do all that. Unfortunately, to the best of my knowledge, they have not yet done that. And that's why government has not yet reversed that decision. So we are not proud of it as UCC, because we want people to enjoy communication platforms, but the main reason was protection of the public. It wasn't really about fighting anybody or preferring another person, but public safety and your protection, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you. I think this one is for Mr. Magala. Another anonymous person asked at 1319, so that if you have to look for them, you know who sent it at 1319. If someone asks me for a phone number of a friend and I share it, am I in breach of any privacy laws?
Thank you. I think this is quite a common practice when it comes to sharing of phone numbers, emails, and the kind. But again, you always start with what the law provides for. The law has a number of lawful bases through which you may collect or process one's personal data. And consent is just one of them. There are others like national security, legitimate purposes, and the kind. So ideally, before you collect or process anyone's personal data, you must have a lawful basis on which you're relying on. So if it is consent, then you must have obtained consent from that person before sharing their phone number. Otherwise, then it will actually be a violation of the law. And this has been tested in Uganda. Recently, we had a conviction which was achieved by the office in the case of Uganda versus VUCA Africa Limited, where we had a particular person that bought a television set online on an online platform, and then was informed of who was actually going to deliver this particular product to them. But to their surprise, a completely different person is the one that called them to actually make this delivery. And this is a person that they were not informed of, that their data would be shared with them. And when they went to court, of course, what happened is that they reconciled later on and reached a reconciliation agreement. But of course, the company indeed agreed and was faulted for having breached this person's personal data without his consent. So yes, it is a violation of the law.
All right. I hope you guys have had people who share people's phone numbers, and I hope Rushongoza you've had too. This one is for you, Daniel. Anonymous at 1313. With the rise of medical content creators, how best can we tell apart misinformation from disinformation?
Thank you, right? Rusho told that. I think Rusho's paper was about that basically. So it's a general question. I'm not in a position to really answer it specifically, other than say use the tools available online. There's just so much data, information, and enough tools online to distinguish between what is factual or accurate and what is non-factual and accurate in each and every field. So use your phone instead of scrolling on TikTok to do that.
All right. And then Dr. Abdu, if you have a question, please put up your hand so that I can see you. Dr. Abdu, before we get to the public, can the UCC speak about what they are doing to help content creators with commercialization? I have a specific interest in this question too.
Thank you very much. I think we are doing a lot of training. We are doing a lot of training. I think even this afternoon, there is a session on how you can commercialize your content. With my colleague Mehdi here, can even maybe Mehdi, can I request Mehdi to answer that? But we've done a number of things, initiatives, work with the industry to ensure that content creators, one, are trained on how you can convert your likes into money. Because as UCC, we know that likes don't buy food, do they? The likes must translate into money. Many of you online, you are very popular, but when we find you on the streets, you are yawning. Now we want to end that yawning and convert your celebrity status online into money. So please, when we invite you for these trainings and workshops, please come, learn. Sometimes we've even brought experts from outside to tell you live examples of how they've been able to convert the many clicks and likes into money. So please, when you see those sessions by UCC, come, attend, pick 1 or 2 points that you can use in real life and maybe earn money. We don't want to see you yawning, ladies and gentlemen.
Doctor, like they say, no. We'll get 5 questions
No,
from
these
the
are our
audience.
Ugandan
I
colleagues,
don't
we
know
must
where the
talk.
microphone is. Oh gosh, the hands are many now. Okay, who has the microphone? So we start. Is the microphone at the back? Let's start with those 2 questions at the back there, and then we come to the front. At the back, on that line.
Banage, Lutsongo Ndumanyi, naye nze kusalawo njogere mu lulimi lwa kabaka wange ndi musajja muganda ate UCC ngeri gye ndi mu film industry yatugambako lumu 70% local content kati kanjogere mu local language so kizibuzo kyange kigenda wawaiswa
gwanya erinnya lyo abaganda basooka ne beyanjula
mutyano bannange abali wano ba content creator n'abalala nange nti content creator ate ndi mu film industry naye
toyogedde erinnya lyo sebo
amanya Kisamba Bill waiswa nsanyusa okukulaba naye nyinamu obuzibu naawe bwekituuka ku okukwata abantu abapostinga ebintu kyemuyita computer misuse waliwo abantu ndowooza batakwatibwako kati nga CDF full figure lusagana kwogera linnya lyoyo Bebekul Gashumba bangi naye mukwata abaana abalala kati juzi mwasibye munnafoomu Shalom naye bali temunnabakwata naye nga nabo bakola ekintu kyekimu ku internet kitegeeza nze njagalawo looyo omu nga sinnakka wansi asooka nsazeemu ambulire nti oba amateeka gakwatako basaidi emu then abalala ne gabaleka kubanga ekintu ekyo kintabula omutwe
kale bambi
then ekyokubiri
mwami one question sir there are many questions in the room
kanjogerere kino waliwo omwami yakola embaga wano yabadde bamuyita Joel n'agamba nti tayagala kupostinga bintu ebyo ku like njagala omuntu annyonnyola nga lawyer bulungi amanya ku mateeka ambulire public kyeki kubanga ne wano nze ngirabanga public mukulu waiswa ayogedde nti onsanze mu corridor nvumye obusiru naye togenze ku internet oba online onvumiddeyo naye obusiru gamba wali nkusiba wano sikusiba naye akati wano omuntu akoze embaga tuzze n'amasimu teyataddewo kapandi temukuwa capturing bino okuggyako bannamawulire oba ba camera personnel abali authorized ate nankwata n'anyiiga mbu agenda kunsuwinga nze okuteeka embaga ye somewhere naye nga yakireese kati njagala bannyonnyolere ku public kyeki kubanga bwompita ku mbaga nze ndowooza ebeera public teba private
kale sebo webale next question on that line.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Biwall. I am a netizen. I've got very many issues, but I'm going to wrap them up in a minute or so. One, I don't think UCC has the will or the desire to be on the side of the people. I say this explicitly because there's a particular case that has sort of rubbed me the wrong way. There's a young man, Edward Ahewa, who was arrested for abusing the president, right? And he was arraigned before court and convicted. And he was given 6 years. This is a 24-year-old boy, right? This will be his second Christmas behind bars for abusing the president. And like that gentleman said, there are people who have said worse, but they're walking free. That's one. That one goes to the custodians of the law. And then regarding the desire of UCC to be that sort of platform where we can come and mediate, I think one of the things that UCC is not doing, either because they don't want to or they are unable to, is to actually do what is required of them. Because when you say that the security agencies demand that you shut down Facebook, my thinking is it's not their mandate. It's your mandate as UCC to make the decision that, you know what, we will or will not shut down Facebook. If in 5 years you've not been able to negotiate that thing, I fail to see how you are on the side of the people. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, not so long ago, I reached out to UCC for, there's all this apparent goodwill that UCC has to talk to content creators, to be in the same spaces with us. We reach out to them and we say, look, we have our small event. We'd like a representative from UCC to come and attend and just sort of give our event a bit of importance, for lack of another word. And emails are sent back and forth, and nobody comes, right? Again, you probably don't know about this, but it would be nice for us to have a contact person or somebody we can press to the wall and say, you guys didn't come. Because right now, there's nobody we can hold accountable. It's just UCC as a whole. Give us an individual, give us an office that we can go and hurl stones at.
Dr. Bosa, can you please stand up? So I'm giving Dr. Bosa as the individual on behalf of Ugandans. He's in charge of corporate communications. The lady in white jacket there, yes?
Thank you. My name is Fiona Kemijisha. I'm a digital content creator, specifically on social media, and I'm the team leader at Kama Digital. Perhaps mine isn't exactly a question. Maybe it's more of a comment, and in fact, it's in addition to what B-Wall has said. I feel like there's that gap there, and I understand also that there's a lack of unified organization when it comes to social media content creators. Digital creators are many. I'm talking about social media. So because of it, we tend to feel excluded, and as a result, we don't trust, because we are not in the spaces maybe where we are consulted on the things, on the regulations that are made to regulate us. You may not know how we work intimately. So I'm grateful also that the doctor talked about, that you would be able to be part of, that if we invited you, you would. I know Biwol has now said this, so maybe it's a consideration that can be taken more seriously, because I lead a team and a community of social media content creators. So if we had you in our spaces, we'd be able even to create edutainment. I think there's a missed opportunity to create edutainment for us, for the social media content creators. There may be websites full of information, but is it translating? So there's like we can be vessels to be able to mainstream some of the things that I've learned here today. We are not, we don't have this license for broadcast. So I know now that there are many YouTubers like me that don't have that license. So we can be able to do what? Mainstream that and make it easy and talk to people like P2 children, and we can all be able to just like really plug into those systems. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I want to get two questions from this side. So the lady here and the gentleman at the back. The lady here and the gentleman at the back, and then we'll come to Emeka and then to the front. There's a lady here in black.
Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Ruth Mohawe. I'm a lawyer with SNL Advocates, DLA Piper Africa, where I lead the tech practice. Not to put the regulator on the spotlight, but I just want to understand whether internet shutdowns are a form of content moderation. And just to be sure that, because I think in the next 3 weeks, last week we were asked to confirm our availability for a call around the 12th, 13th of January. And in our email back to the client, we had to say, because of the election season, we are not sure that, so our availability is subject to being able to, to log into Teams. So I just want to ask, since you've said that you're able to target particular offending websites, does that mean that hopefully we'll not have another internet shutdown in the next 3 weeks? Thank you.
All right, the gentleman at the back in a white shirt, please keep it very, very brief because we're almost out of time.
Thank you. My name is Dean Akankwasa. I'm a law student. Mine goes to UCC. To me, I think UCC is basically now here in Kampala, because down in the village where we come from, I'm from Kanungu. I don't think these TikTokers, young TikTokers that are always on social media creating content know about the regulations, they know about the law. So I want to ask, how are you going to, what are the ways, how are you going to make sure that that information, that these people down in the village get to know about those laws and the regulations?
All right, thank you. And then we'll come to the front here and, sorry, I'm going to first respond to those, then we'll come back into the public for another set. Here at the front. Dr. Bosa, please prepare to answer some of these questions because they're really directed at your office.
Good afternoon. Emeka the Romantic Mochiga. Now, this one, I'm hitting UCC directly. It's in connection to what she said. You say you're for the people. You say you're for us. I'm speaking on behalf of the YouTubers here. Most of us earn through YouTube. And we hear that you plan to shut down the internet. Kindly tell us, do you have the power or you have powers from above? Because honestly, internet might be off for a week. And in a week, I will have made like a lot of money. But in that 1 or 2 weeks, internet will be off. I'm losing my source of livelihood. And yet UCC is for content creators. That is what I have to ask. And please answer us amicably.
Let's go to the gentleman at the back. I'm happy that H&G also represents URA, so you might get some URA invoices. Very briefly, please.
I don't know if he'll get a chance to get his answer. He ran straight out. My name is Godfrey Chivumbi. I work with ProShow. I'm a corporate video producer, and I stream. My comment is about something His Worship brought up about a gap in the civic education. And I think it's, first of all, it's disingenuous for people to be seated in this room and say that UCC has no goodwill. Because I like to imagine this was organized by UCC. And so, and it is not combative. We are not here to be arrested. So there's goodwill from UCC. I think what could be lacking is for UCC to see themselves in that space that deals with a civic education that may be lacking. Allow me to give an example, because this room is full of experts here. The lawyers, some of them went to Oxford. They keep telling us we should see the lawyer. Do you know what it means to see an Oxford lawyer? That we should see. Sometimes we go live twice a day. And if the questions you have about those two broadcasts and you talk to Rusho, we don't have these budgets. But the room is full of experts. And if the presentations we had were full of articles, this subsection, that, our expertise as people who go live does not deal with this kind of thing. And so when UCC sits down to address the civic education space, they must be able to break this down. Raymond, allow me to give an example. At King's College, Budo, we told parents that you have to dress in a moral way, in a way which, when you come here for VD. And then people didn't know then whether to dress in a gomesi, because we said it has to be moral. And then others thought we were being heavy-handed, and they told, they came in very short, some parents, they came in very short skirts. And sometimes the way you translate a simple form of guidance has to be broken down into something that is more palatable. And so later on, they passed out this image which had, you know, if the dress is long up to here, you're going to traumatize the boys. And if it is too tight, you traumatize the girls. Then it did not cover everyone's wardrobe, but it gave guidance on what is acceptable and what isn't. And so when UCC sits down to try and fill this space better, because you said that there's already something on our website, but we need to know where to go when we are not consulting the lawyers. In the middle of our broadcasting, when we get a break to say, look, what you said, does this fly? We can't call a lawyer there, but there has to be some kind of knowledge base where we go, which is not amendment this and article that, where we go to take a look at whether we are doing the right thing, we are in the right spaces, just like this costume thing, which I'm talking about. So the goodwill is there, yes, but we've got to look at UCC as a partner more than an enforcer. And that's the question you asked as soon as you sat there was, why is it that you don't trust us? We have to see you as a partner, so that MacGyver, when they say my people should stand up, and they told me he's empowered to enforce, to arrest me, I think, if I do something wrong. And this is how I see MacGyver now. I've got to see him as someone who is on my side, who is for me, and if I get in trouble and go to court, he's someone I know, even if I don't see him physically, but he's contributed to a knowledge base that stops me from getting arrested in the first place.
All right, thank you. Please pass the microphone to Dr. Bosa. In 2 minutes, please respond to some of the complaints. People need to know that you're the target.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Ibrahim Bosa again. I'm the head of public and international relations. Allow me to begin with an apology. If there are events that were organized and the commission did not appear, I would like to extend that apology on behalf of the commission. Because in my office, that is supposed to coordinate that kind of role, together with the office of the executive director, we endeavor, we make sure we have somebody to represent the commission at every function, and even when we fail, because sometimes we are stretched, we will let you know when we are not able, so that at least we manage the expectation. The trouble may be if you are using any other contacts, because we are wide as an institution, and you engage with many of our directorates. So if you engage with a person who does not have the responsibility to manage our reputation, our image, our engagements, things could fall through the cracks, and that would be very unfortunate. But please, if you deal with the office I lead or the executive director's office, we endeavor to do that. How can we reach people, creatives, who are people like in Kanungu? I think there are efforts that probably have not reached some people. We have regional offices around the country, in Gulu, in Mbale, in Masindi, in Imbarara, that basically help to extend our services. Everything you get at the city here, center, should be able to be gotten out there. But those offices are not enough, probably. So usually what we do, we work with organized groups, and we would want to encourage. Once you organize yourselves in groups, in associations, we deal with a ton of organizations. They just mentioned some online organizations here. Whenever they have events, we support. We are supporting this one. We support many others. Right now, in the regime of the Honorable Nyombi Tembo, engagement, stakeholder engagement is one of the key prime issues. Enforcement is coming at the tail end. So we are engagement, we're about educating. That Dr. Absalam has just finished a countrywide tour, basically teaching people SIM card registration, identity issues, risks, and so on. The MacGyvers. Long before, our lawyers didn't go to the field. What did they have to talk to? The public. But we are in there. Mr. Medi here and team are always in the film. You know about the Content Development Support Program? Our entry point in creatives has been film at the moment. We are sponsoring, we are giving grants to content creators in film so that they can sell Ugandan content made by Ugandans, locally and internationally. We are winning awards, ladies and gentlemen. That effort may not have reached you in Kanungu. We need to find a way of how we work better together, especially. It's difficult for us as an institution to deal with individuals. But if you have a group and you approach us, we work out that, and we will be very supportive. This is the age where we are transforming what we do to make sure that it is felt on the grassroots. Is there anything I should add apart from that?
That's perfect.
Thank you.
You so much. I want to come to my panel in a minute or two each to please make concluding remarks and brief responses. I think that Dr. Abdu, many of the questions have been saved except the internet shutdown question. So I'll wait for that. So we'll start with your worship and then end.
Biwol asked why Awewa was given 6 years imprisonment by Her Worship Stella Mabilis at Entebbe Chief Magistrates Court. To my understanding, he was charged with 4 counts, and each one had a maximum of 6 years or something. It could be more. I haven't read the law yet. But for each count, he was given a maximum sentence of 6 years. 6 years, however, was 6 years. So he could have served 24 years if it was ordered that he serve the sentences consecutively, but the magistrate explained herself and said it was concurrently, so all the 4 but 6 years. The question then would be, what mischief did Biwol's legislator seek to cure by making a law such as this, by making such a punishment? What was the mischief in society for the legislators to think abusing the person of the president or cyber stalking or whatever it is of the 4 counts necessitated such a punishment? And then the reasoning of the magistrate in why she went for the maximum sentence in those circumstances. Again, we do not operate in a vacuum. We operate in a country where aspirations are a collective. We are 23 million adults above 18 in this country, and the level of civil indiscipline always informs what the legislators or even the interpreters of the law may use in terms of punishment, in terms of sanction, and in terms of what charge to make. Because the other charge you made was that UCC is not on the side of the people. Unfortunately, like Dr. Abdul Salam said, I'm not speaking for him, I'm speaking for myself. We live in the same country. Biwol, the Michelin Mutuzos, the makers, these are online friends. You get to meet in the same spaces. We have similar concerns about potholes, etc. The civil indiscipline we have as a society affects everyone eventually. So I know that some of you have blocked 1 or 2 or 3 or 17 accounts. And again, it could actually amount to cyber stalking if you knew your rights. If Rusho was not so expensive, he would be able to tell you what or who to sue and for what reason. Dr. Abdul Salam just said most of you are broke, which is wrong, because the maker has said in 1 week he makes a lot of money. And some of you who are very touched should ask Rusho and Dennis Wamala for advice, legal advice on how to extract some money from Absalom. But that's for today. This is don't take it that seriously. Well, Biwol, I don't think any of us here is arrayed as a state against the people. That is, to be honest. 10% of UCCs here. There are 210 guys serving 23 million adults, so a ratio of 1 to 110,000 or thereabout. And 21 guys are here today. The scale, they need to scale, just like Mr. Chivumbi said, and also broaden, because there's a fear or a danger that we could be speaking to ourselves in echo chambers. We feel good about ourselves, we take our tea and go back home. What about the guy in Kanungu or in Palabek? So the broadening of their outreaches is important, and which people they use. I always watch the Uganda Film Awards, which Bossa sponsors or something, and I keep thinking, would Rutamirika stand a chance? Rutamirika, for those who come from the West, I think was a Kigezi Kinimba Actors production. What about a Mkonjo guy in Wera? What about a Karamajong guy in Karenga? Do we broaden this scope? Is there room for that? So I think UCC certainly has its work cut out. I do not think, honestly, that they are arrayed against you, the content producers. I also think if they actually enforce the law, the one side bit of it would, our prisons are not even enough. I had plea bargain in the alternative dispute registry, and I've just been to Kitalia, Ginger, around 8 prisons across the country, trying to decongest. And I can assure you, there's no way, if UCC actually enforced the law, that would have enough room for the prisoners if they enforce the law. So I think they pick the most egregious of characters and say, like, let's look for you and show there is a state that exists and there's a law that actually must work. And like I said, the magistrate or judge is going to look at, are we being deterrent? If we can only give one guy 6 years and prevent 400,000 from going to jail, it's better that way than giving him 1 month and everyone thinks, sure, njagenda Kitalia for 1 month, gomewo. When it is 6 years, there's a deterrent factor in how we deliver our sanctions or punishments. Thank you.
All right, Dr.
Thank you very much, my colleagues, and we appreciate the questions and comments. The comment I made about yawning wasn't in any way intended to derogate anybody. And I hope as content creators, you know that satire is part of content creation.
We've taken it at heart.
So please, but it's also a fact that many of you have come to us and you've told us that you have so many followers. And we can see how many people have actually watched your video. But you've not made money. And this is where many of you, I need to tell you, previously, a newspaper would publish a defamatory story about somebody, say they've called you anything, and you are aggrieved, you sue for defamation. One of the difficult elements to prove in defamation was how many people saw the defamatory content, how much actual damage was suffered by you. It was a very difficult test, and that's why you see many of the old cases, somebody will be defamed and the damages will be 10 million, 5 million, nominal damages. These days with technology, we can obtain information with precision to prove how many people watched that video, for how long, in which parts of the world, not just Uganda. Your videos are watched by people across the world. So because of that, if you defame me, I can demonstrate that you've indeed affected my reputation far and beyond the local limits of Uganda. Now that's the risk that comes with digital. We're a global village now. So please, we need to become careful. And I don't say this to scare anybody. And if in our statements, any of you felt like we are trying to scare you, that was never the intention. The intention is for us to leave this room with clear knowledge that there are repercussions for our indiscretion. If you make a mistake and somebody is hurt, they can actually harden on you. One of the questions that was put to me was, why are other people not being reprimanded? It could be two reasons. One, no complainant. You know, in our justice system, even when as regulators, we can on our own, in law we call it suo motu, initiate an investigation into conduct and make a decision. Most times as regulators, we prefer to be moved by an aggrieved person. Why? Because whenever we move on our own, the people we call to respond to this complaint many times say, but who is aggrieved? No one was affected. So some of these issues you find it is 50-50. It's not clear cut. We need a victim. We need a complainant to come and say, I was aggrieved by this content. So my brother at the back, if any of those people you mentioned posts anything that you think is contrary to the law, I want you to please test the system. Lodge your complaint to UCC or go to police and say, look, I'm complaining against this person. One of the people you mentioned, I'm aware that as UCC, we've even made 2 decisions against that person. You mentioned Gashumba, you mentioned other people. We've made decisions against them, stopping them from appearing on radio, even calling them to rooms where they have apologized to people that have actually attacked. On that, we don't, of course, brag about all these milestones when we achieve them. But I'm telling you, we call people to our rooms and they apologize to their victims. So please, if you see anybody breaking the law, report to UCC, report to police.
Yes.
We are happy
Dr.
to
Abdu,
do it.
I want to bring you to 2 questions. I think you've answered the one on selective.
Yes.
I just want you to answer the one on internet shutdowns, and then because we stand between people and
It's
lunch.
actually what I'm going to.
Yes.
Now, on the issue of internet shutdown, briefly I can tell you that no one is proud about internet shutdown. When it occurs in those isolated incidents, it occurs because of circumstances. 2 weeks ago, I appeared on a panel like this one, and I called upon whoever was participating. And let me repeat it here. All of us have a duty in securing the internet. Can we become proper and responsible users of the internet? Can we avoid sharing any content that will make the internet that we love, a security threat and necessitate somebody making a decision that will end up inconveniencing everybody? So if you hear or see anybody sharing insightful content, fake videos, can you call them to order even before UCC or government intervenes? Let us behave normally, because if the situation is normal as it is today, I don't think there will be any concern for anybody before elections to order for shutdown. So please, there is no decision by anybody in the government so far as I can confirm that internet is going to be shut down. So my sister, your clients, please do not alarm people and tell them that there's going to be a shutdown. We all have a duty to pacify the network, the internet, the platforms, so that there is no need for any shutdown. And for now, there is no planned action in that space. So please tell your investors, your clients to continue using the internet, to continue giving you money. You operate. We don't anticipate any problem unless you create the problem. And only us can stop that from being the situation at that time. So please, let's work towards making internet peaceful, safe, and good for everybody to avoid inciting any action.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Abdu. Mr. Magala, your concluding remarks.
I don't want to stand between you and your lunch, so I'll just try to make my concluding remarks as brief as possible. One, as you create content, ensure that you protect the privacy of the individuals in case you are sharing information about a person. Ensure you've obtained their consent. If it's information about a child, ensure you have consent of the parent or guardian before doing so. And of course, knowing that, again, it's very hard to get rid of the digital footprint. So whatever you put online, make sure that it actually adheres to what the law provides for, specifically when it comes to data protection and privacy, because like we've already mentioned, there are a number of course, offenses within the law. I'm not here to talk about the offenses just to scare you, but just saying that you need to be on the right side of the law. because it can always catch up with you. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for my panel who've done a good job. I think you should clap louder because UCC needs to know there's goodwill from content creators. I now want to clap for me too. And then I hand this over to Ms. Susan Nava, who is my moderator also. Production, can this microphone work? I fear you need to hire a lawyer, the production team, before the night ends.
Thank you very much, Raymond. There we go. A round of applause for Raymond and the panelists. Thank you for moderating with clarity and balance. I hope you grabbed a coffee. I'm told that's on brand for you. To all our panelists, thank you for your thoughtful and candid contributions. We hope the panel discussion has shed light on both yawning, earning, and everything in between. Some of the questions raised from the floor touched on concerns about selective enforcement and perceived inconsistency on how speech is treated. These concerns are not abstract. They reflect real anxieties about fairness, accountability, and transparency in digital regulation. While today is not the space to settle individual cases, it is the right space to ask the broader question that has guided us throughout the day. Where is the boundary? And how is it applied in practice? Is it applied fairly? And is information about this communicated across all the space between our borders? These are not easy questions, and they don't lend themselves to simple answers. So another round of applause to the panelists for attempting to answer these questions. Ladies and gentlemen, you might have seen the QR code that has been on the screens. Please continue scanning it and sending in your questions, and we will do our best to ensure that we have as many answers from the room as possible. We will now break for lunch and networking, and I encourage you to continue networking with Mr. Bossa, Dr. Abdu, Justice Wambale, and Mr. Magala. I think it is important that these conversations continue outside, not just being spoken to, but also engaging and interacting in this conversation. Please have lunch. I hope everyone has received a coupon. Be sure to present this at the buffet. The exit is towards your right. And we will return to the afternoon session that will focus on the content creator's perspective. I hope to see you after lunch. Thank you. As you exit for lunch, please be informed that the afternoon session will begin at 2:45. So we'll be happy to see everyone back in the room promptly to ensure that we make the most of this time. Thank you.
Another announcement from the house. As you depart for lunch, please be wary and take care of your property. The establishment and the organizers will take no responsibility for any liability that may arise to you out of any loss that may occur. Coupons have been given out and more are still being given out. So if you have the coupon, you can move as you wait for those who haven't yet received them. Thank you. Hi. I would like to welcome you all from the lunch break. I hope you have enjoyed it, and I hope to see happier faces. In the meantime, I'm requesting that you text your neighbors. You're hoping you got their numbers. Ask them to return for the next session, which shall be beginning in the next 5 minutes. Hello. Again, I would like to welcome you all from the lunch break. We are running low on time, so we're going to move a bit more swiftly. I'd like to remind you all that the QR code behind me allows you to join the conversation. So please engage with it and share questions as the panel moves along. You are also reminded to engage with the conversation on social media and more especially on X with the hashtag Content Symposium 2025 and Digital Responsibility. Those are two separate hashtags. So moving along swiftly, I'd like to invite the host of the next panel, Mr. Rushongoza Begumia, who I had earlier spoken about. I'll have him introduce his panelists for this afternoon session, and we'll have a general conversation about content creator perspective. So this, in the morning, we have listened to a lot of the regulator, the lawyers telling you what to do and what not to do. So this is the session to hear back from you about what you have done, what you have experienced, and what you hope to be guided on. We shall have members from the morning panels in the audience to answer questions that may arise, should that be needed, but we'll have Rushongoza at the front really with his expertise. We hope this time production will be fair to him. My takeaway so far as the panelists comes along is, as you're creating content, the question you should ask yourself is, if this tweet were to be read to me in court, will I want to have tweeted that? So I hope that stays with everyone, because that's my general takeaway from what I've so far had. Thank you.
Production? Oh, okay. I thought production was at it again. Hi, everyone. Are you well? Welcome back from lunch. You had a good lunch? Yeah, I can hear the calories. I can hear the calories. The next panel is a content creator-led panel. And the next session is content creator-led. So we are going to hear much more from you than perhaps we did in the morning sessions. Just two caveats. Tebiri mukunyiga. Tebiri mukunyiga. But also please listen, please ask as many questions as you want. We'd like to hear from you as much as possible. So without further ado, I would like to invite my panelists here. I'll begin with ladies first, or so they say. I'll begin with Flavia. Flavia, please come and take a seat. I'll introduce you in a moment. I don't think that an after lunch panel would have been complete without someone who cooks for content. So my good friend Faiza is here, so please come take a seat. I can see people who ate habichepere. Talking about content, let's bring someone who knows a thing or two about making great content, especially if that content should require a tape measure. My brother Canary is here, so Canary, please come take a seat. And I think to spice things up, we'll need someone who has a bail application on his head. What do you guys think? So my brother B-Wall is here. B-Wall, please come and take a seat. You can see someone who went to jail. They always have sneakers. They're in shape. They don't have grown hair. So I have the pleasure of hosting some of the most accomplished media practitioners, content creators in the business, and no 4 better placed market leaders exist than these 4 women and men on this panel. But you might not know that. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves one by one. I'll begin with Convict Music. Bill?
Yeah, I'm going to try not to take offense. My name is B-Wall. It's not my government name. There's another name UCC calls me by, but I would rather be called B-Wall here. I am a citizen of the internet, a netizen, a content creator. I do a lot of digital communication work. Do a bit of online PR. And every once in a while, I'm in the same room with influencers. But outside of that, I also like to think I am an activist for social justice and a person who stands for what is right. Yeah.
Okay. That's quite an introduction. Moving to your neighbor.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kanare Mugume. I do investigative journalism. I'm a journalist with NBS TV. I honestly fell into content creation by mistake because of my journalism work. So people, companies, institutions were reaching out. They're like, oh, so you have more than 1 million followers. Why don't you do something and we pay you for it? I was like, oh, okay. So I found myself doing content creation. It's not something I set out to do. Yeah. And then I started doing it, then I liked it.
But you have a platform as well. Do you want to tell the people that platform?
All right,
podcast?
So I am also a host for Mind Your Head podcast. Mind Your Head is a podcast on mental health. I saw UCC in the room. In 2021, I began a political podcast. It was called the Election Podcast. While I began it and started doing it, there was like a gun on my head at all times. You can't say this, you can't host this person, you can't do that. And I was like, you know what? If you are not going to allow me to do the content that I like on my platform, say the things I like, so be it. Unfortunately, I was, and still am, employed. So the rules come. Flavia here is a manager, so she knows at some time, sometimes there's a gun on your head and you just can't do content. So I was like, fine, let me just speak about the things that UCC does not care about. So I'm a host of Mind Your Head podcast with someone else called Sheila, and we just speak about minding your head because it's all you've got.
Have you had a favorite guest?
Not bald heads, but all heads are heads.
So I will move next to Flavia, who runs government's favorite newspaper.
Absolutely.
So she
government's
can introduce
favorite
herself.
TV.
The enemy.
Wow. Thank you, neighbor. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. How are you? And to my best friends, UCC, how are you? My name is Flavia Tumsime Kabura, and head of broadcasting at Nation Media Group. But outside of that, I think ChatGPT would say catalyst, but before it did, a certain Mahatma Gandhi said, you be the change you want to see, right? And so I believe I'm a change maker. So a few years ago, I realized my pages or platforms had so many people following, and I didn't really know why they followed until one day I realized that there must be somebody in my generation, or even the generations after or younger, who is living life and with lots of questions but has no answers. And I thought I'd use my stories and who I am in my life and what I've learned to sort of help the next generation and my generation be better. And that's how I think people put me in the content creator category, because that's what I use my platforms for. But other than that, I'm just a student of life. Thank you.
Oh, that's perfect. That's a hell of an introduction. So I will move swiftly to B-Wall's cellmate. I think, yeah.
Wow, Rusho. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you guys okay? Gadeka energy is just But anyways, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us here. My name is Faiza. Many people know me as Faiza Fabs. I am a radio host. I am a TV host at the Nation Media Group. Here's my boss. Yes, I host the morning show on radio on KFM, and I also host a show where I get to practice the things that I love, which is baking and everything sweet, on NTV Uganda. My social media platforms, I also share the things that I'm still passionate about, which is media, journalism, food, travel, and when it comes to advocacy, many people call me an activist. I don't like the tag because I don't think that I don't formally belong anywhere to like an organization where I practice activism. I simply believe that when I do things, there are things that I will do that will show other people that it's actually possible. When we speak out, it's possible. When we do certain things that influence change, it's possible. So when I do advocacy, it's in the essence of I want one person to see that it's actually possible, and that is a collective power for all of us. So yeah, that's me.
All right. That's those are some impressive introductions. I think that a good starting place, ladies and gentlemen, is that like we all see your work, we love your work, we love what you guys do, but not a lot of us know what the process was like, how this process started, how you found yourself in this space. When I met Kana, I think I was doing software engineering. I've never seen him even with like a modem, you know, like, so how did this journey start? Maybe we can begin on the far end.
How I got into content, I don't want to lie to you guys, it was money. No, I don't want us to lie to each other, it was money. That's majorly how I got into content, and this by content I mean away from mainstream media, because for mainstream media I have a degree in journalism, so that's how I get into journalism or into media, mainstream media. But social media content, I think like Flavia said, I just had people following me, so I already had garnered a bit of an audience, but how I get around to getting serious about it was purely money, because in Uganda they will let you know that you need at least more than 1 or 2 sources of money to survive. And it's a very funny story actually. So I was doing an internship at a telco, and at that internship I was in the marketing department. So in marketing I find out that you know how they carry around like a child to like projects and what. So I have a look at the documents and I see there are people who are being paid to talk. I think even Canary was on that list. I say, okay. So I get inquisitive and I ask, so what are they talking about? So they're talking about our products. How is it in line with their work? And when I looked at the budgets, I said, no, this is the direction now. So, so initially, and it still is, by the way, content is a great source of money. It's a great place to make a living, and I think many young people in Uganda now can say the same. So that's how I got into content. Along the way, I've merged in things that I'm very passionate about. I've done things that I love, but that's majorly how I got into it. Yeah.
Flavia, was it also the money?
Hello, okay, there you are. No, it wasn't money, but I can still say money is nice. I agree, it is nice. So for me, I was working with Channel O at the time, and the South African and Kenyan market was quite advanced in using social media. I think at the time we were very good with Facebook, and we thought we had arrived with how we used Facebook. And then I realized they had YouTube, people were YouTubers and had content and all of that. So when I came back home, I thought I'll start a YouTube channel. I went and recorded with a whole team and did episodes of a certain show, and I was coming from a TV mindset. So I remember I released the videos and everybody was like, why is she on this platform? Like, we're trying to find YouTube just to follow you and like. So after about a year or so, I said, nah, this isn't for me. But at the time, I had wanted to do it as like creating my own sort of content agency, and I had very big dreams. So I let it go, and I think when I realized people were considering me a content creator was years later, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, in COVID. Because for me, the whole time I was just saying my mind, on pages. And then in COVID is when people would say, We're looking for content creators, and you're top of. I'm like, I'm what? Influencer, content creator. But by and large, I think my why was the storytelling. I knew things, and I thought people needed to know the same things. I had gone through things, and I'm not necessarily somebody who would like to show every single part of my day. But this was one way to share myself with people who followed me, what I've learned, what I know, who I know, what I can do. And so it's just, yeah, that's really it. But the money did come, and it's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad.
Oh, we can see.
Oh, wow.
Canary?
Tech. How I started was, I don't remember. I honestly don't, because I just felt like it's not that the decision I said, oh, I'm going to start creating content. But I figured, you know, when you wake up, the first thing you do, instead of drinking water, you're on your phone, in case you missed it, right? You're trying to see what happened in the night while you were asleep. Before you go to bed, your phone is the first thing that you put on the bedside. So people were on their phones, and it's not something that was new, but it's something, there was a gap. So for me in the journalism world, I was thinking, all right, so we've grown up seeing all these people who are influential. Some on the panel. And I'm thinking, who are the voices? All right, so I'm in this space, so then what is going to happen? What are Ugandans thinking about, and what is influencing the kind of decisions they are making? What is, so just before COVID, I was just thinking, can I be part of the influential voices online to be able to influence Ugandans? Because the kind of information that I was giving out around the kind of work I was doing helped people in their daily lives, education, work, school, and everything. And then came COVID. And then I realized that people were relying on information from us to be able to take decisions about even their life, to just live. It was a matter of life and death. So then I figured, so then why not just be that influential voice? Started creating content around the kind of work I was doing. Before I knew it, I was influencing for test kits for HIV. I was influencing for MasterCard. I was influencing for MTN and Stanbic and whatever. So then I realized, oh wait, so this is a thing. And then all of a sudden, the kind of money that I was getting from all these contracts, from all these companies, was maybe 3 or 4 times the money I was earning. You know, journalism is such a broke profession. It is, that's the truth. Yeah, but then I realized, wait.
Is it because it's mid-month?
Then I realized, oh, so wait, so it's a thing. Just before COVID and then through COVID, while all other professions were really, really struggling because there was no office work and everything. And guess what? Content creation was a thing. I said, I must invest in this kind of thing, and I must do it so well. But one thing I realized is that my profession could survive, but the content creation could not survive in its early stages without my profession. Yeah. So then I merged the two. And then, yeah, that's how it started. And I said, just do it content.
B-Wall, I think you've been doing this perhaps as long or longer than everyone on this panel?
Yeah, from like the 60s. I started creating content in the 60s.
Go.
Anyway, I think my story is a bit, not even a bit, extremely different from theirs, because I've always been a writer, right? So back in the day, I used to keep a journal that I would scribble into every day, and it became tradition. Because I was raised by a very stern mother who would give me instructions and say, I need you to document how your day has been, and she would read through it. So writing became part and parcel of my life. With the advent of the internet, you know, you can't keep around 5, 6, 7 different journals, so you have this online space. And then luckily for us, at the time, there was MySpace, there was High Five. Some of you have never heard of these things, right? There were all these websites that would allow you to document your life. And then there was Blogger, there was WordPress. And I thought to myself, if I can put my thoughts on this platform, yeah, and revisit them every now and again, it would save me the stress of having to sit down and write in a book. So then now social media platforms come into play. About 2008, 2009, when I joined Twitter, yeah, I'm that old. In 2009, the reason we joined Twitter, many of us who joined at that time joined because there's this cool American thing that has been introduced, and you can talk to people in a different time zone at 2, 3 a.m., find a Ugandan in Boston, somebody in Alaska, somebody in, and just have conversation, very one-on-one conversation. And then over time, you realize there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. And also because at the time, on Facebook, there was your family and your hobbies. So there's stuff you can't say there, right? There's stuff you can't say. Your dad might see it, your sister might see it, your ex-partner might see it. You don't want that. But on Twitter, you can be very anonymous. And so, we got on Twitter and said all these things. Over time, somebody comes and says, you know what, as you're talking about these things that happen in your life, plug for me this thing. Just, say this. I give you a few shillings. And it becomes part of who you are, right? Over time, it became a thing. And like Canary is saying, it sort of dawns on you much, much later that, by the way, you're sitting on a gold mine. But the original place for me where my content creation started from was, as I said, I'm a writer. I like to keep a journal, right? I like to tell stories. I like to tell people what's happening in my life, just conversate with people online. Eventually, you get to a point where people now say there's this thing called an influencer, whatever that means. And their role is to shape opinion. Their role is to, direct people to say things, be somewhere, eat something, go somewhere, buy something. So that becomes part of who you are. Now where we are, we're in a space where I feel like we are sort of working backwards, that people want to get online first to make the money, then become a content creator. And yet I think it should be the other way around, that first you get online, figure out who you are, right? Say the things you like saying. Then the people who like those things you like saying, when they come into your space, that is your audience. So yeah, that was the birthplace of my content creation. We are now flying high, as they say.
Okay. So I want to go to Canary now. Canary, you had some pretty sweet things to say about UCC and your last show. But even perhaps more importantly, now you run a podcast where you invited me and didn't pay me, but that's a whole other story. But from the perspective of UCC, you are what they would call, and the UCC team here will confirm if I'm not wrong, a digital communication service provider or something like that. And so the requirement of the law is that you get an approval and pay a fee for that, which, as we have heard from all the stories here, money will not be a problem. But I wanted to speak about the license. UCC insists you must be licensed. You must get an approval. Do you think that that's something that should happen? Do you think that's too far? Yeah.
Is that why they are sponsors? Look,
everybody is trying to make money. And I'm joking.
Content creation has taken me spaces. Content creation has taken me to the United States to cover an election, not because I was a journalist, but because I was a content creator. Content creation has taken me to Kosovo in Eastern Europe. Content creation has taken me to Lagos. It has taken me to Azerbaijan. It has taken me to Barcelona.
Or in the case of Bill, to prison.
You're spoiling my street cred.
No, but go ahead.
That's funny, but why? Because content creation, honestly, if you think about it. So the other day I was in Nairobi with a friend of mine, Oscar Kampala, who was launching a campaign on 7,000 men. So later in the evening, we went to a place called Aloy to just have an evening and a panel like this. My God, content creators in Kenya and the kind of money that they are earning. Us, look, me, I do it as a gig. I do it as a side thing. content creators outside Uganda, be it in Kigali, small as the economy as it is, below 50 billion US dollars as the GDP, they are surviving entirely 100% on content creation. When I see people come up with podcasts, when I see Kemi there, and I look at the kind of things they're doing, we're just a joke. I don't know what we're thinking about. To the risk of sounding like I'm encouraging this, but I think this is what it should be. I think UCC is long overdue when it comes to licensing content creation. I think it's long overdue. It's long overdue. But the issue is, because I work in media, so I know what UCC does. They do not license you to let you work. They license you as a tool to say, should you communicate what we do not want, we'll be able to withdraw that license. So as UCC thinks about this, is it able to draw that line and say, it's not a tool of, I don't want to sound like a politician, but oppression. It's not a tool to say, if you do not communicate, because that's what, so there's a time when a radio station was struck off its license for 4 years, and it operated without a license. But can I tell you, this radio station, famous in Uganda and popular in Uganda, at all times, they would walk and move and communicate only at a very edgy line. It means that should you communicate what we do not want, we can make it clear that you remember you don't have a license. Eh? So is it possible that UCC actually does regulate this sector without necessarily striking us off the freedom of communication and expression? When we talk about freedom of expression and blah blah blah, this is what we want, this to become more than just a gig economy. We want this to become a sector. And there's no, we don't want to be like borders that are not regulated. Yeah. Lack of regulation leads to trouble. But how do we be able to be regulated at the same time, not gagged? Gagged, yes. That's a very thin line. I support the licensing because it's happening elsewhere. Yeah. Didn't we see sanity when it comes to opening up of churches in Kigali when, they said you need a certain level of qualification for you to be able to open up a church? There's a level of sanity. And now we're talking about, pastors healing disease and all. It's okay. But can we be able to balance both? That's, I think, for me, what should be clear.
I think that's profound. And I think it would be only fair for us to move to the person who has a license here, who is Flavia. She has a broadcasting license. And I suppose, Flavia, the question would be, one, would you agree? Because there's been segments of our ecosystem that say, look, if I'm on TV, it makes sense to license me because I'm communicating to the public and practicing a profession, a regulated profession, that's journalism, right? Yeah. But if I'm Fiona Kemi making my workout videos at 5 in the morning, I'm in my private space. You have no place coming and asking and giving me an approval to post my life. So I'd be eager to hear from you, especially from the perspective of like a journalist, Flavia, who has a broadcasting license and but also lives in this ecosystem, whether you would agree there would be need for licensing, and if so, who would you license and who do you not?
Right. UCC is the best, and licenses are fantastic, and it's honestly, I can tell you from experience that you want my licenses revoked. I have 4, so I have to really, but we have a good relationship, with UCC. I mean, the UCC people in this room, we know each other. So I think there's a uniqueness to it. As somebody who is constantly on the wrong side of UCC, I can tell you that one of the things I appreciate is that they will not be quiet about stuff that needs to be said, but they'll engage. And because it's supposed to be a two-way. You tell me, I tell you, there's room to sit down and have a conversation on, did you do this? Why did you do this? And I think from experience on this other end of how they handle who they license, it wouldn't be such a bad idea. So my fear, and I pretend I'm even not saying this, my fear would be because right now there's a lot that's under the money belly that Pfizer likes. There's a lot that happens with the content creators sector, as you'd like to call it, that will look juicy if you start to organize it. You know, it's that thing where you hope to not organize it because it's gold. And if everybody sees gold, then everybody runs to the gold, right? And so the yes to licensing would be because, I mean, you need some semblance of organizing. Come on, something has to happen. I think we're talking with Kemi some months back, and Rebecca, Nanjogu, and others, that the problem with content creators is that you all know each other, but you're all keeping stuff from each other. And as such, it will never grow. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it needs to be seen as not a thing where it's just like a side thing. If it grows, and you can only grow if you license it, if we have a chance to say this can be said, this can't be said. It's not gagging, it's just regulating, right? But my issue is that by regulating it and making this gold come out and be seen by everybody, you're going to cause more problems than not. So for me, it's a yes because it's an obvious, but then there's a lot more to be done before you do that thing. There's a lot more to organize in how these things should move. And the beauty is that we're not the first country to have content creators in the world. We're not the first country to want this to happen, even with UCC. So there's a lot to benchmark on, which is good. Maybe it is a case of co-creation. Maybe don't do it alone in the offices and then come and tell content creators it's done. Maybe sit with them and say, what do you see from your side? And then what do we see? And then how can this, when we do it, how can it come out not being bad for you? I'll tell you, for example, for radio, the license, a lot changed in the requirements. And we only found out at the point of renewing. Does that make sense? And I'm like, you're borderline asking me for what color of bra, forgive me for even saying that, I'm wearing. Like, why is this information important? Now, there's a reason. But if you had sat with me and said some things are changing, next year this will look like this, and this will come out like this, it will be different. But when I meet it at the point where you're saying I can't have my license this year because I didn't give you Pfizer's surname, the other one she's hiding from the, you know, things like that, then it comes off as if you're gagging me, as if you're picking me out of a crowd, you don't like me. So probably more co-creation in when you come up with stuff that clearly benefits us, but it doesn't look that way because you're coming at the end of this whole thing. That's all I'll say. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, of course.
Oh.
One. Well, that's 30 seconds. In 2019 May, our friends from UCC wrote to my employer and asked that I should be suspended with 7 others because I was part of the broadcast of some protests of one of the opposition leader. This is May 2019. We weren't even close to the election.
Before the elections.
Way before the election.
You can also tell us who signed the letter so that we know if they're in the room.
Are they in the room?
No, go ahead. don't mind me. But we agree tebiri mkunyiga.
No, but I think he was landing.
But what I learned from that experience is that so this whole relationship between content and regulation, it's like a marriage.
Yeah.
God knows how many cases, 300 you've handled. But you have to keep constantly engaging and talking and talking and talking. If you do not talk to UCC, we must walk into the unknown. The more conversations we have and the more things are introduced, the more this sector will grow. But as long as we are stepping back and say this is not an area we want to walk into, the area will not grow. We just have to walk into it. If it's regulation, fine, let's face it.
I thought that those were 2 profound points to make, but I think that a lot has been said about, you know, the relationship with UCC and the anxieties from a content creator's perspective, and which is why I want to bring Pfizer in, because Pfizer, the last time you engaged with government, you were picked out of a parking lot, but that's a whole other story. So I suppose, Pfizer, the question I would have is, as a content practitioner who now has to build some sort of relationship with your regulator being UCC, what would a more supportive framework from the perspective of UCC look like? What would that actually look like? What would you want to see from UCC that perhaps convinces you that the license is a good thing and that they are a well-intentioned partner seeking to develop the ecosystem?
Okay. So I will say, and I agree with everyone, Flavia and Canary have said, there's a need for like a bit of a framework or a structure that exists. And I am as well, to an extent, for licensing. Yeah, I see you writing it down, please.
Oh, he's taking a poll.
To a certain extent, I am for licensing, but largely because I think that content creation has since evolved. It has gone from an informal sector into a sector that should now more or less be recognized as a profession, okay? And I think that's like the first point, is that you want content creation to now be looked at as a profession in Uganda, as a job, as a career, because just imagine we're going for the holidays, you've gone back home Christmas, and now Nikki has to explain that she's a content creator. Okay, so how do you explain to your people that this is something that I do that is even legally, recognized by government? So licensing is definitely one step towards having it formally recognized by government. But I will say that when it comes to requirements to make this, something that's more palatable, maybe, for lack of a better word, for content creators is, number one, it can't be, so we can regulate, but not censorship per se. Because I think one of the biggest challenges for content creators is that you don't want licensing to become a tool of taking away freedom of speech. You don't want it to be something that is used to gag, because there are so many content creators who are also, for example, critics of the government. So for example, so I'm a YouTuber, and part of my content is to point out or act like the fourth estate and keep government in check. So you want it to be in such a way that if you're going to engage me, you're not engaging me with patrol cars that are waiting to collect me. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't want it to be a situation whereby content creators just feel safe to talk about certain things when they're out of the country, but not within the country. Okay, and another key point that I'll point out, and this I had a conversation about it on radio recently, is that when you're dealing with the content creator economy, which is largely built by young people, by a young population, there's a lot of learning and sort of extending a bit of grace or meeting them halfway. Okay, recently, I think Bill mentioned this, but this I think is another separate case. A senior 6 student who was sent to prison. He had some interesting words to say about the president and the first son. When I saw that, and I saw the videos, at some point I would have said, yeah, bamutwaleyo. But I think in that moment I realized that we're tackling a symptom, but not the core problem of why someone would go on social media and have certain things, maybe very disheartening things to say about the president. So I feel like when you're dealing with a young creator economy, there's a need to sort of engage them and understand why their content looks a certain type of way. When it comes to regulation, it can't be that the moment you say something like this, we're throwing you into prison, because now this boy is going to spend a good amount of time in prison. He's going to miss out on university, possibly will, and he has another case to answer or try to start in January. So I feel like that's another area we need to look at. So let's have a bit of an engagement that extends a bit of grace and understands what young people want to talk about and in which way they want to go about it. Okay. Another area that I particularly have a concern for is licensing comes with costs. And I know from a mainstream media perspective, you pay for license, right? And you pay a good amount of money. Now, the creator economy in Uganda is largely made up by young people who are looking at content creation as a way to make money, as a way to sustain themselves. When you put an amount, a price tag to attain a license which will allow them to speak or allow them to create and put out content, you're more or less gatekeeping it and saying, okay, now this is for the people who can afford. So you're locking out so many young people. So if we're going to put, if there's going to be a license, when it comes to the expense side of it, we must have a framework around it that makes it even more accessible.
But first, if
for
I
young
can come
people.
in, from a UCC perspective, the license is 100,000. If I'm not wrong, wouldn't that be within the framework of what's fair?
I don't think so. So let me just
I'm going to get
let me
to
give you just an overview of what content creation looks like for very many young people. So for many of them, when they start out making content, it doesn't make money for a long time. It really doesn't. How many content creators? Did you start making money like the first month of doing content? Did you? No. Not even in the first year. So if you say that we need 100K before you even hold that camera, when you look at the kind of content that is now put out by so many people, you realize that they don't even have like these nice iPhones. Do you get it? Like, if someone is even struggling to afford a tool that is going to allow them to create content, now imagine when you start saying that you now need at least 100K before you can access a license. And here's the other thing. As we create a structure or a framework, we must be able to define who is a content creator and at what point do they need a license. Because is it Canary, who is putting out journalistic content, is talking about the news, is talking about people's lives online, that needs a license? Is it a Pfizer who's just cooking food that needs a license in her home? Is it B-Wall who's actually making money, that the moment you start making money like this, yeah, I would wait a license? So we also need to define for young people and even for UCC and other stakeholders who's a content creator and at what point do they require a license? Because while licensing is great, it can't be a one-size-fits-all. It absolutely cannot be. Kemi, you can give a license maybe of 500K and say, Kemi, I can afford it. To get it. But then you're like, Pfizer, because what? Let's give her maybe 20K. She can afford that. Do you understand? So when it comes to meeting content creators halfway, these are some of the things that we really have to think about. And also it has to be a room in which they are not just engaged, but their thoughts and opinions are taken into consideration and actually implemented. I see this a lot when you invite Gen Zs to like talk about something. You invite them, you want to hear, it's like for photo ops, you just want them to be there, like fill up space, but what they actually say and what they want to be done is never implemented. So if you're going to invite a young content creator economy into the room to talk about licensing, to talk about a framework, their thoughts, their opinions, their needs must not only be put into consideration, but must also be implemented. Yeah.
Thanks. I think that's very profound, Pfizer. And I think maybe this should be a little bit of a segue for the sweet treats. I think there should be a lot more talking because you have a lot of intelligent things to say. But I want to turn to you, B-Wall. Two interesting things come out of what Pfizer is saying. One, she's saying, look, tier the license up if you must make people pay, right? From the perspective of UCC, they perhaps would say, look, I need to hire a team to regulate, right? I must spend money on events like this to make sure that I broadcast the law, right? I'm curious, one, what that balancing act is, but second, and perhaps most importantly, and again, UCC will confirm if I'm wrong, UCC defines a digital communication service provider as someone who offers services like online content, e-health, e-learning, and I think content, e-health, e-learning, and any broadcasting work. Yeah. I think that's within the realm of possibility. I mean, that's within the realm of, I'm paraphrasing it, but I'm curious whether that definition you think properly covers who you think should be regulated and excludes who should not.
Yeah, okay, so first of all, I want to backtrack a little bit on, the regulation and licensing.
Yeah.
A huge part of me feels like UCC, and this might sound very unsavory, wants to milk a cow it hasn't even fed, right? So the licensing, in my opinion, before you start licensing, first make sure that the platform has been created, folks are out there sharing content, and it can generally be accepted that we are all on the same footing. That's one. One of the reasons why content creators, and this is something that has come up a lot, content creators don't normally organize themselves into groups, is because, when you have an organized group, it's very easy to derail it. all you have to do is go for the leadership. And that's why, for example, protests like in Kenya, they say we are leaderless, so that you cannot press them, so that everybody has power. So this is why content creators are somewhat reserved on saying, let's have this organization, let's have this system with the leadership. Because once you have the leadership in a tight grip, we are done. So that's one. The other thing that you need to also understand about these young people is a very informed people, right? And very many times information comes with, first of all, it comes with obviously the privilege that you know and you must share, but it comes with a burden that the more you know, the more you feel burdened to want to share with the world. And that's why younger people now are saying a lot more than younger people ever did in the past. The thing that I think UCC, first of all, needs to embrace is, as Faiza is saying, get into more rooms where these young people are. Let's listen to them, hear what they're saying, understand from them why they think regulation might be a problem. Listen to them, right? Because they have valid reasons. And as I said, regulation seems like you are curtailing what they want to say. And then once you've listened to what they're saying, my worry, one of my worries about this whole regulation thing is, and we've talked about this a lot, that the reason why some of us have limited sort of confidence, right, is because there's selective application of this thing that we love that is called the law. If the law were applied the same way across the board, I can guarantee I would have no problem with it. I would have, if somebody insulted another person and they were punished the same way, if that person insulted, I would have absolutely no problem. But because there is that selective thing, I'm thinking, why then must we punish anyone? And the other thing that we also need to understand is, when we want to license these people, it's good to regulate, because when you regulate, you have a system, you have an order, and a young person can't just wake up tomorrow and abandon their life and say, me, I'm abandoning school, I want to be a content creator, because they're doing it. They're doing it. Yeah. You have some sort of system. The thing that you need to do as an institution, as a regulator, as sort of the custodian of this space, is first of all to show people that goodwill which we're talking about, which you say is there, but it's there in words. We can hear it, we read it in the papers, we see it on TV, but we don't feel it. One of the ways we could feel it is, how much is data in Uganda, right? Because these are the things that are helping people to actually speak to the world, to actually be on the internet. How much is data in Uganda in relation to other countries? That's one. Two, there are platforms, and we've talked about how Facebook is blocked. Korea, North Korea, Turkmenistan, these are the countries in which Facebook is blocked. We are in the same breath as countries that are despotic, for lack of another word. And we say we are democratic, right? Put that aside. Think about all these people who are being arrested for call it sedition or insulting the person of the president, or all these things that are being said. I feel like there's a lot of power that UCC should retain, pull back to itself, that it has either given away willingly or unwillingly, that a security personnel can come and pick you up, right? Without the knowledge of UCC. They will pick you up and say, you know what, you insulted the person of the president. And then UCC will be informed, oh, by the way, we picked up person X for abusing, so please get in line. I feel like UCC should be the one saying, pick up that person, don't pick up this person. UCC should be the one taking the lead. My worry is, I feel there is a huge part of this thing we want to do, this thing called licensing and approval, that on the surface seems like it's a good thing and we would all love, but has got very horrible undertones and has a certain target that we want to talk about. We are not open to share in public, but the truth is there is an arm that wants that approval, that wants that licensing, so that they can know what are you saying, when are you saying it, who are you talking to, and for me that's my word. That's my only challenge.
So I think that what I'm picking from you, and I think this question is for the rest of the panel before we go to the Q&A, is that you feel that the ecosystem is picked on.
Absolutely.
Right? That there's that feeling that we are being picked on. And I suppose the question would be, so approval is one thing, but there's also you know, the law that regulates how you do what you
Yeah,
do,
yeah.
whether it is the Computer Misuse Act and all these pieces of legislation. And from the conversations we had early in the morning, the position of UCC appears to be, we don't want to curtail free speech, but we want to make sure you're using the internet responsibly.
Okay.
I suppose the question I would ask for all the panelists is, where is the line? When do we know that here you exercising my right to free speech, and when does it become misuse? Where is that line that you think UCC should take note of and draw, or redraw?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for us, that line is blurred. It's almost non-existent.
Yeah, but where is the line?
And
for you, if you were to to craft the law.
Yeah, I first of all, I don't think any law should be dependent on the whims, the desires, the wants of the person who is in control at that time, right? It should be for the general population, which means if I'm the father of a home and there is a law that says everybody has to take off their shoes before entering the house, just because I'm the father of the home and I'm paying rent, I must also take off my shoes. Ideally, this is what I want. But in a realistic society, right, that's probably not going to happen. Because if we say that creating that line of this is hate speech, or this is sedition, or this is insult, as long as we have sane minds in this country, which we do, we have legal minds in this country that can create a very, very wonderful piece of legislation that can govern us. That one, I don't worry about it. We had people who sat down to do the constitution, to promulgate the constitution. So we have legal minds. We are not short of that. My challenge is when those legal minds have drafted that thing and they've put it forward, there's going to be people who are going to sidestep it and still say we can still do what we want. That is my only challenge. So the legal minds are there.
So it's an enforcement thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Can I? Where is the line?
I don't know if it should be there.
No, but from a UCC perspective, for example, they are saying, look, I can't allow you to host someone on Mind Your Head who will promote child pornography, right?
Yeah.
But the conversation appeared to have been that we feel that UCC is overextending that line, especially with like offenses like cyber harassment and cyber stalking and stuff like that. If you had to redraft the law, where would the mandate of UCC stop? Or where would maybe not UCC, but where would the mandate of law enforcement stop insofar as dictating what you can and cannot say on a podcast?
Well, for starters, the law should be there. And I think that every time we find ourselves in confusion, we say, what does the law say? Yeah. Right? My fear and my worry is the abuse of this law. Let's take a look at cases of TikTokers who have Edson Semgeny, 20-year-old. Edward Ayebwa, sentenced to 6 years in prison for spreading malicious information about the president, the first lady, and the son. Emmanuel Nabugodi, 21-year-old, sentenced to 2 years and 8 months. Juma Musuza, sentenced to 12 months. Elson, and I can go on and on and on and on. These are 19, 20, 21-year-olds.
Should that matter?
It should, because if you have subjected yourself to a public office and you are in a public office, what do you expect? And here is where I want to come in there. That, okay, fine. Whoever the complainant is, how come that me and all the content that was created about me and how I was being abused, that I cannot go and complain, and the same resources will be used to arrest, investigate, and if possible, sentence someone to 6 years in prison because I am the complainant. I felt abused, I felt offended. But, so I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying, that my worry is the abuse of this law. If this line is to be drawn, and I honestly feel, as public figures, they will know, and everyone here on the panel will know that, man, your life is out there, you're offended, you're abused, you're ridiculed and everything. But what happens? How come the same resources and all arms are not bothered? So should the law work in favor of those who have power? That's my worry. So if the line is to be drawn, it should be able to serve all. The law should be able to serve all, not serve a certain individual. A boy came to me, I think 19 years old, and I think he was going through Ntinda, Minister's Village, I think before one of our leaders in parliament shifted to Nakasero, and was recording content. Honestly, he was on his own things. The man was arrested, thrown in jail for 6 months. The man, they checked his phone, they investigated everything, but because just one person has power, thrown in jail for 6 months, not convicted, but just thrown in there while recording content around. So what should the people who have no power do? If the law is to be there, it should work for all. It should not work for a few people who have power, because then that's where abuse is introduced in, and that's what should worry UCC.
Flavia, I think what I get from Canary and Biwal's submissions is perhaps if the problem is enforcement, why not do away with the law altogether so that it becomes jungle law? I deal with a guy, he deals with me, we sort ourselves out, and if we are unsatisfied, we arrange a pitch.
I think, for example, if I woke up and said, let's program to play all sorts of movies, anything pirated that we want to show today, I guarantee you after the first 15 seconds, I'll be shut down, right? But if KBS does it, 6 months later, they'll be saying, they're showing. Wayo, right? And so I'll be there going like, but boss, surely you're seeing this guy. And they're like, yeah, but you should do the right thing. Don't worry about that guy, right? For you, are you doing the right thing because of that guy, or you're doing the right thing because you need to do the right thing? So I say, fine. I need to do the right thing because I've got standards, blah, 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 blah. Also at the level I'm playing, people are seeing me as an example. I understand all of that. But then that leaves a bad taste in my mouth, because then I'm like, oh, so that's how you do your thing, right? So when this comes up, I'll remember, right? The muscle memory of saying, the next time this happens, B-Wall and I will not be at the same starting, in this field. It will mean that they'll say, Flavia, maybe, B-Wall has more followers. That's why B-Wall cannot get away with this. For you, you're growing. It's okay, Meaning, if we all decided today to abuse BCG, okay, I don't want to use the other one. I'm already, in the coolers. So if let's
I'm
say,
assuming by the other one you mean Monto.
Someone. If let's say we all decided to abuse my best friend, the other someone, all of us here in the room, we said 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, tweet something bad about the big guy. I can tell you the drone will collect from Flavia, Canary, do you understand? And a few others. And they may not get to, I don't know who's the guy at the end there. Does that make sense? So it is a case of saying, you know you will not do it. You know you will not level that field, because there's places where you haven't been able to level that field. But here's why I would take you where we can both win. If you're going to regulate any sector, you have to understand it first, I would assume, right? Now, I'd hand you this. The content creation space, even the ones in it don't understand it. It's going to be a very hard ball to play. She asked, who are you regulating here? Is it the person who woke up and is saying, I'm taking a walk and I can't believe I dropped my MasterCard, but oh, oops, and then they've influenced? Does that make sense? Who are you regulating? Are you regulating the information and the standards? Because you see, owning a TV is not what gets me regulated. It's the fact that I'll broadcast information that gets me regulated. What are you sharing with the public? So if that's what you're regulating, then you're not regulating the ones who are getting paid only. Does that make sense? Yeah. You're regulating anybody who will say anything to the public, because it must be the right thing, right? Then the second tier is going to be that when that fee is being paid, are you sharing the money with Zuckerberg? See, because unlike us, who you can trace that the business is ours, or you can say, Keen, you own this business. What's Meta getting in all of this? Because it's a third party platforms. And then I'm going to say, but Zuckerberg is not telling me to pay him. You, why are you? Does that make sense? Because that's the mindset of the sector you're trying to regulate. So understand it first and understand the loopholes. Because it's like radio, when you tell B-Wall, do not say anything of Pfizer unless the client has paid, right? And then UCC will go and pay Pfizer money, and then she will come and say, I was walking the other day looking at the billboard of UCC and I said, Sibitegera, and I used to see Mokola na Sibitege. I said, Zawakarango. Does that make sense? Yeah. And they'll claim, but me, I was just saying, my eyes saw the billboard. It's hard to regulate what you don't understand. And this one is going to be hard to understand. Yeah.
Thanks, Flavia. I'm going to go to Pfizer. Pfizer, I know we're running short of time, and I know we had framed it as the last question, but I had forgotten something, and I want to put the question to you. I think that of the many content creators I've worked with, you're easily one of the most successful. So I'm curious for the other content creators in the building, how do you monetize your content, and how do you ensure you benefit from this profession, especially when there's a tight line to walk?
Okay, when it comes to content monetization, I'll say for me, first of all, I will mention 3 things, yeah. One, I niched out. You know, Flavia, there's a time we had a conversation and you said that when you're everywhere but nowhere, yeah. And when I was thinking about niching out, I looked back at that conversation because actual impact and credibility is built when you niche to something specific, okay? Because people know you for something. They don't know you for everything, but they know you at least for something. They say, okay, when it comes to Canary, we know him for covering, you know, this type of content. When it comes to B-Wall, we know him for this. So I had to niche out first, just so that I could make more impactful work. And I will say that I'm also very passionate about the things that I do online. So in each area or in each place that I've worked in, I've put in a lot of effort, a lot of work, and constant research into how to become better. Kemi is here in the room, and I've been part of her Karma Digital training. I've also been part of other content creator trainings. Yet I think when someone sees someone like, they'll be like, but you've got what to say, you don't really need all of that. But like, no. Because this is now a serious thing, it's a job, it's something where you consistently have to skill up, it's something where you consistently have to do research, and it's something where you consistently have to put in effort to be good at, okay? And then the other thing was that I had to be smart about money. Yeah, I had to be smart about money. That means that collaborating with other content creators. Let me tell you guys, if you're a content creator in this room, starting now, better start talking to other content creators. Better now than late. Start networking, because I can promise you that creating a network of other content creators, working and collaborating with them has opened up so many doors for me. But even more so has opened my eyes to so many things, and if anything, stopped a lot of exploitation that I was experiencing. You know how you work on a gig and you find out that Canary is being paid 10 times more than you are being paid? And I'm like, aren't we doing the same things? But when I started talking to Canary, I'm like, so Canary, so first tell me about this gig. When I started collaborating and talking to people that I was working with, that's how I found out that one, he's being paid more than me, but what is he doing different? Maybe he negotiates better. Maybe this is how he does his work. This is how he presents himself when he's talking to clients, okay? So collaboration, I can't stress this enough. I honestly can't stress this enough because I have a makeup artist, she's called Uwera. Uwera is also a content creator, and a really good one. She collaborates, I think, with like 20 TikTokers. She has a house that is now considered like a TikTok content creator house. Her home has so many content creators. And you know something she told me recently while we were shooting my show? She told me that one of the ways in which other content creators in that house get gigs is that they've seen you in Canary's content. They're like, by the way, this guy you work with, you make good skits with him, bring him on board for this gig as well. So you get it, like, collaboration is really a golden thing when it comes to monetizing your content. Another thing is just being smart about the legal aspect, which we're also talking about here. The legal aspect of it is because recently I was doing a gig with an agency in Kenya. So they sent the contract. The contract is like a 10-page contract. You know, at that point you're like, Let me just sign it. You assume they have your best interest, at heart. And then you read through and discover that you're giving away your content forever. They're going to use the content you create will now belong to the company or to the agency. They can advertise it in any part of the world forever, and you can never claim anything. You wake up tomorrow and you see the content you created is on NTV, and they're like, but this is now an ad. And they're like, no, but you read the contract, you signed it away. So understanding the legal aspect of content creation really, really helped me. So sometimes I'll go to Rusha and be like, cancel a quick one, so yeah, so understanding the legal aspect really, really helped me to become better at creating content. But again, collaboration, being really good at it, and consistently skilling and learning how to become good. I promise you, magic will happen.
Thanks, Faiz. I think the takeaway from this panel is that all the content creators here are making money, and I'm never getting paid unless prison is involved, and that's pro bono. But I want
But you're handling 300 cases, so.
I'm sending you an invoice for that podcast. I want us to send this conversation to the audience. So we'll do, host, how many questions can we take? 2? We'll take 3. And I will insist that at least one of them is a UCC question, a UCC response of some sort.
You mean UCC is in the building? And you let us talk.
So I will begin. I see 2 hands and UCC, so I'll start there, where the UCC banner is. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I be heard? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nikki Shilingi. I'm a journalist and content creator. Thank you so much for moderator and panelists. So my question is, I just have 2 questions. So sorry, I use the mic when I use the opportunity when I have the mic. So my first question is, closer? Okay. My first question is, as a journalist and content creator, how do I, with some experience, how do I brand and market myself? So majority of you put yourself out there and then brands come to you. So if I want to do it the other way around, how do I pitch to brands and say, oh, this is my portfolio, this is my experience? Then also just adding on to what Canary said, I'm also based in Nairobi, so opening up and talking to creators, people are getting paid a lot of money. So sometimes you also, like what Flavia said, we also have to be transparent as content creators and also share how much you're getting paid on this gig. What are you doing differently? So I was also at a networking event, and one of them told me, oh, I get like 500,000 Kenyan shillings for 2 Instagram posts and 1 reel. For those 5,000 Kenyan shillings is about 14 million Ugandan shillings. So when I'm coming here, I'm like, they're not about to pay me 14 million to just say, hey guys, this is the brand. And they give you a lot of freedom on how to package the brand you're advertising. So same thing, I also do corporate MCing. Corporate MCing in Nairobi, you're doing, the minimum is like 300K. That is about 8.3 million. And it goes to 1 million. So such an event, our hosts and, they're even jazzing here. Our moderators and hosts will be paid 1 million Kenyan shillings. That's 28 million Ugandan shillings. So as a creative, if I get the opportunity to go in different countries, different regions, how do I set my rate card? Because someone will also belittle you and be like, who are you? We don't know you. You're not a celeb. You're not all that. So yeah, I just need some guidance on that. Thank you.
Allow me answer her last, and then I think it's...
I think we can do...
A round off?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I see MacGyver had a...
Is MacGyver allowed to ask?
Okay. He works with UCC, interestingly enough, so...
I know, that's what I'm saying. Is he allowed to ask?
No, mine will just be an addition to the other UCC person.
Okay.
Yes, is my engaged. Mine really 2 points, and they are to supplement what I'd said in the morning. Even in doing your content work, I want you to have it at the back of your heads that UCC is not your enemy. UCC is not your enemy. We're here to learn from you. We're here to engage with you. But you also must be cognizant that rights of one person do not supersede the rights of another. You must have that at the back of your head. So when you're in your little cocoon and you do things which break the law, please remember that you'll be alone. I just want you to take note of that. Secondly, it's good my friend Kemi is here. We went to school together. Knew her by the name Fiona, so this Kemi thing is a bit new. But when we were having a discussion, she did not know some of the things that UCC is involved in. She didn't know that the work that she does can work hand in hand with UCC. Things on digital literacy, things which not everything that is with UCC is political. So sometimes look at the other things where you can also collaborate and make us better. Let it not always be, a fight. Yeah, I think more or less that's just a note I wanted to put out there. Yeah.
Okay, I think there was one last one. You?
I felt we shouldn't miss this moment to have the regulator and content creators in the room. So I wanted, I don't like to contribute to panels naturally, but I wanted to contribute to two things. Number one, I think that content creators need to move to a point where they're self-regulating, and UCC needs to sort of handhold so that that point is achieved. We're not going to have, anytime in the near future, a trust system between content creators and UCC. And I can give you perfect examples because I've dealt with UCC for 10 years, journalists and UCC. For those 10 years, two things have been, UCC sends you a letter and says you've violated minimum broadcast standards. And oftentimes it's, what are these minimum broadcast standards? Who has determined that I've violated them? So even when content creators here say, we need a licensing monitor, we need the rules to be fair, if you don't have a content creator with power to veto on the board of licensing, you're merely wasting time. You're merely wasting time. So I feel content creators need to move to a point where they're self-regulating. But maybe also an appeal to UCC. Regulation follows years of practice. You have to see the practice, appreciate the practice, and then adopt regulation. Banking regulation took almost 100 years before it came into force. And sometimes you'll be your own enemies by regulating these content creators, because if by any chance we get, say, a change in administration, and you adopt an administration that doesn't want to stifle free speech, then people could do away with UCC as an institution, and all the other good things that UCC has been doing could be done away with. So I think we need to get to a point where UCC appreciates that content creation is in its nascent ages. Some people don't even know they are content creators. I tweet about Arsenal, I'm not sure that's content creation. Some tweets are paid for, some are not paid for. Some tweets are in public demand, others are not. So I think that's the other thing, that because it's a nascent stage, you need to study it, you need to talk to people who are doing it, but don't lead with regulation. And then the third and final one was on the fairness. How do you apply the fairness of and I've been meaning to ask UCC this, how do you apply the fairness in the law? If Raymond Mujuni says, Flavia said we shouldn't mention the person, if I say Mugisha Muntu is a bad leader, and Elon Musk 5 minutes later also says Mugisha Muntu is a bad leader, CC says both are in hatred, they are inciting. How do you catch Raymond Mujuni in Uganda under the... Or if I tweet this, I could be in Nairobi and tweet, I hate the roads in Kampala. That tweet was issued in Nairobi. It's a different jurisdiction. If I come to Uganda and the tweet that I tweeted in Nairobi then has to be subject to the laws of Uganda, how does that actually happen? We haven't tested this ground. I've seen many TikTokers be taken into jail, but we really haven't tested the ground. How do you prove that I sent out that TikTok message at that particular time using my own handle at my own time? How do you prove, that the IP address issued to this phone, if I use the VPN, is the same IP address? There are so many, very many lay areas that we are lucky we haven't yet gotten very powerful, and I'm sorry for the TikTokers who've been jailed, but a powerful TikToker is going to be jailed. And powerful in the sense that they have cultural, economic, and social power, and they might bring a challenge to these laws and do away with this moment. So my appeal to UCC is, like you did with the journalists, allow for some level of self-regulation. If Bernard sends out a bad tweet, allow for Raymond to be the one to say, by the way, Bernard, take down that tweet. That's a better regulatory mechanism than MacGyver sending Bernard a letter and saying, this tweet has violated this code. So I think those are the three things that I wanted to make to the panel.
Okay, thanks everyone. I think that I had intended to have more questions, but the three people that got the microphone ate all the time. So I want to go back to the panel to respond to the question that was put to them and parting shots, 30 seconds a person.
Yeah, so who's Bernard? They said there was a Bernard on the panel, but not here. Okay.
Yeah, we'll begin with the person with the most licenses.
Mine was to Nikki, who I'm guessing is speaking for a lot of creators, because that's a question that pops up a lot. But also I think something is in the water that people are drinking these days, because people think they should earn just to get vibes, How come you're giving Canada 50 million? Even me. That guy, we stay in the same neighborhood. When it rains on both of us. When we sneeze, we all say, excuse. No. Do you understand me? We can ask for the same job, walk in a few minutes apart, and I ask for twice what she's asked for. It's your fault you give it to me. Do you understand? But when you're going to make a case for why you need to get paid that same amount, why you? Okay, who are you and why you? Not MacGyver came in and asked for, even you, why don't you? He's not your basis for value. You understand me? Flavia isn't your basis of value, because even Siamese twins are different. Do you understand? If you come to a person and argue because you paid Pfizer, yeah, I'm so not going to give you money. So focus on who are you and why you. In any market, any country, anywhere, who are you, why you? And I assume you don't come from 0 to 8 million. Does that make sense? So what were you paid before? What was your value before? That is, I'm now jumping to. And what informs that change? Do you hear how there's no Pfizer in this conversation? Do you hear why there's no Kenyan content creator in that conversation? And that's because I've been with a lot of content creators on what you call gigs, and then they're all saying, Pastor Mikoyos, $1,000, Shanga Zimampade 700. But do you know what happens? And Kemi, we're being honest here. Do you know what most of them will say? But they asked me, and I thought I was overcharging when I said $700. And then they gave me, I was like, oh, I should have asked for more. That's not how we're going to do things in a professional world. You understand? Try and walk away from this noise, because when we are not in that room when you're asking for that money and that contract, darling, it'll be just you and the value you walk into that room with. You understand? Whether you're an MC or you're a content creator. So we need to walk away from the hype that people give us online that doesn't allow us to do things professionally. Because I will refuse to give you a job based on how you've handled yourself in such a conversation. So forget us. We are noisemakers. We'll start to hype you. How can they give you only 2 million shillings? But last year it was 500K. You haven't even appreciated the upgrade. Does that make sense? So let's not make you call a chi error. Yeah. All right. And those were my parting shots.
Faiza?
Yeah. So one, I want to address the possibility, because I think, Nikki, if you're wondering whether it's actually possible, because I have seen Kenyan budgets, luckily, because one time a gig failed to, it was a gig for Should I tell them the company? No. So there was it was a beverage company. So the budget was actually for Kenyan content creators. But it so happens that someone in the room argued that no, if we're going to execute in Uganda, we need to give this to Ugandan content creators. So now it just so happens that they bring the same budget without making any alterations to Uganda. I think that was the first time I actually came to see how Kenyan content creators earn. I said, what? This is how much they were paying? Because it was the first time I think I was being paid. But if you're here, just pretend this one, I've not said it. It was the first time I think I was being paid 4 million for like 2 videos. I was so shocked, even I couldn't believe that I'd made that much money. I was like, what? But that's because it was a Kenyan budget, and the company just brought it as it was and said, okay, now let's look for Ugandan content creators who are going to execute this. Now, if you're wondering, now let's move away from the Kenyan market. Let's talk about the Ugandan market. If you're wondering whether there are content creators here who make as much as Kenyan creators make, then I want to assure you that yes, they are there. They are there. I have seen them. I have worked with some of them, and when I'm working with them, of course I know that they're earning way more than I am, but I also know that the value, like Flavia said, the value they bring into the room is very, very different.
Faiza, not to interject, but we're running short on time. Yeah.
No, let me just finish with one last statement. So there's a statement I read, and I think it changed my mind around my career and around how I work or the value that I bring. So this statement goes as, you don't establish who you are by just saying affirmations in the mirror, right? You don't. Your value is not established by just saying affirmations in the mirror. You have a stack of undeniable proof that you are who you say you are. If you said Ndiwachitalonga Bwendowoza, there must be a stack of undeniable proof. When you walk into the room and you say, this is how much I want for one video, there's a stack of undeniable proof. Someone says, but you guys, you just talk. But for you, you're just cooking. Go to my page, there's a stack of undeniable proof that I am who I say I am. So that's it. That's just what you put in the work, and then you have your proof. Leave the rest to negotiating.
Can I read 30 seconds?
Who gives 30 seconds for a parting shot? But I'll brand and market yourself. Just be unique. Just be unique. If the young lady here is going to create content in Luganda and stick to that and lands her an opportunity to interview the Katikiro, so be it. Just be unique. If I don't know how many episodes I'd watched of the Unpopular podcast, and there's this one episode that was talking about how Banyankore men don't have love. And then I don't know. And then all of a sudden the clip was making rounds on TikTok. And then people are like, oh, this is the Unpopular podcast. So be it. Just be unique. I don't think I've ever felt to be under pressure to act skits there's a guy called, I think, Dr. Solomon. I've never felt the need to act the creative and great content. I've never felt the need to do that. Just me and who I am. There's Shilingi, there's one thing about red cards. You know your value, because if you know your value, then you don't feel the need to either lower it down. Like, that's your value, and don't act in the moment just to say, oh, this Kagiga has come, so let me just lower it for now, but next time I'll do better. That is the time where you need to determine your value. And lastly, you can tell from Flavia to Raymond to many of us who have spoken, say that, oh, we shall not say the big man's name. Self-regulation. And this is what should worry UCC. If it is talking about regulation, why are people in the room who have done journalism for more than a decade afraid of mentioning a name? No, but my point is, when we talk about self-regulation and content moderation, this is what should actually, this is where it should start, that there is a lot of self-censorship in the room, a room full of content creators, lawyers, and other stakeholders in the content industry. This is where it should begin. My appeal, my final words are, my appeal to the ones who want to regulate content, let's begin by having these very people as part of the decision makers. As soon as you have them on there, as long as you know, you just want to regulate content. Flavia saying you cannot regulate what you do not understand. There was a campaign that I was part of in the making. Then they said it was going to be the Gen Z. I looked at the people who I was seated with on the table, and there was no Gen Z on the table. And then they said, for matter of just having Gen Z included, do you know someone? But you're making a campaign about Gen Z and you don't have any on the table. I am not a Gen Z. I am not going to act like one and suddenly not represent their views. So have these people in the room, have them part of the decision makers, and I'm sure this conversation will be at a better point.
Bill, 30 seconds. Don't follow Canary's example.
Yeah, my first appeal is to content creators. Be responsible. I don't think I can stress that enough. You owe it to your followers to verify information, to be authentic, and to be yourself. If you're the kind of person who attends important events wearing Christmas socks, be that. Right? Don't change. Be who you are. And then,
That's a flex.
yeah, my final words are to UCC. I might have come off as some sort of rebel, right, as an enemy of UCC, but I want to say that there's an opportunity that UCC has. That, as Raymond was saying, that there are certain industry players who you can sort of pull to your side to use them to sort of send the message out there. Because if Raymond puts out something that's irresponsible, UCC doesn't need to get involved. I will call him. When you have very many of those, you don't need to reach out to the mass population. You just speak to a few people and tell them, you know what, you guys, get your houses in order. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, I think these conversations, very many more of these have to happen. And some of them have to be ugly. Some of them have to be ugly. I'm afraid that some people might think, we are ill-intentioned, but I would like for us to have horrible conversations so that we get a better Uganda, right? So that we have younger people who know that some people put in the hard work, abused each other, so we can get a better Uganda. So UCC, I would very much like that regulation to happen, but it has to happen as you hold the hands of these creators. Don't do your thing in a very fancy hotel and then bring it to us. Thank you.
Say someone who wears Christmas socks to a fancy hotel.
Yeah.
But I think one interesting point that arose, and this is me summing up, was that UCC needed to take the back seat and listen. And I think as an interesting show of good faith, UCC was supposed to be on this panel and declined and asked that we have a content creator. But I want to give them the opportunity to do a parting shot. So Dr. Abdu.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity for us to respond to a few things. Yes, indeed. We are supposed to be on this panel. But many times we want to listen to you. And many of you quite often are choosers of making regulations without hearing you. And even some of you go as far as saying, we don't know what we are doing. We see you on social media, they are clueless, they are dinosaurs, they don't understand issues of Gen Zs. My friend, we have all been Gen Zs at some point. Some of us might have gray hair, but doesn't mean that we are on the moon. We live in this community. So it's also not fair for you to assume that we don't know what we are doing. And if any of you had that thought in your mind, please erase it. The people you see here and the team at UCC, these are Ugandans that have put in many years of studying, research. We are privileged that we attend most of the global discussions on these issues. So many of the practices we come and share with you are not just our own creation. We are benchmarking practices from other countries. The only thing that we do differently, that when we go to China, to the UK, to the US, and we see how they do what they do, we don't just copy and paste their practices into Uganda. We try to domesticate, we try to localize this to address our unique challenges as a country. So I want you to have trust and faith in what we are doing. And we want to invite you, when you see advertisers' positions, we usually do online in the media, apply, compete. I applied for a job at UCC through a newspaper advert. I had another job I applied. I competed with so many other Ugandans, and I got the job. On merit, all these people. I sit on a number of panels interviewing people for jobs in UCC, and I've seen people we don't know that have applied, they have the credentials, they impress the panel, and they get the job. So erase it from your mind that for you, you will change policy from outside. When UCC advertises a job and you think you are the person for that position, apply. Let's work together. But most importantly, when we call for public comments on issues, can you participate? I told you that when we were developing the framework for online data communication services, I'm privileged to have been one of the members that developed it. But before we even came up with the framework and the terms and conditions, we published the call. We invited the people that were known at that time. We invited them, I remember it, in our boardroom. We shared with them the terms and the conditions, the application form. We told them, is there anything you want us to improve? I'm happy to report that people like Andrew Lumba, Giles of Chimps, and others in that group who came and actively participated, they gave us very good input that we used to moderate the terms and the conditions. And these terms, you can even download them and read them on your own. There are many things that we improved and changed. Why? We trust that you are the people who are running the show. Sometimes we are not as maybe fully informed about everything about your sector than you think. So we try to listen to you, understand your perspective, and come up with a model that works for you. You might wonder why we don't have a specific law called maybe regulation on content. It's also by design. We are trying to fit you as an industry into the existing framework. Because in our mind, and I think we are right, what you're doing is not different from what other people are doing. The difference is the technology and how you're doing it. When my brother here hosts a podcast and is talking about coffee, and he has 4 men and women in a room and are talking, you can determine how many people are following. 500,000 people. If you require Capital Gang to adhere to certain standards when they're broadcasting on Capital, that is hosted by a very senior man, with a senior producer, with a pre-listening device, with an editorial policy, and I've been in business for the last 20 years. If you require Capital to be careful, if you don't require a Gen Z that is hosting another podcast that is also followed by maybe 1 million people, let me give that as an example. He has no editor, he has no producer, he has no pre-listening device, it is live. That podcast can reach more people than a small radio station in Kanungu or in Moroto. So if we listen, if we subject that radio station to regulation for the content they are going to discuss on that show, but we don't subject it to regulation, you who is hosting a podcast that is being watched and followed by people in Uganda and beyond will be abdicating our duty as a regulator. And that's why this framework was developed to say, look, if you're doing a podcast, if you have a YouTube channel, if you have online newspaper that is more or less like a radio, like a TV, but using online, then can you try to behave more or less like the TV and radio, such that we can create a balance? Because to the audience, you are all communicating, you must all adhere to certain standards. So this was intended to ensure that we try to even the ground. Now, many of you have said fairness. Everybody should be enforced against. I want to tell you, I think most of us here are believers. Not so? Even in heaven, God in his fairness may not be as fair as you think. And that's why you find there are tall people, there are short people, there are people with different features from others. They are rich, they are poor. In God's wisdom, that is fairness. Though to you, me and you, we think that is not fairness. So what is fair to God may not appear fair to you. Now to the regulator, we use the same approach. You might want us to enforce against everybody at the same time, all the time. I want to answer you, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot do it. We enforce depending on the circumstances. I told you, we also guided by who is complaining. Is there a victim of this crime? What is the impact of what it is that this person has done? When we put all those factors together, then we determine which case to follow, which one not to follow. But I want to encourage you, if there is anybody you see violating the rules and you want us to take action, please, you test the system. Test the system, comply. We use that as an example. But like Justice Sekana mentioned, don't put yourself in a situation where you are the one testing the system when you're in the cells. Many of you are saying the law is weak. You say the law is weak when it is not actually biting you. But when it applies to you, it can be heavy. My brother Raymond mentioned that how do we determine if somebody is in the UK, in the US, and how do we apply our law to that person operating beyond Uganda? I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that Parliament in its wisdom, when they were crafting the Computer Misuse Act, there is a provision. Initially it was section 30, now it is section 33. They say that if you commit any crime under that law, one, it doesn't matter your nationality. It doesn't matter where you are. For as long as that message has been received in Uganda, you can be charged and be prosecuted in Uganda. You'll ask, how will you get this person from the US? There are countries where Uganda has working extradition arrangements. The day you'll step in that country, my brother, they will extradite you from that country to Uganda and you'll be prosecuted. And if you're Ugandan and you choose to put yourself into exile because you're fearing being held accountable for what you said online, I think that is bad. So I don't want any of us to assume that one, you will run away forever. The law can catch up with you. And remember, criminal liability has no time limit. You can commit a crime today, 20 years later, that evidence can be pulled and you'll be held responsible for that content. So please, no one should lie to you that you run and escape the law forever. As I finish up, I think there was a comment that came up that the licensing and regulation should be encouraging, facilitating, not limiting. I think in my comments I mentioned that generally speaking, we try as much as possible to ensure that our regulation is facilitative, not inhibiting. Unfortunately, society enjoys being free. Now, for some of our professions, any form of regulation is seen as a restriction. For some of us in formal professions like law, we are used to restrictions and regulation. I want to tell you, I have a PhD in law. But every year, I renew my practicing certificate to be an advocate. It is going to expire on the 31st of January, of December. And we are given a grace period of up to 30th of March. On 30th March, if I don't get my PC, as we call it, I will not appear before any court of law. But I'm a PhD holder in law. Does not having a PC take away the knowledge I have in my head? But as a profession, I've been made to understand that for me to gain access and the right of audience before a judge, I must have a practicing certificate. I've accepted it. Don't you think lawyers could have fought that that is limiting their freedom? Couldn't we also have fought in the court over that? Do you see doctors? Doctors cannot operate on a patient or treat you if they don't have a license from their council. Engineers, those are professions that we all admire. Now the problem with journalists generally, journalists, I don't even know, content creators, you are not primarily journalists. But because you are behaving like journalists, many of you say, I'm a journalist when it is convenient. So you behave like journalists, but when time comes for responsibility, you say, I'm not a journalist. For me, I'm a teacher. So what we do these days as regulators, we don't look at you as journalists or content creators. We look at you as media practitioners. So if you work as a media practitioner, whether trained as a journalist or not, what we tell you is, now that you've chosen that route, can you try to behave like a journalist? Pfizer, you said you did journalism. I don't know who else, I don't know which other courses these ones did. If you didn't study journalism, but you are acting and working as a media practitioner, I want to invite you. Either go back to school and study journalism, or get the fundamentals of journalism, that you can know the do's and don'ts. There is a man I respect in this country, and he's a journalist. Maybe I can mention his name. But because he has not given me permission, I will not mention. We were investigating a matter against online platforms. They had defamed a bank. They had run several stories that this bank was about to collapse. And people had begun running to withdraw the money. That is called bank running. If we had not intervened quickly, chances are high that this bank was going to close. When we invited these online platforms to a meeting, a hearing, many small bloggers and online platforms were shouting, no, you are gagging us. Most of them had been paid. But when this senior journalist came, and one of his platforms was among those, he came to the meeting, he began by saying, one, we are sorry. I've looked at this story, I missed it. My editor published it without me viewing it and editing it. This was a mistake. We should never have published this. We are sorry, we are going to pull it down. This does not meet the minimum standards of a journalist. And we are sorry that we did this as that platform. This is a senior journalist. He was so quick to notice a mistake and apologize for it. Now, most of you who have had written anything that people have followed, even when the regulator tells you what you've done is wrong, you say, how can you tell me? How can you tell me this? Freedom of expression. You people, we know Charles Onyango boss, the Joax Mubuembo. They have become the people we know them to be because they have been professional. Shaka Sali, may he so rest in eternal peace, was a very solid journalist with a PhD in communication. But he was very careful in even how he would portray himself. But many of us, when they tell us, can we be professional, we look at it as being gagged. So please, can we do our work? Government is not interested in limiting you, but the government is interested in peace. Because at the end of the day, government has a duty to protect all of us. But as I wind up lastly, we are going for elections. These laws that we implement are made by Parliament. If we think the laws we have are bad, it's not because of UCC. UCC will only implement the laws. So this is your chance to choose the best MPs. You, the Gen Zs, you want people now to make laws for us, for your sector, not so? I don't know how many Gen Zs are contesting. And on 15th January, can you go and vote for your best MPs? Because those are the people who are going to make laws for us for the next 5 years, not so? So that is one way through which you can express your civic, duty and exercise that conscience in choosing who becomes your leader, because it is these leaders that are going to make laws that all of us will struggle with them. Our duties as government officials is to respect and implement the law as is, not as we expect it to be, but as is. So can we please vote wisely on 15th January and all other levels of election so we can have the best leaders, leaders that reflect our ideals as a society, and leaders that will stand for our rights. Otherwise, we thank all of you. We don't take any of your comments in bad faith. My brother, you thought some of us were annoyed by your comments. This is very normal. And I want to tell you, UCC is open. I want to invite any of you, if you have any burning questions that you want us to clarify on or propose, please come, knock at our work with you to improve this sector. Asante sana.
Thank you, Dr. Abdu. Just to announce, there will be a networking tea after this. So if there are any questions that you wanted to raise to any of the panelists, please stay around. Please mix and mingle. For all my amazing panelists, we did not offer them money. We only told them that once the panel is done, you will clap for them so heavily. So please protect me from lawsuits through Christmas by clapping for my amazing panelists. I think Ogwanga Ngukoze, thank you very much for listening to us, and I'm happy to hand over to the host now.
Thank you, Rusho, for assembling such a diverse group of people for the panel. Let's have a group photo so that the Mugaga Dr. Abdu can have some evidence of that this event actually took place, this panel really took place, and you represented the content creators in the room. I love how diverse this group is. Do you feel represented? A round of applause for the panelists, ladies and gentlemen. As the symposium comes to an end, I have learned a few things. One, that I should have gone to law school. I think it would have made me a much stronger voice. It would have given me a much stronger voice in the room today. But there's still time. There's still time. Not Gen Z, but there's still time. I've also learned that regulation and creativity are not opposing forces. And from what we gather from the panel today, stakeholder engagement might be the bridge between these two. So we do encourage the regulator and content creators to try and bridge that gap between the two groups. I am very impressed by the team at HNG. I'd like you to give them a strong round of applause. Although they've only been represented by male lawyers today, I think it is great that the next speaker is an HNG advocate who is a phenomenal young lady in her own right, Ms. Lilian Arinda.
Thank you, Susan. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lilian Arinda, like Miss Nava has pleasantly introduced me. I am a lawyer at H&G Advocates. Thank you, Joel, and the table here. Guys, please. More enthusiasm. So today I have the absolute pleasure of giving a symposium roundup. I know you're thinking I'm going to take most of your time. I'm not, because I truly want us to take some tea. So do I. I'm quite hungry, and that dessert looks so good. So in this roundup, I think Nava has done an incredible job in saying what I wanted to say. That, you know, this has been a great symposium as a roundup. We've had a great crowd. Everyone has been incredibly attentive. Really, it has been pleasant. So as a roundup, from that premise, I would just want to say and thank all of you for being here today, for being an amazing crowd, for being so attentive, for being so participative. The content creators in the room, the regulator, UCC, it has been such an incredible, the production, thank you so much, thank you everyone. Our theme today was to enhance responsible digital influence, and I think the theme has been achieved. We've heard from content creators, we've heard from the regulators, UCC, PDPO, and it has actually opened a platform, like the ED said, for future collaboration. Like UCC intimated, they're not here to fight, they're here to engage, they're here to support, and I think it has opened a pathway for future collaboration. So I just want to say and round up that this has been an incredible day, an incredible symposium, very seamless. You've been an incredible and attentive crowd. We want to relay and express our gratitude to you, first of all for coming, second of all for staying, and third of all for going to take part of our tea, which we have prepared for you. Please stay behind and take it. We thank you all. We thank our incredible hosts, Nava and Wycliffe. They have done an amazing job. Yeah. We thank the panelists, both the regulator panel that was in the morning and the content creators panel. I think maybe I should get into content creation, because if they're getting paid to speak, sounds like a good gig. So I'm incredibly inspired, and Uganda's content creators are incredibly inspiring, incredibly creative, incredibly amazing. I see it every day. I see it in the memes, and I wonder how did someone come up with this? Because I sit down, I attempt to sit down and create a funny meme, and I can't, but someone does. So Uganda's content creators are incredible, and I am glad that UCC is ready to support them, ready to engage with them like they've committed today, and there's going to be more and future collaboration. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for taking part of this. Please continue to engage with our platforms, continue to engage with the hashtag, continue to tweet and retweet whatever has been said today, continue to ponder on it, especially if you're a content creator, on how to continue to enhance responsible digital use. We thank you all. I don't know what happens after this, but I think the hosts are going to take over. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you all for being here. You've been an incredible crowd. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. I guess everyone is now tired, but allow me call one final person who will speak on behalf of my Mugaga, who me and Nava are now going to send a hefty invoice, since the people here said we should know our worth since we underbilled. But allow me to call my Mugaga for the day, Joe Basoga, to give closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Wycliffe, for the tremendous job that you have done. My role is really to close this ceremony. I've been introduced. My name is Joel. I'm Joel Basoga. It's such an honor for me to stand before you today. Lillian has passed on a wonderful vote of thanks, but I'd like to thank you for coming. We received an overwhelming number of people that signed up for this event. Close to 1,000 people, and this hall can only host close to 150. So we understand that some people were required to attend online, and perhaps that left a bitter taste in their mouth. But I hope that the online participation has not minimized or reduced the impact of this event. So thank you to our online audience, but also thank you to you who have made the time to be here today. I'd also like to thank UCC. We had the executive director here. We've also had a number of staff who have stayed here for the whole day. They've also supported and sponsored this event. Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank everyone from H&G. All our colleagues from H&G, if you could stand up so people can see the amazing people at this amazing law firm. So this is just some excellent lawyers. The best lawyers you can find in the world are at H&G. Thank you so much for organizing this event. I will end with one quote. One of the most profound legal philosophers that I deeply respect and admire, Ronald Dworkin, who was a professor of law for jurisprudence and head the jurisprudence chair at Oxford, said in his book, The Law's Empire, that we live in and by the law. It makes us who we are. The law tells us if we can be citizens, if we can be employees, whether we can become doctors or lawyers or even spouses. The law tells you who you can marry and who you cannot marry. Even people who own things. We insist on our wage or refuse to pay rent or are forced to forfeit certain penalties or are locked up in jail because of what the law says. So the law has a profound impact. Sometimes we might be quick to tarnish the impact of the law, but the law sets the safeguards, it legitimizes acts, it also prohibits certain activities. And as was remarked today by the executive director of the Uganda Communications Commission, but also a justice of the Court of Appeal of Uganda, the second highest court in Uganda, and also the different regulators, the Personal Data Protection Office and UCC. Let us think twice as we engage with online content. Let us allow for the possibility that we might be wrong or that we might be running afoul of legal provisions. And when we think twice, let us think about being responsible. Let us enhance responsible use of digital media and AI. Thank you very much. It has been an extreme pleasure and honor to be able to close this wonderful event. Thank you for staying with us up to this time. We remain grateful, and we hope that in the next events that the law firm will host, that you will continue to participate and extend to us your goodwill. Thank you very much, and I declare this event closed and invite you over for the cup of tea and dessert that will be served courtesy of the organizers for this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have been an amazing crowd. Tea is outside. Departure is at will, but we encourage you to stay and network. Thank you.